Hey guys, welcome back. This is Kakarot ZU all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see what if Goku was an ancient weapon. So let's move on to the video. Hard, Onyx Black Eye stared across the star-filled scene around them and into the cruel, blood-red pair that looked back in boredom. The dark eyes belonged to a man, a warrior if his damaged armor was any indication, who shook with a sense of adrenaline. His right hand twitched heavily, as if readying for an attack, and a rebellious smirk slid its way onto the guy's face. Even as blood dripped down from the red bandana wrapped around his forehead, his lips moved, a silent speech, aimed at the crimson-eyed adversary. Those eyes were set against an almost reptilian-like face, one whose head was crowned by a set of horns. The demon, as would be the only way to categorize such a frightening creature, sat lazily in a floating throne, one that hid most of the monster's body, but one could see the tip of a tail resting on the lip of one side. The demon made no effort to reply to the warrior's silent words. Instead, as the wild-haired fighter's hand erupted in a blinding flash of light, the villainous-looking reptile held up a single finger. As the scarred man threw his attack, though, what appeared to be a sun seemed to form out from the tip of the monster's fingertip. Long before the wounded soldier's own attack hit home, his foe's weapon grew to such a size that it easily engulfed the much smaller light, swallowing it whole. Then, laughing maniacally, the horn-headed fiend tipped his hand and let the literal supernova drop from his finger, and let the monstrous force swiftly close in on its target. The onyx-eyed man screamed in horror as he was engulfed in the searing heat, the remnants of his armor quickly giving out under the pressure of the attack. His cry of horror finally broke through the silence as he yelled a name: Frieza. Onyx Black Eye snapped open and their owner jolted up from their bed with a gasp. Moonlight shining through the closed curtains vaguely illuminated the form of a small boy, one with a wild head of hair and an unusually built physique. The naked youth took deep, haggard breaths as he lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Goku, as he'd been named by the elderly martial artist Gohan, had lost count of the times he'd had that same dream since that day 2 weeks ago he'd looked up at the full moon. It had been a strange night, one that the young boy could remember nothing about, but that had ultimately ended in Gohan's death. He'd been crushed by something the footprint Goku had found the elderly man in didn't match any of the other types the boy had seen before. It looked like an ape's foot, a giant ape, the wild-haired child thought seriously. Could that be the monster Gohan warned me about all those years ago, the one who only comes out on full moon nights? It fit, seeing as Goku had never encountered the creature before that night, but it also raised the question of why. Why did it only come out on those nights in particular, and why had it been so close to Goku's home? These questions were pushed back though when the boy thought about why he'd recalled that memory in the first place. The dream. Goku had had the same dream almost every night now, and on the rare occasion he didn't. The pint-sized martial artist's head was blank. He either dreamed of the warrior and the demon, or he didn't dream at all. But the dream was something else that caused Goku to wonder. Mainly about the war-torn warrior and why the man looked so much like himself. With Gohan no longer there to bounce these questions off of, Goku was left to decipher the answers on his own. And through his workings the boy had come up with an interesting theory. The man was his father. The uncanny resemblance helped solidify the deduction, but it was later on when Goku focused on the details of the dream that he found something to really make him believe it. The man had a tail. Goku had never met another person with a tail before. Granted, he lived thousands of miles from the nearest bit of civilization, but still. Gohan hadn't had a tail, so that had to mean having one made Goku special. It made him something more than human. It made him an alien if his father flying in outer space was any indication. That would explain my incredible strength and speed, thought Goku as he lay back down and prepared to try falling asleep again. As he shut his eyes though, one more thought broke through the fog of sleep before the boy drifted into unconsciousness again. And if I'm an alien, I must have come here in a spaceship. The following morning found Goku awake before the sun and practicing the various kata that Gohan had shown him. While still only a boy at the tender age of 11, the wild-haired youth showed an unprecedented level of natural skill in the fighting arts, proven by how quickly he picked up his master's teachings. Thinking about it now, Goku wondered if this too had anything to do with his alien nature, or had it just been the blood of his warrior father in him. Whatever the case, Goku took to his amazing abilities in stride, using his natural talent to push himself far beyond what any normal 11-year-old was capable of. The evidence of which lay in the rubble at the boy's feet. He'd obliterated a boulder 5 times his size with just his finger. Dusting off his hands, Goku decided that he'd practiced enough for the time being and that it was time for breakfast. Slipping back into his purple GI top, the tailed youth made his way into the surrounding woods to find something to eat. The task itself was simple enough: use his tail as a lure and catch one of the large fish in the lake, and then drag his catch home to cook it over a fire. Just like every other day, or so Goku thought. As his mind wandered to the possible location of his ship, the young boy didn't hear the roaring of an engine as a car came speeding down the dirt path. It wasn't until he heard someone shout at him to get out of the road that Goku turned his onyx black eyes upwards and in the direction of the scream. Just in time to be hit head-on by the bumper of a compact car. While normally such an incident would send someone flying off their feet, Goku wasn't any ordinary child, and so because of his unreal strength it was the mechanized monster that suffered. The whole front end was turned in on itself, and smoke billowed from under the crumpled hood. Inside, a blue-haired human sat dazed and disoriented from the crash. But that only lasted for a moment, and soon, the person behind the wheel shoved open their door and stumbled out in an enraged heap. "What the hell is your problem, kid? Didn't your parents ever teach you to watch where you're going?" The voice that shouted at Goku was unlike anything the boy had heard before. It was nothing like his or Gohan. It was higher in pitch, but still held a soft, flowing undertone to it. Secretly, Goku liked this person's voice, but something deep inside him bristled at the tone she'd taken with him, and the young boy found himself almost subconsciously scoffing back. Well, it'd be pretty hard for them to do that, considering they're dead. Oddly enough, this seemed to take much of the fight out of the stranger's eyes, which Goku noticed was an interesting shade of blue. Their eyebrows lifted from their scrunch position, and the stranger let out a small gasp. Oh, they said softly. "I didn't know. Sorry about that." Goku merely shook his head, strangely pleased but also disappointed that the stranger had given in already, before he told them that it was okay. "As far as I know, they've been dead since the day I was born. The only person I've ever known was the man who found me. His name was Gohan." Something in the boy's answer seemed to confuse the taller person, because they cocked their head to the side as they asked, "What do you mean he found you?" While at first he thought of revealing himself as an alien, Goku held off on that until he got a better read on the stranger before him. So, instead, he went with a simpler version of his past. "Gohan told me once that he found me in the woods one day while he was taking a walk. I was alone, and after never being able to track down anyone who knew me, he took me in and looked out for me." This seemed to lighten the stranger's mood if the new shine in their eyes and the softening of their face were any indication. With a slight smile, Goku's blue-haired acquaintance mentioned that was very nice and then asked if they could meet Gohan. "If you'd been here a couple weeks ago." "Yeah, but Gohan's dead now," was the young boy's nonchalant response. Then, tired of being the one doing all the answering, Goku decided to ask his own series of questions. "And besides, even if he were still alive, why would I introduce you to him when I don't even know your name?" At this the stranger's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink, something that confused Goku, but as they itched their nose the stranger answered, "You're right, sorry about that, my name is Bulma." Bulma. Goku tested out the name, letting it roll off his tongue. It was a strange name, that's for sure, but not unpleasant in any way. Then, realizing he was the one being rude now, the wild-haired boy went on to introduce himself next. "You have a nice name, Bulma. It's nice to meet you. My name is Goku." "Goku?" the newly introduced Bulma questioned. "Is that your given name, or did that Gohan guy give it to you?" The child martial artist answered that it was the name given to him by Gohan. "I don't know what my real name is, but I figure the one I have is better than having none at all, right?" "I guess so," Bulma answered with uncertainty, completely mystified by how a child so young could be so aloof about such a thing as being an orphan. But before Bulma could say anything else, Goku asked another question. One Bulma didn't think in a million years to hear. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, how come you look so different from me or Gohan? I mean, I have muscles and he had a scraggly voice. Why are you so slim and soft-spoken?" Bulma eyed the young boy like he'd grown a second head, unsure if Goku was being serious. But as Bulma looked into his eyes and saw that the kid was earnest in his questioning, the blue-haired newcomer decided to answer him. "It's because I'm a girl, Goku. I'm supposed to look and sound like this." "Really a girl?" Goku looked at Bulma in a new light. Gohan had indeed taught him about girls, but having never seen one didn't he have any actual way of knowing that Bulma was one until she told him herself. And, seeing the blue-haired human, Goku now had a better understanding of why Gohan was so obsessed with them. There was indeed something about Bulma that spoke to a deeper part of young Goku. Yep, Bulma answered cheekily while placing her fists on her hips. She wore a smug smirk on her lips as she went on to say, "And if I do say so myself, I'm a pretty beautiful specimen, a true work of art." Having confirmation of her status made Goku think of another question. "So, if you're a girl, does that mean you live in one of those big cities Gohan told me about?" "That's right, kid, but we can talk about that later. First I wanna check something out." Bulma put their conversation on hold so that she could pull a strange, round device from around her hip and click the button on top. Goku watched as her eyes widened in shock, as well as hope, before Bulma turned her attention back to him. Hey, Goku, Gohan wouldn't he have happened to have a Dragon Ball by chance, would he?" This confused Goku for a moment, but after asking what she meant and seeing Bulma pull 2 orange orbs from her bag, the wild-haired kid knew what she was looking for. Gohan did indeed have one of these Dragon Balls, but that didn't mean he was about to just hand it over. After all, if she's collecting them, and from that look in her eye, these things must be pretty valuable. Goku thought to himself, yeah, Gohan's got one with 4 stars on it, but what's so special about them that you want this one when you've already got 2 of your own?" Bulma once again was floored by the child's lack of knowledge. Didn't everyone know the legend of Shenron? Shaking her head to clear those thoughts away, the blue-eyed beauty told Goku the tale of the Eternal Dragon and his power to grant any one wish when all 7 Dragon Balls were collected. "And that's why I need Gohan's Dragon Ball, so I can make my wish." Bulma's voice took on a pleading, almost pouty tone. "But what if I have a wish, Bulma? If the dragon only grants one, is it really fair that you get yours but I don't get mine?" Goku questioned. And it was true, there was a part of Goku that wanted to wish his father back to life, if for nothing else than to learn more about where he was from. Bulma eyed Goku for a moment before smiling kindly at him, although the young boy could see it was slightly strained. She wasn't expecting him to resist her wishes. "Well, Goku, the Dragon Balls can be used once every year, so this time can be my turn and next time we'll let you make a wish, okay?" Goku thought about this for a moment before finally deciding that was fair, especially considering Bulma had been the one to introduce him to the legend in the first place. And she'd already gone out of her way to collect 2 of the 7 anyways. Nodding in acceptance, Goku threw in one condition before fully agreeing. "I want you to help me find something before I give you the ball though." The serious look on Goku's face threw Bulma for a loop. Who the heck was this kid? Nevertheless, the blue-haired genius smiled in thanks before saying, "Sure thing, kid, what are you looking for?" "My spaceship." It was a gamble, but with everything he'd just heard about a mystical dragon and granting wishes, Goku doubted he'd have trouble convincing Bulma he was from space. In fact, as his tail slipped from around his waist to scratch an itch on his face, he noticed that the blue-haired girl was just now realizing that her car had been beaten by a kid. Blue eyes widened comically as Bulma looked between her trashed automobile and the furry, brown appendage finding its way back around the kid's waist. "Why, you're from outer space?" Goku raised a single eyebrow at her reaction. He had a feeling it would go something like this. "Yes, I am, but from what part one I'm unsure. As I've told you, Gohan found me when I was a baby. The only thing I left out was that he'd only done so because he was around when my ship crash-landed here in these mountains." Bulma continued to stare as the spiky-haired kid expanded on the story he'd just told her a minute ago. The heiress almost couldn't believe her own ears, and yet, her genius mind rationalized that there really was no other explanation for Goku's tale, or his ability to beat a speeding car head-on. And besides, she thought with a sigh, who am I to judge or call him a liar after all? My father is poker buddies with an anthropomorphic dog who people crowned king of Earth. Another minute went by, and just as Goku was about to ask Bulma if she was all right, the older teen blinked back into focus and turned her eyes on the alien boy. Well, this definitely wasn't how I expected my day to go, but then I suppose I shouldn't really be too surprised by the existence of aliens. After all, there's still so much of outer space we haven't looked at. Now that was more like it, Goku thought as he lowered his eyebrow. Then, folding his muscled arms across his chest, the wild-haired young martial artist asked Bulma if she was willing to trade her help for the Dragon Ball he had. Seeing nothing really wrong with the trade, and eager to make a possible new discovery about the universe, Bulma readily agreed to lend Goku a hand. However, after capsuling her ruined vehicle and returning her attention to the smaller boy, Bulma asked why he hadn't just asked Gohan to show him when he was alive. I hadn't cared much about my history until recently, and I guess Gohan didn't think I should since he never mentioned it was Goku's response. His voice was a little dazed though as his focus was on the small box of capsules Bulma still held in her hand. The blue-haired beauty raised a curious brow as she listened to Goku's answer. Curious, at least, until she saw what had caught his attention. Smirking playfully she boasted, "What's the matter, kid? Never seen a Dino capsule before?" Goku shook his head of wild hair and told her no. Gohan and I didn't use cars or any other real technology. We cooked over open fires and bathed using the rivers around us. But he did tell me about them and how useful they could be in storing all sorts of different things. Then, thinking of something else Gohan had mentioned about the legendary capsules, Goku asked how she could afford so many as Gohan said they were expensive. At this Bulma felt her face heat up a little. Were her family's capsules really that expensive? Well, yeah, I suppose some of the newer models can be a bit pricey, but it's not like Dino capsules aren't accessible to everyone. You just have to know what you can afford. Not having any real experience with money or the business side of supply and demand, Goku let the matter rest at Bulma's muttered words. Then, looking to the sky, he concluded that, while there were still hours of daylight left, it would be a good idea to get started looking for his ship. Turning his eyes back to Bulma, Goku relayed his thoughts to her and, after the blue-eyed girl voiced her agreement, they were on their way into the tree line. Goku's fish being forgotten in the search. Goku and his newly met search partner Bulma trekked through the surrounding forest area for, what Bulma realized after looking at her watch, 2 hours. And while the high mountain air kept the woods from being a muggy mosquito fest, the blazing summer sun was still coming down on the pair at full strength. After taking another drink from her canteen, the blue-haired girl groaned in discomfort before asking if the young monkey boy even knew where they were going. "We've been out here forever, Goku. This much unprotected exposure to the sun isn't exactly good for my sensitive skin. Why no?" The youth in question didn't bother to look back at the girl behind him, choosing instead to focus on the shrubbery that needed to be pushed aside, as he answered her. "It shouldn't take too much longer for us to find it, Bulma. I doubt Gohan walked too far from his home during his trips, so my ship has to be close by." Then, almost as an afterthought, the tailed alien did turn one eye on Bulma as he muttered, "And don't call me monkey boy." Bulma managed a swift nod of understanding before Goku turned his eye away, but once she was sure the boy couldn't see it, the blue net impishly bit her bottom lip as she watched his back. "I think I'll have some fun with that little piece of information," she thought, realizing the name got under Goku's skin. However, before the young girl could think up another way to slip the name into conversation, she was signaled to halt. Looking from her companion's outstretched hand to his face, Bulma quickly noticed the look of annoyance that was creased into the boy's features. Curious about what could be the problem, she asked, "What's the matter, Goku? Why are we stopping?" "I found my ship," he managed through fiercely ground teeth. On her end, hearing this made Bulma excited. Not only was she about to be the first person to introduce alien technology to the world, but it also meant she would soon be in possession of her third Dragon Ball. There's just one problem though, she thought. Whatever was on the other side of those trees, Goku wasn't happy with it. Taking a careful step forward, so as not to set him off, Bulma whispered to the GI-clad alien why they weren't getting closer. "Look for yourself," was his curt reply. Puzzled as to what could have the younger boy so on edge, Bulma took his advice and, moving even closer, peeked out from behind the last bit of tree line that separated the pair from the next clearing. It didn't take her long to find the problem. Once Bulma's blue eyes were able to see past the trees, it took only seconds for them to lock onto a giant, scaly foot with claws. Swiftly peering upwards, the blue net's view was filled with the image of a fully grown T-Rex. Barely managing to keep herself from squealing in terror, Bulma hauled herself back behind the safety of the trees and stumbled backwards until managing to trip and fall on her butt. "I guess that could be a problem," the girl babbled in a breathless tone. Turning her shaky vision to the boy in front of her, Bulma mumbled that they would have to wait until the lizard left before checking on Goku's ship, only to be stunned into silence by his response. "No, I'm sure I can bring it down. The problem is the fool is standing 5 feet from my pod. If I try to fight it, there's a chance it could take a wrong step and crush it. No, I'll have to draw it away first. The problem is I don't know how." By the end of his explanation, Goku was looking left and right in an effort to find something he could use so as to snag the overgrown lizard's attention. But with no other animal in sight, and none that I can smell nearby, that only leaves onyx black eyes met with ocean blue. Bulma, this is going to sound crazy, but the older girl didn't even give Goku a chance to finish. Don't even think about it, kid. There's no way you are using me as live bait, we're just going to have to wait. Hey! Goku, what are you doing? In the middle of her refusal, Goku used his superior speed to rush over and, taking care not to grip too tight, wrapped his hand around Bulma's slim wrist before pulling the girl to her feet and pushing her out into the clearing. Just get its attention, he said in a rushed explanation, move him away from my ship and then I'll come out and kill it. Trust me. Not fully realizing what happened, Bulma turned back after stumbling into the clearing and shouted, trust you? I just met you, monkey boy, and after pulling a stunt like this, you think I'm gonna trust you? Bulma was about to give the wild-haired boy behind the trees another piece of her mind when the earth shaking beneath her sneakers drew her attention to the real problem on her hands. Looking up, the blue-haired beauty stared into the crimson eyes of the Lizard King, blinking once, then twice, before screaming and dashing to her left in fear. The loud noise, sudden movement, and thought of an afternoon snack were the perfect combination in getting the dinosaur's attention. In seconds, the small mountain of a reptile had all its focus on the moving meat stick that was zeroed in on its sights, never noticing as it moved in for the chase that a second figure had exited from the trees that were now at its back. For Bulma, this was a nightmare. Her legs, while aesthetically pleasing, were not the legs of a runner. Her body moved slowly despite her best efforts to escape, and within seconds of being pushed, the girl's lungs and muscles ached painfully with exhaustion. Fearing her life was over, as it was only a matter of time before the monster caught up with her, Bulma almost forgot that there was still hope. Goku! Managing to suck in a great mouthful of air, the brunette let it all out in a crazed scream for help. Goku, where are you? Hurry up and save me! Those seemed to have been the magic words, because almost immediately after the ground shook as if hit by an earthquake. The force of the tremors were so strong, Bulma found herself off balance and once again falling to the forest floor, this time on her hands and knees. Still fearing for her life, however, Bulma whipped her head around and stared wide-eyed in the direction she believed her doom to come from, only to have them nearly pop out of their sockets and her jaw hit the floor. No way, the frightened girl thought to herself in disbelief. Still gasping for air, Bulma looked on at the picture in front of her. That's just, it's impossible. The thing that had the genius so baffled was that, no more than 5 yards from where she sat lay the unmoving, dead body of the very same T-Rex that had been chasing her only seconds before. However, this wasn't what had the girl so baffled. No, it was the fact that Goku, a boy who couldn't have been older than 13 by Bulma's calculations, was standing atop the giant lizard's head with his fist buried elbow deep in its skull. Goku, she thought in amazement. Who are you? Bulma's question was put on hold though, because, once he was sure the dinosaur was down and out, Goku pulled his bloody hand free and, leaping from his perch, began to make his way over to the crater he'd seen earlier. Remembering the whole reason for the chase, Bulma managed to haul herself up on her feet again before making her way towards Goku on shaky legs. They feel like jello, she thought in dismay, and yet in spite of this the girl was able to hobble over, moving swiftly past the dinosaur, towards the edge of the same crater she'd seen her savior move to. Once there, Bulma let herself settle down along the lip of the impact site so as to rest her burning muscles. From this point of view, the girl could easily see the little white pod that Goku now stood in front of. The transport was clearly alien, and appeared to have been built to carry one person, which begged the question, why had Goku been sent to Earth alone? It was a loud hissing noise that pulled Bulma from her thoughts this time, and when the world came back into focus she found that the sound had been Goku's pod opening. Maybe it only opens for him like a thumb lock for a safe? Whatever it was, the spacecraft had indeed opened, and even from her higher vantage point Bulma could see the high-tech inside of the ship. She could also see the comfortable-looking seat inside where the pilot would sit. Bulma's blue eyes could even make out the various, flashing instruments that must have been the controls. All in all, while the pod itself was banged up, Bulma could tell that the craft was far beyond anything the people of her own planet were capable of. However, just as she was about to call out to the owner of the pod, Bulma heard a voice. It was female, but mechanical, like the one someone heard on a voicemail over the phone. The first time it spoke, the brunette had been so caught off guard she'd missed what was said, but it soon became clear the voice had been set on a loop when the teenage genius heard the voice again. The second time she'd only caught the last words, life forms, and assumed it was telling Goku to study them. It was the third time when Bulma finally, clearly heard the message that the girl felt her blood run cold and her heart stop. Bulma listened as this same order repeated itself for the 5th time, her genius mind unable to accept what her ears were hearing. Goku, or rather Kakarot, had been sent to Earth with the mission of wiping out all of humanity. No, Bulma's mind hastily denied, there's just no way that was true. Goku, the boy standing no more than a few yards away from her, couldn't he be this Kakarot, could he? The scary thing was, Bulma had no other plausible explanation for who else the space pod in front of her could belong to. Because, if it wasn't Goku's, why hadn't the owner proceeded along with their mission? Why hadn't the life forms of Earth been spared? These rationalizations did little to help calm the Blue Net's racing heart, because they meant that Goku was indeed this Kakarot. Goku was sent to destroy them. Bulma's subconscious noticed how she was beginning to hyperventilate. Her lungs were on fire, and her body shook with the desire to run. And she would have had her genius mind not managed to reboot itself in time, even if Goku was this Kakarot person, that didn't mean he was going to go along with his mission. A mission that apparently wasn't too important if no one had come to Earth and checked on him. Goku seemed logical enough, even advanced for a boy his age, so surely he would see reason and choose not to destroy the human race. And yet, that last thought forged a new road of curiosity. How exactly was a child supposed to destroy Earth's entire population by himself? I mean, yeah, the kid managed to take down that dinosaur with just one punch, and he took the full brunt of my capsule car like it was nothing. But what if he was shot with something like a missile or nuclear bomb? Wouldn't that stop him? Choosing not to dwell on it, Bulma instead began a slow, careful descent into the large crater. It took a few minutes, but once her feet were stable again, the blue-haired genius shuffled over to her monkey-tailed companion. Hey, Goku? I'm thinking this may not be your pod. I mean, you wouldn't really destroy us, would you? Bulma nibbled her bottom lip as she waited for Goku to answer, but when a minute passed with no response, she started to get worried. Reaching out her gloved hand, the heiress tapped a single finger on the younger boy's shoulder, only to shriek in surprise when Goku's body jerked violently. The wild-haired boy's strong young body spun on the ball of one foot, before lashing out with a back fist and dropping into a defensive stance. Goku's mind was foggy, entranced by the voice he heard coming from the space pod, but hearing Bulma's cry of fear as he struck pierced that veil. Onyx's eyes lost their unfocused glaze, and returned to focus when Goku blinked rapidly at the sight before him. Bulma was curled into the fetal position, both hands brought in to clutch her chest. There were tears pooled at her tightly shut eyes, and whimpers of fear bubbled copiously from between her lips. Those noises echoed through Goku's ears and shattered whatever strange hold that strange voice had held over him. And just as quickly as he moved before, the young martial artist found himself rushing to kneel down beside his guest. Bulma, are you all right? Did I hit you? Ocean blue eyes fluttered open, and the girl in question peered up through sparkling lashes to look at the younger boy who spoken. With a flinch of her trembling shoulders, the beautiful young city girl managed to shake her head no. Relieved that he had not harmed a non-combatant, Goku's next course of action was to give a deep bow of apology. Bulma managed to stop her shaking after a minute, and after wiping her eyes clear of any held tears, noticed that Goku was still bowing to her. Shocked that he was waiting for her, the blue-haired young teen softly forgave him. I shouldn't have surprised you like that. It's my own fault. But if you really want my forgiveness, you'll have to promise not to and not to destroy us. Hearing Bulma forgive him lifted a large weight from Goku's shoulders, but as he was moving to stand again, the monkey-tailed youth was shocked at her last words. And that's when his ears twitched from the replaying of the recording still playing in the background. He was Kakarot, and he was meant to destroy the human race. But why? The confused young fighter wondered. What point would there be in getting rid of all these people? They haven't wronged me. And besides, if I had carried out that order, I'd have never met Gohan or learned about the Dragon Balls. Through the teachings of Gohan, Goku had developed the belief that the only people who would face his strength would be those who done wrong or stood in his way. So while his name may really be Kakarot, he would not be that Kakarot. He would not participate in mindless slaughter, he would not carry out that order. Don't worry, Bulma, Goku assured her. I have no plans to use my strength against anyone who can't fight for themselves, that includes you. Bulma looked into the monkey-tailed boy's eyes as he spoke, and could see the sincerity of his words. And while Goku's pledge didn't necessarily mean he wouldn't react violently to anyone who got in his way, it was good enough for now. So, the blue-haired genius lifted a hand and allowed Goku to help her up. So, what's next? Bulma's question trailed off, as she was unaware of whether to call the boy Goku or Kakarot. This was something Goku caught quickly, but made no effort to address. Because, honestly, he didn't know how. While Gohan had given him the name Goku, the monkey-tailed boy felt a certain pull to the mystery that was Kakarot. So, instead, he answered Bulma's spoken question. I guess we'll return to Gohan's home and collect his Dragon Ball. Bulma blinked owlishly for a moment, a little amazed he was able to brush what had happened off so quickly. Letting out an embarrassed laugh though, the blue-haired genius reached into her fanny pack and pulled out one of her Dragon Balls again. Just to make sure, you're positive this is what you have back home? Just like the first time, when Goku's eyes locked onto what he was led to conclude to be a Dragon Ball, he honestly had to admit not being very impressed. It looks like an orange, and indeed it did. The mythical treasure was not only the size of the citrus fruit, but also shared its brilliant color. The only true ways to distinguish it were if one were close enough, and able to see the glare given off by the sun and the large burnt orange star centered on one side. And yet, despite its lackluster appearance, Goku found there was a whisper in the back of his mind. One that hissed at him to take the ball. To find the rest, and to fulfill his deepest desire. That whisper grew louder, more seductive the longer Goku stared. However, the boy scrunched his brow tightly, and shut it out so as to instead tell Bulma that he'd indeed been telling the truth. Like I told you, Gohan had one with 4 stars on it. He told me it would be mine when he passed. I've left it cradled in its altar ever since though, because I never thought it was that important. This news got a gasp of delight from Bulma, and she stepped closer to the wild-haired boy in excitement. Can you show me, please? If you're telling the truth, that means we can get on our way collecting the rest. Bulma's inclusion of him put an amused look on Goku's face. Because while he'd already decided he would offer to join Bulma on her quest, the young martial artist found it funny that the girl thought he wouldn't catch her blatant attempt at securing him as a bodyguard. The look seemed to stay on Goku's face though because Bulma caught it and immediately backpedaled. I mean, if you want to go that it. I just thought, why no, that it'd be good for you getting out and seeing the world and all. Don't you think Gohan W would want that for you? The dead don't want anything, Bulma, it's one of the benefits of being gone. But don't worry, I'll tag along on your little adventure if only to test my strength against the rest of your world. With that said, Goku crossed his arms and began to make his way out of the crater. It was with his back to her that the young boy didn't catch the look Bulma shot him at hearing the last of his agreement. He called it MY World. Does that mean he no longer considers Earth his? What if he never did? This worried Bulma. Because despite Goku Kakarot's words, that didn't mean the boy may not wind up changing his mind later. However, before the teenage heiress could ponder these thoughts any further, the object of her worries called down to her from the lip of the crater. Hey Bulma, you were so excited a minute ago. What happened? You've got me interested, so let's not stop now. Hearing this gave Bulma an idea. If she could keep the wild-haired alien interested in Earth, then he'd have no reason to destroy it. The first step then, is this Dragon Ball hunt. With her plan half-baked, but set, Bulma called out that she was coming and made her own way out of the crater. All thoughts of advancing space travel forgotten, and hopeful that she would never see that space pod again. Upon returning to Goku's small home, Bulma was left wide-eyed in glee to find that he did in fact have the 4-star ball. Squeaking in glee, the blue-haired beauty shuffled quickly into the room and took the orange-sized orb into her gloved hands. An orb that was just as swiftly snatched away. Unprepared for the eye-popping showcase of speed, Bulma's brain had to reboot itself before she could manage to stutter out a mumble of disbelief. What are you? We've got one more thing to discuss, before I hand this over. You have to tell me how you found the Dragon Balls. How I found them? You mean I didn't already tell you? Bulma mentally berated herself for forgetting such an important piece of information, before once again reaching into her fanny pack. This time though, what she pulled out wasn't a Dragon Ball, instead it was a large device. It was white, with a glass screen and a large button resting on the top. Bulma moved so that she was holding the clunky machine directly in her new partner's field of vision, and went on to explain what it was. I used this, it's called a dragon radar. I invented it myself after my father brought me home my first Dragon Ball for my birthday. I looked up what the ball was because mine had 2 stars, and I was curious to know if it had been part of a set. When I found the legend, I realized that they must give off some sort of magical energy, and since all energy can be tracked, I decided to come up with the radar to find the rest and make my wish. Goku listened with honest attention, and by the end of Bulma's explanation he had to admit silently that the blue-haired beauty was, truly, a genius. Although it does seem strange she would be so interested in acquiring a matching set, as she put it. Bulma doesn't seem the type to care for such a trivial thing, as it does nothing to benefit her personally. I wonder, could it have anything to do with that voice I heard earlier? Choosing to keep his questions to himself, Goku asked instead how it worked. It's pretty simple really, Bulma expanded her explanation. There's a microchip in here that's been encoded with the energy signature of the Dragon Balls, so all I have to do is click this button at the top here and the radar will search anywhere from a few miles to across the world for any similar energies. But how do you manage to stretch it over the whole of your planet? What sort of technology do you have that allows for such a wide search? Goku's mind was completely tuned into hearing the answer, as the boy himself simply found such a thing too outlandish to believe. Just what kinds of amazing things had the people of Earth come up with while he was sheltered away in the woods? Bulma's answer further cemented Goku's belief that she was an individual who superseded the rest of her species in terms of importance. My family owns most of the satellites that orbit the planet, so all I had to do was have them send up a patch for one that included the same form of transmitter my radar uses and install it. The ease with which Bulma spoke of such things astounded Goku. Just how much influence did the girl and her family have? And what was a satellite? Deciding that those questions could wait for later, Goku handed back the radar that he had taken to inspect as well as holding out his Dragon Ball. Here, a deal is a deal. And if you're up to it, we can get started right away finding the remaining 4. With the return to the subject of finding the Dragon Balls, and subsequently her obtaining her wish, Bulma's face broke out into a delighted smile. Pocketing the newly acquired Dragon Ball into her pack with the others, the girl asked if there was anything Goku would need to bring with him. Just my power pole, the monkey-tailed youth responded. It was a gift from Gohan, and I'd rather not leave it here. As he spoke, Goku walked over to a chest in the corner of the altar and, after shuffling around in it for a minute, he retrieved what he was looking for. Bulma saw that it was a short, thick stick. It was red in color and held in a bright orange sheath. Goku slung the thing around his shoulder with the help of a train of rope before moving back over to Bulma. That's all I've really got besides a few changes of clothes. Gohan didn't much believe in material possessions. Said they distracted from training. Bulma could think of nothing to say, as she never met Gohan nor taken up martial arts, so instead she simply told Goku that they could bring his extra clothes along if he could find a way to pack them. It was after this, and the addition of a makeshift backpack for the alien boy's clothes, that the duo finally exited the altar and got ready to start their journey together. Since you trashed my car, we'll need something new to travel in, Bulma informed Goku. As she spoke, the blue-haired genius rooted around in her seemingly bottomless fanny pack for a small case. Opening the white, plastic container, Goku watched her pluck a single capsule from within, and toss it forward after clicking its top. In an explosion of smoke that had Goku's onyx eyes widening in amazement, a motorcycle appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Granted, Goku didn't know what it was he was looking at, it did nothing to further his amazement with the obvious brilliance Bulma and her family must have to come up with such a device as those capsules. Looking on dumbly, the monkey-tailed martial artist had to shake the cobwebs from his brain when Bulma called to him. This time she was already seated on the bike. "Are you just gonna stand there all day?" she asked cheekily. "I thought you wanted to get a move on." Hearing her use similar taunts to what he said earlier made Goku chuckle. Yes, Bulma was indeed an interesting individual. Crystal blue eyes fluttered open as Bulma's ears were filled with the sound of rustling sheets, mixed with huffs of exertion, and finally a loud thump. They came from outside her room, which could only mean one thing: Goku! The pair had stopped their journey at Bulma's own words, as it had been starting to get dark, and settled into the capsule house she'd brought along with her. After long minutes of giggling in amusement at the wonderstruck alien boy she chose for company, Bulma made them both dinner before taking a bath and going to bed. Goku himself had to be taught how the shower worked, of course, as he'd been in need of a bath himself, but other than that things went smoothly. He had then been given sheets and directed towards the couch, where Bulma assumed he would sleep soundly enough for the night. Apparently I was wrong, she thought before climbing out of bed. The girl had chosen an overly large pink t-shirt and white cotton underwear to sleep in, which she now coupled with fuzzy pink slippers as she shuffled into the living room. Upon arriving though, Bulma was shocked by what she found. The couch was in shreds. Claw marks gouged into the once velvety soft upholstery, and sweat stains blotted the cushions. Goku was rolling around on the carpeted floor, the sheets Bulma had given him now nothing but ribbons as he floundered around like a fish out of water. Upon closer inspection though, Bulma's keen mind quickly noticed that her guest looked as if he were in a fight. His fists were balled tight, and his brow was scrunched in a heavily concentrated manner. Not to mention the way Goku threw his limbs out like punches and kicks, one of which caught the leg of Bulma's coffee table and snapped it like a twig. Finally letting her worry for the young alien's mental health take over, Bulma crept closer to Goku and began to voice her desire for him to awaken. Goku! Hey Goku! Come on kid, wake up, it's just a nightmare. When that didn't work she tried again, only louder. But Goku seemed to still not hear her. With her worry rising, Bulma fully moved beyond the couch and was about to attempt shaking the monkey-tailed martial artist awake. Until that very same tail made itself known, and showed that it was indeed very real. Ah! Bulma screeched as her ankle was slapped with what she equated to a big stick, and she in turn crumpled to the floor. It was as she was cradling her newly bruised ankle that Bulma's mind connected the tale to a memory, and flashed back to earlier that afternoon, back to the space pod. Kakarot! Wake up Kakarot! The name was like a switch, and as the last syllable left Bulma's lips it flipped. Shown by the way Goku's eyes snapped open. The young alien's onyx eyes narrowed to slits, and he himself spun swiftly on his hands in a vicious helicopter kick. Bulma counted herself lucky that she had tumbled backwards during her fall to the floor, as the furious power she saw behind the move would have definitely suffered from broken bones. Crystal blue eyes watched as Goku finished his attack, and then continued to look on while he settled into a very feral-looking pose. The alien boy's arms were tense, his biceps bulging under his skin, while the wild-haired martial artist's fingers were flexed into claws. Goku's entire body looked tense, his legs coiled and ready to spring. Being sure to keep her voice low, Bulma gently reached her hand out and whispered for Goku to relax. Gee Kakarot? Hey, it's okay, there's no one here. Why you can relax. Bulma saw that her words had reached him, as the monkey-tailed youth's ears twitched upon hearing his original name. The blue-haired genius searching eyes also noticed the way Goku's body just seemed to ease itself up almost immediately. His strained muscles loosened up, and the sharp look in his eyes rounded out, and finally, Goku's breathing had settled from its erratic rush to a heavy heaving. Sweat still poured over his mostly naked body, but the air conditioning on full blast was quick to cool him off. When it looked as if he'd calmed down enough, Bulma tried talking with Goku again. Gee Goku? Hey, are you okay? The newly awakened alien child twitched when he heard his Earth name, but turned his eyes on the girl in front of him nonetheless. And then proceeded to stare at her for a number of minutes. The staring itself wasn't so bad, Bulma would later admit to herself, as boys often stared at her. No, what bothered her was the look in Goku's eyes. They were feral, almost beast-like, but held an intelligence the likes of which did not belong to a boy his age. But there was something else as well, something hidden behind all of that. It was like Goku was seeing her for the first time, and assessing whether or not to lash out at her. Goku was seeing her, but at the same time seemed to be looking at someone else. Whatever he was having a nightmare about really shook him up, Bulma concluded. She was about to ask her question again when her traveling companion seemed to snap back to himself, and with a shake of his head Goku mumbled out a response. I'm fine, sorry about your couch, that can be replaced. Bulma waved it off. I'm more worried about what kind of nightmare caused you to react that way. What did you see? That seemed to be both the right and the wrong question, as the monkey-tailed boy's eyes briefly lost focus again. It only lasted a few seconds this time, but when Goku blinked hard to reboot himself he answered that it had been nothing. Just a replay of Gohan's death. He was mauled by a pretty dangerous animal. Bulma could see right away that this wasn't the truth, but given the fact Goku felt the need to lie about it, the young heiress chose not to pry. Instead, she looked up at the clock on the VCR and voiced that she was going to make them both some hot chocolate. It was 6:00 a.m. For Bulma. The silence they shared over their mugs was an uncomfortable one. She wanted so bad to ask Goku again about his dreams, but feared making him angry as that may lead him to take his Dragon Ball back. Not to mention it'd be rude, the little voice that was Bulma's conscience berated her. However, she was saved from any attempts at awkward small talk when Goku's voice reached across the table to her. "You called me Kakarot." The sudden break of silence startled Bulma and caused her to jump a bit in her seat. But once she managed to get her heartbeat under control, the blue-haired beauty stuttered out a response. What? Before, when you woke me up, you called me Kakarot." Goku himself had made short work of the contents of his cup, finding that he had a taste for the chocolatey beverage. But with it gone, the young martial artist found that he had only the bottom of his mug to stare into as he spoke. "When I was having my nightmare, I heard you. Why did you use that name?" Bulma simply stared across the table at the younger boy, his churning thoughts clear as the incoming dawn on his face. She could see that this was a big deal to him, and that's why she chose to tell him the truth. "Because you wouldn't respond to me when I called you Goku. But when I called you that other name, you woke up immediately." Goku listened and attempted to process what he'd heard, but the ache he was feeling in his temples wouldn't let him. Peering up from his empty cup, the alien martial artist saw that the sky had begun to brighten with the new day. Seeing this, Goku pushed his chair back and silently hopped down to begin making his way towards the door. "Goku," Bulma started to say, "I'm going out to do my morning workout. I'll come back in later." With that said, and the door closing, Goku was gone. Now left alone with her thoughts, Bulma allowed herself to worry about the future. More specifically, Goku's future. It was hours later that found young Goku finishing up the last of his exercises. The wild-haired alien had discarded his GI top and allowed the sun to beat down on his bare torso. Sweat poured from his body after finishing the last sequence of his final kata, and his muscles ached from the beginnings of exhaustion. But it had been worth it. Throughout his routine, Goku had flashed back to the nightmare he'd had. The one about the man he assumed was his father, fighting off a horde of enemies bloody and alone. It was the scene right before his death, right before he'd been awakened by Bulma. Only this time I heard another voice, his voice. Goku thought with a furrowed brow. It had been intermingled with Bulma's own as she called to him, but the monkey-tailed boy was sure of what he'd heard. And it only made his inner turmoil churn that much harder. Could he be Kakarot, but still be Goku? Or would he lose himself to the feral warrior that had shown itself last night? However, before the prepubescent young boy could ponder this line of thought anymore, his attention was drawn to what looked to be a moving boulder. Or at least, that's what it looked like before closer inspection revealed it to be a large turtle. But what was a turtle doing so far inland? "Excuse me, Mr. Turtle, but would you happen to be lost?" The turtle gave a startled yelp at being addressed, but after whipping its head around a few times and seeing Goku, the sea creature, calmed down. Yes, actually, I've been trying to find my way back to the ocean for over a year." Hearing this caused Goku to raise his brow in intrigue. "A whole year? That was a long time. You must be thirsty then. Would you like some water?" "Only if it wouldn't be too much trouble," the turtle accepted, "and if it isn't too much trouble, could you point me in the right direction after?" As Goku was lifting the turtle onto his back, the young boy was about to tell him yes, and then he remembered his search. "Actually, I'll do you one better and take you there myself. If there's no Dragon Ball, I suppose I'll at least get my first real look at the ocean," Goku decided as he carried the turtle back into the capsule house. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that Bulma had showered and changed since his exit. Bulma was dressed in denim, hip-hugging shorts with a form-fitting white t-shirt. Her hair had been undone from its side ponytail and instead worn in a lazy bun. The remaining drops of water from her shower gave Bulma's hair a certain shine to it, while her skin gleamed from the lotion she was currently rubbing into her forearms. It was from the corner of her eye that Bulma noticed the return of her travel partner. The shower she had taken helped ease the girl's worries, but seeing Goku again honestly brought the head of those feelings peeking back from under the dirt. At least, it did before she noticed the monkey-tailed youth's new friend. "Hey Goku, why do you have a turtle strapped to your back?" "I didn't strap him, see, I carried him inside because I figured he was thirsty." It was as Goku was moving into the kitchen area to accomplish this task that he voiced his next idea. "And then I told him I'd carry him to the ocean, since he's lost. I figured if there's a Dragon Ball that way we'd kill two birds with one stone." When she first heard what Goku had planned, Bulma was a little miffed, as she felt there was no time for such heroics, but once he mentioned the Dragon Balls, the blue-haired genius couldn't help agreeing heartily. Especially when, upon checking the radar, Bulma noticed there was indeed a Dragon Ball out that way, and then she remembered how Goku planned on getting the turtle there. Wait, did you say you were gonna carry the turtle to the ocean? Yes, why? Goku asked curiously. Bulma's response was to drop her jaw. Maybe because the ocean is a good 100 miles from here and that turtle has to weigh at least 100 pounds. That just means it'll make good training for me, Bulma. Now, since you already look ready to go, I think we should get moving. What about you? Aren't you going to shower and change? Goku looked down at himself and saw that he was now covered in dry sweat and that he had yet to replace his GI top. Shrugging it off though, he said, "What's the point? I'll just get sweaty carrying him there anyway, and my GI won't feel very comfortable while I carry Mr. Turtle." Mr. Turtle? Bulma asked with an amused expression covering her face. With the two now outside, Goku had replaced the turtle on his back and looked ready to run. But hearing the playfully mocking tone in Bulma's voice had him answering back, "I'd prefer to not just call him hey you, or the turtle." The blue-haired genius response was to stick her tongue out before she pressed a button on the side of their house to recapsulate. Once it was back inside her plastic case, she chose a new one and tossed it a few feet in front of her. This time when the smoke cleared, it was a dirt bike. Swinging her leg over the motorized bike, Bulma soon had the engine revved and ready to go. Turning to Goku, she said, "All right, monkey boy, let us see how long you can keep up." With that, Bulma kicked the stand and hit the gas. Goku let a challenging smirk fill his face as he let his leg spring off and rushed to follow after her. Goku noticed quickly that Bulma wasn't using her bike's full speed, but that only made him want to run faster. It was a constant inches race for the next 2 hours before they were stopped short. A large, armor-clad bear had stepped into their path. He was as big as the boulder he'd hidden behind, and covered in a burnt orange fur with an eye patch over one eye. In his hand was a vicious-looking machete. "All right, you puny bags of flesh, hand over the turtle and no one gets hurt." Bulma felt her heart drop into her stomach for a moment at the sight of the monstrous talking animal, but then memories of yesterday came to mind and she managed to calm down. If Goku could handle that dinosaur, he could handle this guy too. Goku obviously thought so too, because almost immediately after the bear's demand, he let the turtle down and told him to move away. "Sorry buddy, but that's not gonna happen. At least, not without you taking him from me." The bear obviously thought his size was enough to win him the day, as it normally scared others into doing what he wanted, so he only chuckled throatily at Goku's challenge. "Oh, monkey boy, you have no idea how big a mistake you just made. I was willing to let you and the little missus there go, but now, I'll eat you both first and save the turtle for dessert." The bear's proclamation was punctuated with a heavy swing of his machete. Despite her confidence in Goku, Bulma couldn't help her stomach jumping into her throat at the shocking speed at which the bear moved, only to sigh in relief when she watched her adventure partner dodge it effortlessly. And it didn't stop there. Goku went on to humiliate his enemy by showing no signs of struggle as he ducked and swayed away from each and every swing that came his way. He even seemed to disappear when the bear let out a roar and smash his blade hard into the ground. The dust that had flown up from the blunt attack dissipated, and Bulma's crystal blue eyes immediately found Goku's shirtless form perched lazily atop the same boulder his opponent had been hiding behind. "Why no, I expected you to be weak, but even this is just sad." The bear heard Goku behind him, and startled a bit since he'd lost track of the small boy after lashing out in anger. Spinning on his heel, the blade-wielding bandit growled low in his throat at seeing Goku with an arrogant smirk on his face. "So you think you're pretty fast, eh? Well then, let us see how well you move when it's not you I'm aiming for." Goku's onyx eyes hardened into a fierce glare, and his brow knitted strongly as he watched his opponent take the coward's way out. The large armor-clad bear wheeled around, and hurled his machete with all his strength in Bulma's direction. Bulma didn't even have time to blink, and barely enough time to shriek in fear, before she watched Goku seemingly teleport in front of her to catch the blade with his bare hands, only to drop it and catch the bear's enormous fist with his smaller one when the bandit attempted to blindside him. "I was willing to just knock your lights out before because I didn't like your attitude, but now, I see there's only one thing to be done about a coward like you." It was over before either Bulma or the bear really knew what happened. Goku showcased an amazing feat of speed and hopped up into the air, coming down with a knife hand strike to the bear's neck. But it didn't stop there. With his opponent now in shock, Goku whipped his leg out and used a full force kick to crush the large mammal's windpipe. The bear stumbled back from the force of the blow, and reached up with his massive hands in a feeble attempt to undo what Goku had done. Short, desperate gasps escaped the once cocky bandit's lips before finally he collapsed in a lifeless heap. Bulma watched this and couldn't help the pang of pity she felt for the now dead thief. Yes, he had threatened them, but did Goku really need to go so far? Now that he's out of the way, let us finish up. Goku brushed off his kill as he hefted Mr. Turtle onto his back again. Looking over at Bulma, he questioned how much farther they had to go. About 10 more miles by the looks of the radar. Then let us hurry, I'm sure Mr. Turtle is eager to get home. With that said, Goku took off again with tremendous speed. Bulma watched him for a moment before sighing, and revving her bike again to follow. She'd ask him later. Later came when the trio made it to the sea, and Mr. Turtle asked them to wait for him to return. He had a present he wished to bring back for Goku. It was during the time he was gone that Bulma approached the wading martial artist and brought up the subject of his killing. Goku, can I ask you something? The monkey-tailed alien boy opened his eyes from their relaxed position and looked over at the older girl who'd spoken to him. You just did, but I suppose you can ask me something else. Ignoring Goku's cheek, Bulma voiced her concern about his nonchalance with killing. Why did you have to kill that bandit back there? I mean, I'm not trying to sound ungrateful for you saving me, I just think there was a better way. I didn't kill him for you, if that's what you're thinking. I did it because he revealed himself to be a coward, something I'd already expected since his first move was to try and intimidate me with his size. That alone showed he didn't have any faith in his ability to beat me. Why you killed him because he was a coward? Bulma found that a hard pill to swallow. Yes. A true warrior would not have tried to use you against me, and then try for a blind side after I saved you. He had no honor, no warrior pride, and for that he deserved death. But I don't see what your problem with it is. It was either you die, and then I kill him for murder, or save you and kill him for cowardice. Which would you have really preferred? Before Bulma could say anything in rebuttal, a new voice found its way into their conversation. I think the lady would have preferred you showed restraint or mercy. And as a fellow martial artist, I can't say I blame her. The art is not meant to be used for killing, but defending those close to us and offering a controlled release of our negative feelings. Both Goku and Bulma's eyes turned to see that the voice came from an elderly man who was sitting cross-legged on Mr. Turtle's shell. He was dressed in a billowing button-up tropical shirt and knee-length shorts. He was bald, but had an impressive beard that connected with his mustache, and wore dinky sunglasses. Resting across his lap was a large-headed wooden staff, while strapped to his back was a large purple turtle shell. Big words coming from an old man in a turtle shell, Goku scoffed. My point is clearly valid, and any self-respecting warrior can see that. The elderly self-proclaimed martial artist looked down at the turtle he was riding on and asked, Are you sure this is the kid that saved you? He seems a bit too self-important compared to what you were telling me about him. It is him, master. He offered to carry me here, and even fought to save me. Goku watched as the man seemed to ponder something before he asked his name. His answer came without hesitation. My name is Kakarot. What is it to YA? The monkey-tailed alien youth ignored the glance Bulma sent him, and waited for the elderly man to reciprocate the introduction. Well, my name is Roshi, and if you truly did do what my turtle says you did, then I am indebted to you. As a token of my thanks, I'd like to give you a gift, my flying Nimbus. Your what? Goku asked with an incredulous look on his face. Mr. Turtle chose to explain. It's the Master's flying cloud meant to only carry those who are pure of heart. This interested Goku, but as he turned to look at Roshi he noticed something. So then you're giving me this cloud because, being a pervert, you can't ride it, huh? Bulma's eyes widened and her gaze shot between Goku and the elderly man before she sputtered out, What do you mean he is a pervert? I mean, he uses those glasses of his to hide when he is staring a girl down like he is doing with you now. Bulma's immediate response was to shriek in horror and then to hide behind Goku. She shivered in disgust at the thought of being eyed by such a dirty old man, and now felt the need to shower. Oh, what do you know? I've lived a long, hard life and deserve to admire the beauty of the world now. If that beauty happens to come in the form of a young, curvy girl, I don't see the harm. You will with the black eye I'm about to give you, Goku scoffed. That's all I need to hear to know you aren't the Roshi I thought you were. Hearing this grabbed Bulma's interest. What do you mean, where do you hear of this old geezer? From Gohan. I asked him once where he learned martial arts, and he told me how he studied under some legendary master known as Roshi. I thought it was this bozo because of the turtle shell, but there's just no way someone like that could be such a huge perv. Roshi, tired of being talked down to by a kid, was just about to put the boy in his place when he replayed what the aforementioned boy had just said. Wait, you knew Gohan? He was my master, he took me in when I was little. Goku answered flatly, but last time I'd heard from my old student, he'd adopted a young boy named Goku. You told me your name was Onyx Eyes Slivered. My friends call me Goku, you will refer to me as Kakarot. Roshi's face began to redden in anger. How dare this twerp disrespect him like that? The elderly martial arts legend glared at Goku from behind his glasses before they gleamed at Bulma from their peripheral vision. Seeing the blue-haired beauty's voluptuous form gave the old lech an idea. All right twerp, if you're so sure I'm not Master Roshi, let's make a bet. You and I will have a little match. If you win, I'll follow through with giving you the Nimbus. But if I win, your friend there shows me her underwear. No, Goku interrupted. We aren't including a non-combatant in our competition. If you truly are a true warrior, you'll do this because your honor is on the line and nothing more. However, if we're wagering something, you can offer up that ball around your neck instead of some silly cloud. When Goku pointed at Roshi's neck, Bulma's crystal blue eyes immediately found that the Dragon Ball they'd been looking for was hanging around the old man's throat. You want my Dragon Ball? Roshi sputtered. What makes you think I'm gonna give something like this to you? Do you know what I could do once I managed to find all 7? You know the legend too, good. Goku grinned as he continued, a single, all-powerful wish is more than enough to wager, don't you think? The turtle hermit didn't want to do it. The ball around his neck was practically screaming at him not to. But the man's pride was overruling the voice in the back of his head, and in seconds the martial artist agreed. With the wager set, both Goku and Roshi walked 10 paces away from each other, and then turned to square off. Goku bent his knees and set his arms into defensive position. Roshi just stood there. Seeing this sparked a flare of anger deep inside Goku's core. Not even Gohan treated him with such disregard. Tensing the muscles in his legs, the monkey-tailed alien launched himself at full speed towards Roshi, a speed that surprised the elderly man enough that Goku managed to land a glancing blow against his ribs. Even with his own great speed, Roshi had to admit that Goku was fast. Following his opening strike immediately after, Goku whipped around on the ball of his foot and swung a strong roundhouse kick at his opponent's stomach. When Roshi managed to catch his ankle, though, Goku improvised. Pushing off his still grounded foot, Goku wound his other leg around at Roshi's face. Roshi blocked the surprising strike with the head of his staff before using that same weapon to jab at Goku's open stomach. When the wild-haired boy managed a hasty catch with his hands, Roshi was impressed, but not enough to hold back the power that pushed Goku back. Goku barely had a second to touch the ground before he had to throw his forearm up to block Roshi's follow-up swing. The unreal strength behind the attack sent the monkey-tailed youth stumbling away, and left him open to the backhand swing that came next. A sharp crack filled the open ocean air as Goku took the full brunt of that attack, and the young martial artist mentally cursed as his mouth swiftly filled with blood. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to think about the pain, because Roshi wasn't done. The old man's next move was to strike out with a Spartan kick. Thankfully, Goku was familiar with this attack pattern, and threw his arms up in a cross block. With that blocked, Goku quickly reached his left hand out to snag the man's ankle, and then jerked hard. Using the momentum of his maneuver, Goku spun on the ball of his foot again and introduced his elbow to the side of Roshi's knee. Knowing such a blow would hurt his out-of-shape body, Roshi showed off an unbelievable level of reflex. While his body was off-center from Goku's pull, the elderly man pushed off the sandy beach and twisted his caught ankle from the younger fighter's grip, flipping over Goku's elbow in the process. Goku knew the danger of trying to press his attack at that moment, as he could get caught by a wild kick. So instead he waited impatiently for Roshi to stop spinning. As he waited, though, the young alien could tell something was different. It happened during his spars with Gohan too. The change. It was a secret the young martial artist had kept to himself, one that he studied over the years he learned under Gohan. His blood would race through his veins at an increased rate, and his body filled with an energy the like of which Goku knew wasn't normal. Gohan had introduced him to adrenaline during the beginnings of their spars, but Goku knew this went far beyond that. Adrenaline made you sloppy, whereas Goku's change enhanced his ability. His senses sharpened, and his muscles flooded with a strength that was sure to be superhuman. And then there was his tail. As Goku ducked one of Roshi's staff swipes, he could feel the electric buzz that flowed through his newly wrapped tail, and seemed to fill every pore in his body. Sidestepping a jab, Goku felt his body heating up from the new energy, and he let a fierce grin etch its way onto his young face as he caught Roshi's attempt at a snap kick. On his end, Roshi couldn't believe what was happening. In the beginning, sure, he'd been caught by surprise, but once he regained his cool, the elderly martial artist knew he had the edge in the battle. But now, for some reason, Goku seemed to be more than capable of keeping up and even surpassing his speed. This called for drastic measures, Roshi thought as he jumped away. Quickly, so as not to lose any time, the elderly martial artist shed his turtle shell. The purple weight dropped to the beach with a noticeable thud, catching both Goku and even Bulma's attention. "You've done well up until now, Kakarot, but now I'm afraid the fight is over." And with the way Roshi seemed to just disappear, Bulma believed him until she saw Goku block the man's elbow as he attempted a direct blow to the stomach. What she didn't see though was the level of strain that it took for Goku to follow that move. For Roshi it was enough though to both satisfy his ego, as well as cement his considering thoughts. Deciding the match was over, Roshi jumped back a second time. Only now it was to replace his shell. As he finished settling the weight into place, the old man noticed the confused but cautious face Goku was giving him. "What are you doing? Our fight isn't over. It is. I've seen all I need to. I believe you were the one who helped my turtle, and I also acknowledge your strength. So not only am I going to be giving you both the Dragon Ball and Nimbus, but I'll also accept you as my pupil." While Bulma was whooping about gaining possession of a fourth Dragon Ball, Goku was eyeing Roshi with an unconvinced look. "Just like that? But I didn't win, and who said I wanted to learn from you?" "Yes, just like that. Because while you didn't beat me, you showed you have tremendous potential. No one has ever been able to catch one of my attacks after I've removed my turtle shell, not even Gohan after he finished his training. Dodge them, yes, but never catch one. You have potential, and I want to help you reach it." Goku looked between Roshi and Bulma, his mind working out what to do. It didn't take him long to come up with an answer. "While I suppose I could accept your offer, it can't be today. I've already made a deal with Bulma to be her partner on a hunt for the Dragon Balls, and I'd be breaking my word to her if I just left her behind now. So, thank you, but I'll have to take a rain check." What neither fighter saw though, was how touched Bulma was by Goku's proclamation, or the soft and sincere smile on her face as she also recalled what he'd said earlier. Only his friends call him Goku. Onyx black eyes watched aimlessly as the scenery around them whipped by in a blur of green and blue. Goku sat in the back of Bulma's speedboat and listened to its engine hum while thinking back over the last 2 days. After their encounter with Roshi, Goku had been gifted the Nimbus Cloud, while Bulma was handed the latest in their collection of the 7 Dragon Balls. Once the elderly martial artist bid them goodbye, Goku decided to test if his gift was worth keeping. The puffy yellow cloud quickly became Goku's favorite mode of transportation. Bulma's attempt to ride the cloud wasn't nearly as successful. She fell right through. With that, it was decided that while Goku rode the Nimbus, Bulma would be forced to use her capsule vehicles. The fact that Goku needed to slow down for his blue-haired companion led to them taking another full day to arrive at the next Dragon Ball destination, Eru Village. Goku then remembered what it took to get the 6-star ball and what Bulma had attempted to make him do. The town had been terrorized by a monster who called himself Oolong, a demon who could shape-shift. He had abducted 3 girls from the village, and was returning that very day to steal away a 4th. Goku shuddered as he recalled Bulma's plan to deal with Oolong. The blue-eyed beauty had attempted to dress him up like a girl, and then have him be taken to Oolong's hideout before tearing into him and rescuing the abducted girls. "Thank the sun and stars for my nose," the young alien thought as he turned to look at the real Oolong. Because while the small pig that sat beside him may not seem like much, Goku remembered the fight he'd been given after tracking the pipsqueak by his scent. Oolong's forms may only last 5 minutes each, but the rapid rate he could change at will surely kept Goku on his toes, at least for the first 30 seconds. Once Goku learned that his opponent's powers were limited to simply changing his appearance, and did nothing for his physical prowess, the little pig quickly became an easy target for Goku's amazing speed and strength. From there it was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The girls Oolong had kidnapped were returned to their families, and Goku and Bulma were gifted with another Dragon Ball, leaving only 2 left to recover. Which reminds me, he thought. Goku took his eyes off Oolong, and after getting Bulma's attention he asked where their next destination happened to be. If I'm right, the teenage genius answered, we'll find the next Dragon Ball at a place called Fire Mountain. At hearing their next stop, Oolong jumped in his seat before shrieking that such an idea was suicide. Do you two not know about the legend of the Ox King? If we get anywhere within 100 feet of his castle, we'll be chopped to bits. The prospect of a new challenge got Goku's brow to raise in consideration, as he turned his eye back to the pig beside him. I've lived in the mountains my whole life, so no, I have not heard of this Ox King. What is so terrifying about him? You mean other than the fact that he is almost 8 feet tall, and is over 500 pounds of pure muscle? There is also his crazy strength. It said the Ox King can destroy whole mountains with the force of his punches. And don't even get me started on his battle axe. Goku chuckled as he replied, all right, I won't. But I will be challenging this Ox King you seem so afraid of. It sounds like it could be fun. Hearing this, Bulma spared a glance over her shoulder at the monkey-tailed youth. You can only do that if he gets in our way, Goku. I don't need you running off on me to find him, and then leaving me alone with the pig to find the Dragon Ball. Well then, you shouldn't have brought him along, Bulma, Goku scoffed. But I suppose you have a point. I can wait until we find the ball, and then go and find the Ox King. Oolong, having not actually been introduced to his equally small companion, chuckled as he taunted Goku about his name. What kind of name is that, Goku? One that you need to remember full, because as far as you're concerned, my name is Kakarot. And if I hear you refer to me as anything else, I'll be introducing your face to my fist again. The shape-shifting pig made a noise in his throat, but crossed his arms and looked away before mumbling under his breath. A pet name for a pet monkey? Pretty sure you're a bit too young for her, kid. And she is too smart for a buffoon like you, so I don't see your point. Up front while she drove, Bulma couldn't help giggling as she listened to her and Goku's new traveling companion squawk in fear at being heard. He just learned that Goku has crazy god hearing. I bet he'll be more careful with his words from now on. It was quite for a few more minutes after that before the silence was broken by a loud, almost rumbling sound. Goku's stomach. Darn it, I haven't eaten since that night before meeting Roshi. Bulma, do we have anything to eat? Bulma hated herself for having to say it, but knowing Goku's stomach, she told him anyway. Sorry kid, but I think Oolong ate the last of it a half hour ago. Do you think you'll manage till we get to shore? I kinda have to, the wild-haired boy tsked. But I guess if we have pork chops for lunch, I'll be alright with waiting. It was only Oolong's knowledge that Goku Kakarot would catch him that the shapeshifter didn't try to jump from the boat and run. Luckily for him, since its occurrence leveled out Goku's temper, their arrival to shore needed only 5 more minutes. While Goku was busy tying the boat to a tree, Bulma went about selecting the capsule house from her case and letting it appear on the scene in a colorful cloud of smoke. I don't know what I would do without my capsules, the teenage beauty sighed wistfully. Bulma felt her shoulders relax, and her muscles lose a great amount of their tension as she was immersed in the cool AC of her personal mobile home. From what I can guess, you'd probably throw a tantrum, Oolong nonchalantly threw back. You seem like the spoiled, city princess type. Funny how you managed to snag the attention of a cave kid like Goku. Oh, I told you, my name is Kakarot, Goku reiterated after punching the talking pig in the back of his head. Now if you're done being a bother, why don't you make yourself useful, and make Bulma and I something to eat? Awful thoughtful for a kid who says there's nothing going on between you two, Oolong muttered with a sneer. However, he did wind up doing as Goku told him, and headed to the kitchen while rubbing the lump left behind by the martial artist's fist. It was as they were left alone, and Goku noticing the look Bulma was giving him, that the young alien decided to elaborate on his actions. You are, in my opinion, my first friend Bulma. Whether you consider me one or not is up to you, but just know that is how I see you. And as such, along with you being a girl as well as a genius, I respect you. It's these feelings that won't let anyone down talk, or mistreat you in any way. You've already done a lot for me just by introducing me to a world beyond my mountain home, and I just hope to repay your kindness. Bulma looked down at Goku with eyes lit with astonishment. She had not expected the boy's reasoning to be so sincere. Sure, he alluded to her being his friend during his meeting with Roshi, but to hear him say it to her face had Bulma feeling dizzy. No one had ever been so upfront or heartfelt with her. Yes, boys from her school or around West City threw catcalls or wolf whistles her way on a daily basis, and she even got the occasional flash of lust during a good make-out session. But Bulma had never had a real friend before. Either the girls were too green with envy, and the boys couldn't look her in the eye long enough to know their color. So instead Bulma gave them what they saw, and what they wanted, in return for attention and shallow affection. But Goku, thank you. I think of you as my friend too. It was all the normally talkative girl could manage to say. Knowing she would need a moment to herself, the blue-haired girl quickly shot her friend a demure smile before excusing herself and heading to her room. Left behind at the front door, Goku looked on at Bulma's bedroom door for a few seconds, before he decided she probably didn't want to talk, and then making his way into the kitchen where he smelled food. I'll ask her why she was crying later. Later wouldn't come though, because while Goku ate his lunch, Bulma would fall asleep in her bed. It wouldn't be until the sun rose the following day that she awoke, and by then the pair knew that the hunt needed to come first. Alright gang, here's the deal. I've looked over the map and decided our best chance at a quick shot to Fire Mountain is by going through the Diablo Desert. Unless, of course, you have a problem with that oolong. Bulma turned her scrutinizing gaze on the trembling pig as she finished her explanation. She was dressed for the day in a pair of soft cotton shorts and a white tank top. Her hair was pulled up into a tight ponytail to keep her long hair from helping overheat her face, and sneakers covered her feet in case she needed to make a run from any danger. On Bulma's suggestion, Oolong was dressed in a pair of overalls and sneakers, with his green hat placed atop his head. The round little pig was indeed shaking though, as he listened to where they were going. Of course I've got a problem, Toots. Don't you know who lives in that desert, Yamcha, the wolf man? He said to sneak up on you in the night, steal your valuables, and then slit your throat so fast you'll think why dream being alive. At hearing Yamcha's moniker, Goku let out a snort of amusement. First a demonic ox king, and now a prowling wolf man? Really, pig, you've got to come up with better stories than that if you're gonna try and scare me. They ain't just stories, Kakarot. Oolong shouted as he got nose to nose with Goku. And you'll learn the hard way soon enough if you don't listen to me. Goku caught how the frightened porker had almost called him a kid, and silently patted his own back for being able to instill such fear into someone else. However, that thrill paled in comparison to the opportunity to face this Yamcha. Knowing the chain of command, however, Goku turned his eyes away from the snout in front of him. Turning to Bulma, he asked if it would be alright to challenge the desert bandit. Just like I said with the Ox King, if he gets in our way, yes. Otherwise I need you to stay where I can see you, alright? Fair enough, Goku nodded in agreement. The wild-haired alien from the mountains was garbed in a thin, pure white gi. It was the one he normally wore during spars with Gohan, and was made specifically to be lightweight and easy to move in. On his feet were his ever-present black slip-on shoes, while his power pole was secured to his back. Then it settled, Bulma beamed. And with a toss of her hand, her dirt bike sat waiting for her. Once Goku climbed aboard his Nimbus Cloud, and Oolong was securely tied to the bike seat, the trio were off. For the 100th time since they entered the Diablo Desert, Bulma found herself mentally thanking her father for starting Capsule Corporation. Her dirt bike had helped her cover over a third of the vast and sandy landscape in under 2 hours, something that would be impossible on foot. And while the air was on the dry side, Bulma found she only needed to stop every half hour to take a break that seemed to be upon the group again, as the buzz of Bulma's engine slowly quieted and then stopped. Up above on his cloud, Goku peered down at the duo on the motorized machine and couldn't help rolling his eyes. They were stopping again? Yet it seemed unable to be helped, and within minutes Goku was standing underneath a shaded rock formation. He watched as Bulma drank from the canteen she filled back at the river, and was about ready to say something about her constant need to stop, when the alien boy's super hearing picked up a sound. It was one he'd become accustomed to since meeting the blue-haired girl in front of him. It was the sound of a gas-powered motor vehicle. The noise was coming from far out, that much Goku was sure of, but what caught his attention was the direction it was moving. It seemed to be heading straight for them. Thinking back to what Oolong had said earlier, Goku quickly deduced that it must be Yamcha. He must have a watchtower, one that's tall enough to where he can scope out large areas of the desert at once. Goku thought before turning his attention back to the other two Dragon Ball hunters. I think it'd be a good idea for you to hide, Bulma. I'm picking up a strange sound, like one of your motorbikes, and it could be this Yamcha guy Oolong was talking about. When she heard this, Bulma's eyes bugged from their sockets, and she let out a shriek as she asked if Goku was sure. I mean, maybe you're wrong, and it's just someone else passing through the desert? Even if it is, I'd rather you be hidden until we're sure. If this Yamcha is as deadly as the pig says, I don't want him knowing about you. He might try and take you hostage. Goku's reasoning was sound, and, while she didn't like the thought of leaving her new friend to fend for himself, Bulma also knew that she would just get in the way if she stayed. So instead, the blue-haired beauty scurried her way behind the formation they'd been shading under, and waited with bated breath to be given the all-clear. Back with Goku, Oolong attempted to make his own escape, only to be caught by the back of his shirt by the boy in question. What are you doing? Let me go. Why, you said it yourself, Kakarot. Yamcha's coming this way. Which is why I need you to stick around, Oolong, Goku rebutted calmly. You'll stand here beside me, and if Yamcha does show up, I want you to use your shape-shifting ability to give him a scare. That'll help lower his guard, and that's when I'll go in for the attack. By the time Goku finished voicing his plan, Oolong had managed to actually calm down enough to realize it was a good idea. Although the pig did question why the martial artist was using such an underhanded tactic. It just doesn't seem like your style, kid. That's because it's not, the monkey-tailed alien snorted. But with Bulma possibly in danger, I'd rather not take the chance. I want to take this guy out fast, and without too much energy needing to be spent. After all, if I tire out here, I won't be able to face the Ox King once we reach the mountain. And there it was, Oolong thought to himself as he eyed the kid beside him. Beneath Kakarot's noble gesture is the nugget of selfishness. The talking pig didn't get to mutter for long though, because as his thoughts reached their end, a cloud of dust emerged on the horizon. Too small to be a dust storm, Oolong squinted to get a better look and saw that it was being caused by a hover bike. A wolf-shaped hover bike. It was Yamcha. Knowing what was coming, Oolong's body started to tremble in fear. He was no fighter, and worried that, if the rumors he'd heard were true, Kakarot would stand no chance either. The only thing stopping the swine from hightailing it out of there was the grip Kakarot had on his shoulder. Stay calm and trust me. My plan will work, but only if you relax. Yet despite his words, Goku could still clearly see that Oolong wanted nothing more than to crawl under a rock. At this rate, I'd be better off switching him for Bulma. Goku thought sardonically to himself. However, the humor of his thoughts was shut away when the capsule vehicle veered around the pair in a donut, and its driver leaped off. They pulled a double somersault in mid-air before landing in a kneeling pose, their back to both Goku and Oolong. It didn't remain so for long though, and within moments of their dismount the figure rose and then turned to greet the smaller pair. The person revealed themselves to be a man. The newcomer stood a good 2.5 heads taller than Goku, with broad shoulders and build that spoke volumes about the amount of hours the person put into working his muscles. However, their development seemed to have been hindered by a lack of knowledge, leaving them looking oddly out of place. He had wild, jet black hair that fell to between his shoulders with bangs, and narrowed eyes that stared inquisitively at Goku and Oolong. The older teen, because Goku easily noticed the boyish look that still made up the older male's face, was dressed in baggy orange fighter pants and a green sleeveless GI top. There was an orange scarf tied around his neck, and a white sash around his waist. Positioned behind his back, Goku easily made out a sword, and then Goku noticed the flying cat that hovered over the man's shoulder. Odd, the monkey-tailed martial artist thought. But his voice was soon needed when that very cat let out a screech. I knew it, the cat called out in a high-pitched and feminine voice. I knew it was you. I saw Oolong. Goku turned a quick side glance towards the pig in question and asked, You know her? Oh, only in passing. The stuttering porker lied. I wouldn't call bullying me throughout all of shape-shifting school in passing, you swine. Then, the cat turned to the young man beside her and wailed, Yamcha, you've got to make him pay. He used to stick my head in the toilet and everything. Goku's ears twitched at this piece of news. So you are the desert bandit then? Depends on who wants to know, Yamcha rebutted with a raised brow. The kid in front of him had hiked his curiosity back at the lair. When Pua had handed him the telescope, Yamcha had immediately noticed the power pole slung over the younger boy's shoulder. And there was only one man in the world who owned that. My name is Kakarot, and I challenge you here and now to a one-on-one. Goku knew, the second he heard that cat speak of shape-shifting school, that his plan had been thrown out the window. Now his best bet was the element of surprise that came with being underestimated due to his age. A challenge? Well, that's a new one, Yamcha scoffed as he folded his arms. Usually those who meet me cower in fear, begging for their lives, or gurgle in their sleep after I've cut their throats for being difficult. Well, I'd wager those people didn't feel too keen on handing over their belongings to a thief, Goku countered. But at any rate, I don't actually have all day. And since I know you won't let us through without taking our stuff, this fight will decide whether or not we hand it over. Yamcha's brow furrowed in annoyance. This kid's mouth was starting to annoy him. But nevertheless, Yamcha soon found himself shifting into his opening stance and giving Kakarot a smug grin. If that's the way you want it, kid, just know I'll be taking Gohan's power pole when I beat you. A weapon that famous doesn't belong in the hands of a child. Goku had settled into his own stance and eyed his opponent with expectation. The younger boy's muscles tense for action, but in his mind's eye Goku felt no worry. Only hunger, the hunger for battle. Hovering a little ways off from her master, Puar eyed the young boy who called himself Kakarot. When she first spotted the pair in front of her, Puar had been sure there was a woman with them, and had made sure to direct her master's eye so he didn't see her. But now, with Yamcha about to engage in battle and the girl nowhere in sight, Puar could only hope she didn't suddenly reappear. Or else Yamcha wouldn't stand a chance. An impatient person, Yamcha quickly grew restless. With a speed that outclassed many, he drew his sword and rushed at his opponent. Unfortunately for the thief, Goku wasn't like his other conquests. The wild-haired boy easily tracked the wolf of the Diablo Desert's movements and deftly blocked an overhead strike with his staff. The power pole's legendary would made it more than capable of taking the full weight of Yamcha's sword strike and allowed Goku to push the blade away and leave behind an opening. Power pole extend. All eyes watched as Goku's weapon glowed like a poker and then swiftly grew in length. The wooden staff pushed forward and buried itself in Yamcha's stomach, sending the older boy flying backwards. With his opponent sailing away, Goku threw his weapon forward into the sand, and then used it as a springboard to launch himself into the air. From there he came down on Yamcha like a hawk, spearing him in the chest with a powerful elbow. Yamcha felt all breath leave his body as he slammed to the ground. The vicious pain in his chest assured him that a number of his ribs had been cracked as well. Yet despite this, the bandit managed to shuffle to his feet and face his adversary again. Bringing his sword up, parallel with his face, Yamcha pushed off his right foot and launched another attack. Being closer than before, Yamcha's longer reach came in handy this time. However, when his jab managed to nick Kakarot along the cheek, the desert bandit allowed himself to become overconfident and missed the way his opponent's eyes hardened at being touched. Ha! It seems I've drawn first blood. It's only a matter of time before you're beaten, kid. I knew last time was just a lucky shot. Feeling the sting of his newly acquired scratch caused Goku's fierce smirk to turn a bit more feral. It was a small wound, but then the boy had never known true competition before. With only Gohan to spar against, he had never known what it was like to truly taste battle, or the possibility of stolen victory. That last thought caused Goku's eyes to narrow into hard slabs of onyx, and with lightning-fast reaction he threw a right hook that caught Yamcha in the face. It was then Goku's turn to be surprised though, when his opponent used the momentum of the hit to his advantage and worked it into a roundhouse kick. Unfortunately for the thief though, Goku's reflexes had been fine-tuned under Gohan's eye. The monkey-tailed youth easily brought his power pole up with both hands and blocked the strike. From there he centered himself, and taking careful aim, activated the mythical weapon a second time. Instead of the stomach, which was where Yamcha had threw up a hasty defense, Goku's staff struck true against the desert bandit's chin. The speed at which the weapon hit was enough to knock Yamcha from his feet and send him sprawling onto his back. The young man tasted blood in his mouth from where he'd bitten his tongue, and that throbbing pain quickly had his pulse racing in anger. This was his desert. And no stupid kid was gonna make a fool out of him on his own turf. Swiftly rolling back onto his hands, Yamcha coiled up, and then launched himself feet first at his smaller opponent. When the attack was ducked under, and they now stood back to back, Yamcha tried for a donkey kick. Nice try, Goku thought as he turned sharply to catch the offending boot. Then, just like with Roshi a few days before, the wild-haired alien jerked hard to unbalance his opponent. This is when Goku discovered that, while Yamcha obviously had skill in combat, the bandit was by no means a martial artist. because instead of being able to right himself, the shaggy-haired teen promptly fell to his back. From his place in the sand, Yamcha felt his pride as a fighter shake. He was going all out against this kid, but this Kakarot seemed to be at least 2 steps ahead of him at every turn. Meaning his only true hit had been a fluke lie. Anger swelled in Yamcha's chest. This couldn't be how it ended, right? Bested by some kid. No, if word got out he'd be a laughing stock. No one would ever fear the desert bandit again. And Yamcha couldn't have that. With a vicious snarl, Yamcha thrust his other leg out in a wild attempt to catch his opponent off guard. It proved futile. Goku simply caught it with his other hand after dropping his staff. From his place above Yamcha, it made no difference that the alien boy was a number of years younger than the bandit. With the sun casting shadows across the young martial artist's face, he looked every bit the conquering warrior. I came here hoping to find a challenge, instead all I got was an overinflated boogeyman. You may be enough to overcome the average traveler, I'll admit, but you are in no way a true martial artist. And while I may have been caught by that sword of yours, don't think for a second that, if I'd really been serious, that you would stand a chance against me. They call you a wolf, but all I see is a weak puppy. With his piece said, Goku relinquished his hold on Yamcha, who had been struggling throughout the entire speech, and turned his back to the older boy. Oolong, let us go. Bulma, that includes you too. This guy's no threat to us, so it's all right for you to come out. Bulma. The name pierced through the fog of anger that clouded Yamcha's mind, and caused his heart to stop. Bulma was a girl's name. Surely there wasn't a girl this far out in the desert. His paralyzing fear of the fairer sex had been Yamcha's main motivation for venturing into the sweltering heat to escape being made a fool of at school, and later hopefully amass enough money that no one would ever dare laugh at him again. But if a girl had shown up here, in his domain, Yamcha knew there would be nothing left of his reputation once Kakarot got a look at what happened after this. Bulma revealed herself. It was as the blue-haired beauty stepped out, that both Yamcha and Pai knew he was doomed. Yamcha's pupils shrunk, and his breath caught in his throat at the vision of perfection that wandered onto the scene. He took in every inch of her creamy, exposed skin, traced over every curve outlined by her fitted clothing, and felt his throat close up at the stunning shine of her eyes. Yamcha had been a ruffian back home, with what many citygoers would call unrefined taste. But one thing was perfectly clear to the young man at that moment: Bulma was beauty personified. Yet while the floundering thief ironically had his heart stolen, the woman who'd taken it had a far different opinion of him. As she stepped out from behind the rock formation she'd been hiding behind, Bulma's eyes immediately sought out her friend. She had to make sure he was really okay, and hadn't been forced to call her. Once it was confirmed Goku was all right, the young genius let her gaze drift across the rest of the scene until she caught sight of a boy around her age laying in the sand. A boy, she summarized, who must be Yamcha. Looking at him, Bulma's brain came up with 2 words to describe him: dirty and unimpressive. She could see that his long, wild hair only held such a look because of how unkempt it was. And she could see there was no luster to his mane, meaning any who ran their hand through it would likely come away with numerous broken strands. His body was built, sure, but not in a sculpted fashion. It was more like lumps of muscle hidden beneath his skin. And over those lumps were clothes that looked to be riddled with uneven stitches and stains. Then, there was his face. While Bulma was sure that Yamcha had been cute at some point, that had been a long time ago. Now, the teen's face was sprinkled with small pimples that were hidden beneath a layer of dirt and grime. There was a certain amount of puppy fat around his cheeks and chin too, which gave him a heavy sort of look, and his teeth were unclean. Overall, Bulma found her nose wrinkling in disgust as she turned to Oolong and asked, "So this is the deadly bandit you were so afraid of? He looks more like a high school kid who hasn't gone through puberty yet. He fights like one too," Goku added. "But it's over now, so let us just go. I want to get to Fire Mountain before I'm as old as Gohan." Nimbus. All eyes watched as Goku's newest companion came zooming, seemingly, out of nowhere. The fluffy yellow cloud moved fast, but stopped perfectly in front of its new owner. Hopping onto the speedy puff, Goku turned his eyes towards Bulma and Oolong to tell them to hurry up, or at least, that was his plan before he heard Bulma shout at him to watch out. Yamcha's vision was blood red, and his tunnel vision had only one thing in focus. Kakarot, or rather Goku, as he heard Bulma call him. How dare that kid dismiss him that way, and in front of a beautiful girl no less. Such a thing was unforgivable. Kakarot, didn't he think he was a challenge? Then Yamcha would show him his wolf fang fist, and change the brat's tune, and maybe impress Bulma too, his subconscious mind whispered. Wolf fang fist. Goku watched the first, claw-like hand reach out to strike him. But instead of dodging, the young martial artist showcased his superior speed by catching Yamcha's wrist. The shock was enough to halt the older boy to the point his next attack stopped halfway through. Yamcha's right hand, still poised in a claw, halted steadily beside his cheek. From his angle, Goku could easily see the look of disbelief that had plastered its way onto Yamcha's face. How did you? No one's ever managed to stop my attack before. It's like I said that only because you've never faced a true martial artist before. Goku's mouth morphed into a fierce scowl, one seemingly impossible for a child, and leaned forward to whisper in Yamcha's ear. And if you ever try something like that against me again, I'll break more than just your wrist. Before Yamcha could correct his foe about the broken bones, he was cut off by his own howl of pain. Goku had just snapped the bones in his wrist. As the defeated bandit dropped to his knees, Goku once again turned his back and told Bulma and Oolong it was time to go. And this time I mean it, no more distractions, no more breaks. While Bulma grumbled at her friend's shot at her, she did as he said and released her dirt bike for travel. Once Oolong was tied up, and in turn her body safe, the blue-haired genius mounted her bike and revved the engine. Soon enough, the trio were gone and out of sight. But what they didn't see was the look Yamcha sent their way as they left him behind. Fire Mountain, huh? The threesome made quick work of the remainder of Diablo Desert, and just as the sun began its descent from the sky, they exited the Sea of Sand. What came after didn't look much better, however. The Ox King's village looked to be in shambles. The people they saw looked despondent and hopeless, like their lives had no meaning. Their homes were engulfed in the orange light of their king's blazing castle, which showcased each crack and patch job. There was no sign of anything green either, no trees, not even a shrub. It seemed as if the fire had simply sucked the village dry of life. It must be because there's no money coming into the village, Bulma theorized. I mean, what with the horrible stories surrounding the Ox King, as well as the lack of transportable goods, it's no wonder these people look so miserable. What do you mean, Bulma? Goku questioned. Transportable goods? And what do the stories have to do with anything? By goods I mean things like fruits or vegetables, or even something like jewelry or fabric for clothes. These types of things are sent out or brought in to sell and make money, but because of the heat produced by the fire, their income is being drastically cut because they aren't able to grow crops or raise livestock like cows or chickens. In the case of the stories, Goku, you have to understand that not everyone is enthralled by the idea of facing a giant with an axe. Most people, in fact, are terrified of such things. And because of their fear, they don't bother to come to this village, which means the villagers aren't able to sell their goods at home either. Again, hurting them financially, do you get it? I think so. The fire keeps them from having things to sell outside, and the rumors scare away anyone who could buy from the inside. Is that right? Goku had indeed made an attempt to follow Bulma's explanation, but had to pick away the bigger words he didn't know to come up with one he could grasp. You got the main points, so good job, kid. Bulma gave her monkey-tailed friend a small smile of pride as she complimented him. Goku may have been raised in the mountains, but it was quickly becoming apparent to Bulma that he was actually smarter than an average kid. I wonder if it has anything to do with wherever he came from, she thought as they began to make their way to the castle. With the bike and Nimbus Cloud, the trio made the pass through the village quickly and soon found themselves standing a few yards away from the blazing inferno that was Fire Mountain. Bulma sucked her teeth as she looked at the blip on her dragon radar. TCH, well, the good news is we know exactly where the ball is. The bad news is how do we get it out? Maybe Monkey Boy can take his cloud and get in there, ouch. Oolong yelped when, in the midst of offering a suggestion, Goku walloped him in the shoulder. What the hell was that for? The look Goku gave the angry pig quickly cooled the shapeshifter's ire. It was a hard look, one that seemed like it could cut stone, and it was aimed directly at Oolong. I let it slide earlier with Bulma, but don't call me Monkey Boy. All right, geez, Oolong muttered. But that still doesn't answer my question. Why don't you just fly in and get it? Or how about I throw you in, and you can get Oolong? I mean, even if that doesn't work, at least after you've been roasted Bulma and I'll have something for dinner later. Oolong's eyes narrowed in fury, but he dared not make a remark. He learned quick that Goku only afforded him so much slack, and once that was used up, Oolong usually found himself in tremendous pain. Thankfully, in a way, he was saved by a new voice. "And just what is it you three are looking to steal from my castle?" Bulma screeched in fear while Goku whirled around to face who had spoken. When his eyes landed on the obvious culprit, the young boy felt excitement shoot through his veins. Because there, standing before him, was the mythical Ox King. As Oolong had said, the man stood as a giant. He easily dwarfed the three of them put together, and his body, hidden beneath a mix of cloth and armor, looked to be made of solid muscle. Atop his head sat a helmet, which had two horns curving out from the sides, while a cape billowed lightly behind him. Then Goku's eye scanned a little further down, and he found the rumored battle axe gripped tightly in the Ox King's massive hand. The very fact such a large and undoubtedly heavy weapon was being held with such ease ensured Goku that, at least physically, the Ox King was formidable. Not dropping his stance, Goku answered the man's question. "We've come to collect the Dragon Ball you have hidden away inside your castle. So then you all know of the legend too. I'm not surprised, many thieves have come seeking that little ball. And just like them, you three can either leave peacefully now, or I can give each of you a one-way ticket to the afterlife." Goku could see Bulma trembling in fear from the corner of his eye, but didn't he lower his guard or turn to comfort her. To do so without knowing anything about his adversary's abilities was foolish. "What if I accept that challenge?" he shot back. "What if you and I have a match, and if I win we get to have the Dragon Ball? I'm sure it's been a long time since you've had a good workout, Ox King." Hearing Goku's offer, the Ox King scoffed. "While you may be right, I don't think a child like you could ever give someone like me a true challenge, not even if a child like me was trained by Gohan." Hearing this caused the Ox King to do a double take, his eyes widening to the size of oranges. As he gawked at the young boy in front of him though, the Ox King finally noticed the staff that was slung over his back. "You have Gohan's power pole," he fumbled out. Gohan never went anywhere without his power pole. Goku nodded, but just as he was starting to think the Ox King was ready to believe him, noticed the larger man's face contort into an angry snarl. Then, his ears were filled with the sound of a growl before the Ox King spoke again. Only, Goku couldn't believe what was said next. "You must have stolen it." Goku gave the monarch a look of pure disbelief mixed with anger of his own. "Theft? Only someone with no sense of honor would stoop so low. How dare the Ox King accuse him of such a thing?" It was made even worse that he'd been accused of stealing from Gohan of all people. However, before the monkey-tailed fighter could argue his case, he was forced to jump back. The giant fist that came at him missed, but the roundhouse kick that came just a moment later was a much closer call. Still crouched from ducking, Goku jerked his staff from its place on his back and called out for it to extend. There was a satisfying thwack as the end smacked clean against the Ox King's helmeted head. The burly king stumbled back as his vision blacked out for a flash of a second. Knowing the risk, but hoping the payoff would be worth it, Goku took advantage of this small window and pressed his attack. Taking a couple steps forward, Goku drove the power pole into the earth before using it to haul himself up into the air. From his new perch, the wild-haired boy lashed out with a vicious kick, this time aiming for his opponent's large throat. Unfortunately, the Ox King proved himself a durable man as he quickly recovered from Goku's first attack and easily used his beefy forearm to block the vaulted kick. Then, with his opponent now within reach, the older man reached out his other hand and caught Goku's ankle. In the moments right before his thoughts were filled with the feeling of pain, Goku mentally cursed. Then, a horrible pain exploded from his knee as it was slammed by the large hand not holding his ankle. Gnashing his teeth to keep from crying out, Goku barely registered hitting the dirt as he was let go. Standing over the writhing youngster, Ox King didn't even try to hide his smirk as he spoke down to his fallen opponent. "Wow, you were right, kid, that was a heck of a challenge." The condescension was thick in his voice, and those listening could clearly hear the bit of mocking laughter that had mingled with those words. It got Bulma's hackles to rise. While Oolong looked on in cowardly terror at the scene, Bulma could only see red. Like Goku, she too had been angered by the Ox King's false accusation of how the boy had acquired his staff. But that anger had simmered, replaced by a smug sort of joy, when she watched Goku not only dodge the larger man's attacks but also land the first blow. It looked like another win for the kid. only for that joy to shatter, much like Goku's knee must have, as her friend was dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. And then anger was brought back to a boil at the man's words. Who did this guy think he was? How dare he mock Goku? With her anger now in the driver's seat, Bulma huffed before she began to march over to the gloating monarch. Oolong's babbling was lost on her as she heard only the sound of Goku seething in pain. It was when her blazing eyes caught sight of Ox King leaning down to take the power pole that Bulma finally spoke. "Don't even think about it!" Ox King heard the shout, and when he looked around to find where it came from, was surprised as well as annoyed to see that it was just the girl that had tagged along with the thief he'd just dropped. Waving his large hand in a dismissive gesture, he told her, "Be gone, you filthy girl. Your thieving friend has lost, and as the victor the first am well within my rights to take what I wish for reward. I will be taking the power pole he stole and returning it to its rightful owner." "Well then I suppose you leave it where it is, you big oaf, because Goku is its rightful owner. Gohan gave him the staff before he died." That last word sparked a new emotion within the chest of the burly king, one that replaced the rising fury at being spoken down to by a silly commoner. That new emotion happening to be fear. Fear that his oldest friend was really gone. With his eyes wide in disbelief, Ox King managed to swallow the lump in his throat long enough to croak out, What? That's right, buddy," Bulma hissed. Gohan raised Goku like he was his own flesh and blood, even trained him in martial arts, before giving him the power pole. "No!" Ox King cut her off. "Stupid girl, I meant there's no way you're telling the truth about Gohan being dead." Before the raging beauty could shoot back a reply, however, a new voice entered the argument. It was heavy with pain and came out as a choking gurgle, but Goku's voice was still heard in the momentary silence. "It is. She's telling the truth, Gohan is dead." If Goku managing to talk wasn't he amazing enough though, both Bulma and the Ox King were floored when they watched him stagger to his feet. He favored his injured right knee, but the monkey-tailed boy was standing. It happened a few weeks ago during the last full moon. Gohan liked to go on walks, especially at night when it was cool, only this time he didn't come back. When I went out to look for him the next morning, I found that he'd been bitten by a mamushi. The bite had melted away the skin around his ankle before spreading. All in earshot listened, and many felt their hearts go out to the young boy. Bulma though had to hide the look in her eyes as she listened to her new friend's story. He told her Gohan was mauled to death. Now he was saying it had been from a snake bite? It was quickly becoming clear to the blue-haired beauty that there was something about Gohan's death that Goku knew, but wasn't he telling anyone. However, while she was pondering the mystery that was Goku, a few yards away behind a tree, Yamcha could only feel the cold sweat that slid down his neck. When he arrived right behind the trio, the bandit had been giddy with mean-spirited excitement once he heard Kakarot challenge the Ox King, and only felt it increase at seeing the devastating blow the burly monarch landed on the kid's knee, only to gape in fright moments later at seeing him stand on that same leg as if he only stumbled. What the hell is this kid? I'd never be able to throw another kick again, much less stand after a blow like that. Yamcha still felt the way his tongue throbbed from how he'd bitten down on it during his fight with the younger boy, and the heat in his mouth was only marginally cooled by the sweat that broke out upon hearing loud and clear that Kakarot had indeed been trained by the legendary Gohan. Before Yamcha's thoughts could fall any further into despair though, they were interrupted by the continuation of Goku's conversation with the Ox King. "I'm sorry to hear that," the large monarch lamented. "Gohan and I were students together under our master, Roshi, and had been close friends before I took the throne from my father. With everything here that needed my attention though, he and I lost contact. It pains me to know he has passed on, but I believe some of that would be relieved if I could aid his young ward in his quest." "Does that mean you'll give us the Dragon Ball in your castle?" Bulma butted in hopefully. The Ox King nodded resolutely, but there was still a hard expression on his face. One that Goku quickly picked up on. "You look like there's but coming at the end of that agreement. What's the problem?" By now Oolong had plucked up the courage to make his way over, and as he stepped up beside Bulma the shape-shifting pig voiced another part of the legend of Fire Mountain. "It's because he can't get past the flames either, they're too hot, even for the Ox King." Hearing this made Goku facepalm. "Would someone please explain why anyone would willingly set their own home on fire?" "Because from everything I've heard so far, it's one of the stupidest ideas a person could have. For my daughter." The Ox King's answer was short and simple, but Goku still didn't understand. What? He asked with a scoff. Did she ask you to do it? Ox King's response was a negative shake of his head. No, nothing like that. It's just that I lost my wife when Kai was still a baby. Her death devastated me. Because of that, I've always been overprotective of Kai, which led me to ask a wizard to surround the castle with a ring of fire. I was just supposed to help keep away anyone who would try and kidnap my daughter, but too late I found that the wizard I'd hired hadn't been practicing for very long. His magic was unstable, and that led to the fire spreading out of control. But if it was a wizard who put up the flames, why don't you just hire one to take them down? Bulma questioned with honest curiosity. It did seem like a simple solution after all. Oh, believe me, I tried. But wizards are not very common in this day, not since the reign of the Demon King when he wiped them out. Now, there are only a small handful left, but they have gone into a self-imposed exile for their failure so many years ago. With that, there is only one other thing I can think of that would put out these flames, and that would be Goku lead, hoping to begin the search for such an item soon. The Bansho fan. Bansho fan? I've never heard of that. Bulma thought out loud. She had researched various magical artifacts since her discovery of the Dragon Balls, but she had never heard of the Bansho fan. It's a large, powerful instrument made from a palm leaf, Ox King explained. It has the power to not only control the weather, but also extinguish any sort of flame no matter how strong. Hearing this had Goku giving the larger warrior a confused look. If you know this fan will solve your problem, why haven't you gotten your hands on it? At this, those watching the Ox King saw the man duck his head in embarrassment, before muttering out his answer like a scolded child. Because it is held by my former martial arts master and I've forgotten where he lives. Both Goku and Bulma's eyes widened with their disbelief at such a statement. How could he have simply forgotten where he trained for, what they both assumed to be years? But then part of what the shamed monarch said struck. His former sensei had possession of the Bansho fan. Master Roshi had been that teacher. And they had just seen Roshi a number of days ago. Goku and his female friend seemed to be of one mind, because each one found their eyes turning to the other. Blue met Onyx, and the two shared a victorious smirk. From there they went on to explain the luck Ox King seemed to have stumbled upon, and with a promise from Bulma to help the man find his missing daughter, Goku called forth his flying nimbus before racing off to collect the elderly martial artist. What neither of them knew though was that, aside from Yamcha, there was one other person watching them. Hard, calculating Onyx's eye stared at the multitude of screens in front of them. The supercomputer that aired the images of the Watcher's spy fly's showed places as far as the continent spanned. All of Asia was under the Watcher's devious gaze, and at this moment in particular, that gaze was locked on the image of a young boy riding a yellow cloud. I've waited this long, they thought. And at this rate, it won't be much longer before those fools have the rest of the Dragon Balls in one place. Then that LL only leave. The villain's eye strayed from the screen and landed on the object of his thoughts. On a pillow display case, a few feet away, sat the one-star Dragon Ball. With a malicious grin finding its way onto the silent Watcher's face, they reached out a blue finger and pressed a red intercom button. Static crackled for a second, letting whoever was on the other end know that the line was open, before the villain spoke. The excitement could hardly be kept from their voice as they instructed Shu, "Might be ready to entertain some guests. My victory is close at hand, and I want everything to be ready." Crystal blue eyes surveyed the mountainous landscape as Bulma sat beside the Ox King in his personal hover car. She, along with a reluctant Oolong, had agreed to aid the large monarch in the search for his only daughter Kai. However, as they sped along, the young genius found her mind drifting. The topic Goku. Bulma couldn't help but marvel at how much her life had already changed in just the couple of weeks since she met the monkey-tailed alien. A year ago, the blue-haired beauty would have never imagined herself in the company of a man such as the Ox King, or learning that aliens really did exist. It was mind-boggling, yet, with the exciting came the strange. Learning that Goku's real name was Kakarot, and that his mission was to destroy all life on Earth was a terrifying shock for Bulma at the time, but then the wild boy showed himself to be uninterested in such a task. If anything, Goku seemed more interested in learning about the human race rather than exterminating it. He even asked Bulma how her vehicles worked and what they ran on. And while children were known for being curious, Goku's inquiries were always well thought out and direct. His vocabulary, Bulma learned, had been enhanced by the various books Gohan had kept in his personal trunk. In short, Bulma could only conclude that Goku was either a prodigy or his race was highly intelligent. But then, why haven't they come for him yet? The blue-haired beauty thought from her seat beside the giant monarch. Surely the fact that he hasn't sent any sort of report back should have his parents worried. It was questions like this that stumped Bulma's brilliant mind. And yet, with what Goku was sent to do on Earth, the teenage genius often hoped the young boy's people didn't come looking for him. After all, what if they decided to finish what their son never started? That thought alone plagued many of Bulma's dreams like a boogeyman at the back of her brain. Often, the young girl's azure eyes would open wide in fright as she awoke from another nightmare. On those nights Bulma was forced to watch, as imagined images of older Goku raining down on the planet inside pods like the one she and the monkey-tailed boy had found weeks ago, began laying waste to every city on the planet. The means was always different, sometimes with advanced weaponry, other times with crazy powers like breathing fire. But every time it would end the same: the real Goku, seated on a throne, with her battered body thrown at his feet. And as awful as the destruction of her home was, the worst part of her nightmare was always the look Goku would give her as she begged him for help. It was like something pulled from a painting of the devil, nothing at all like the stoic indifference or cocky challenger Bulma was used to. No, this Goku's face was twisted into a cruel, unforgiving smile. His unnaturally sharper canines gave the seated fighter a feral, animalistic look that was only heightened by the blood smeared around his lips from whatever raw meat he'd just taken a bite of. Onyx black orbs were slit in pure relish as he looked down his nose at her in contempt. Then, with a single raise of his hand, Bulma knew nothing but pain, the likes of which she'd never known before awakening from the nightmare. Even with the cool breeze afforded by the Ox King's convertible hover car, Bulma still found herself shivering at just the memory of those dreams. But then, that's all they were, right? Goku wouldn't really hurt her, would he? No, Bulma denied with a shake of her head. Goku called me his friend, there's no way he would turn on me like that, I just know it. So engrossed was she in her thoughts, Bulma didn't notice that the car had stopped until a large, meaty hand patted her on the shoulder. Shocked from her internal retrospection, the blue-haired girl turned her eyes up in a silent question of what the man beside her wanted. You seem troubled. I was asking if you thought your friend would have any interest in marrying my daughter, but when you didn't say anything I began to get worried. Is something the matter? Bulma blinked in an effort to clear away the images in her mind before shaking her head. No, nothing's wrong, I was just spacing out. Also, to answer your question, I'm not too sure Goku would have any interest in your offer. He doesn't even know Kai. Besides, Goku's not the type to do something without a real reason. As I just mentioned, they don't know each other, which means Goku has even less of a reason to think about your offer because he sees no point in it. Why marry someone if there's nothing to gain or emotional bond to share? The Ox King seemed to ponder this for a moment before speaking again, although the question he asked wasn't the one Bulma was expecting. Your friend calls himself Kakarot, yet you have continuously referred to him as Goku. Why is that? The question drew Bulma's mind back to the conversation the Ox King had had with Goku right before the young boy rocketed off to find Roshi. Ox King had, like any normal person, asked Goku for his name. It came as no surprise to the beautiful genius when her alien friend had given the monarch his original name, rather than the one given to him by Gohan. However, it was times like this when Bulma wished Goku were just a bit more friendly to others, as it would save her the need to explain why he went by two separate names. With a sheepish grin, the blue-haired teen attempted to give an explanation for her friend's behavior. Well, Kakarot is Goku's real name, Goku being the name given to him by Gohan when he was adopted. Unfortunately, Goku doesn't really trust anyone new, so he gives them his birth name as a sign of that mistrust. As for why I call him Goku rather than Kakarot is rather simple, although no less meaningful to me. He considers me a friend and he trusts me. The Ox King mulled over his passenger's words while he continued driving, his mind working over Bulma's words as they searched for his daughter. What made this Goku so withdrawn, especially if he had lived with Gohan for any length of time? What sort of past could possibly cause a boy so young to be so closed off to all but one person? And finally, what had Bulma done to coax the boy into a friendship with her? Normally the Ox King would not trouble himself with such thoughts, but the enigma that was Kakarot seemed to call to him just as much as the little orange ball he'd acquired, and now lay tucked away in the confines of his burning castle. However, before the burly man could ponder the mysterious boy any further, a shrill scream of fright rang in his ears. one that the Ox King recognized immediately. Waha! Someone help me! It was Kai Kai, and she was in trouble. Straining his ears to catch which way the sound had come from, the mighty monarch swerved the hover car into a sharp turn and began speeding towards where he picked up his daughter's cry for help. With his massive boot pressed firm against the gas, and his eyes narrowed in intense focus, the Ox King found himself swing around a number of tall rock formations, as well as a plenty of wildlife, before finally catching sight of Kai Kai. And what he saw did not make him very happy. Bulma herself was left to gasp in horror at the potential disaster as she too laid eyes on the younger girl's hideous predicament, dressed in a blue cheongsam with red pants and black shoes. Her dark, raven hair was free of any sort of tie and whipped behind her as the young girl ran screaming from the gnashing jaws of a large, purple dinosaur. With her dark eye swallowed by tears, the frightened princess didn't see the indent in the earth ahead of her, so when the toe of her pointed flat caught in the dip, Kai Kai went tumbling forward. From her seat in the hover car, Bulma could only look on in horror, her body frozen in fear and anguish. But when the transport rocked heavily, before settling back down, the heiress of Capsule Corp felt her fear turn to shock. The Ox King was tearing down the countryside, his body hunched as if he were about to actually ram the Tyrannosaurus threatening his daughter. The large king's roar of battle, his ferocious moment, were all brought to a screeching halt however when a blindly fearful Kai Kai turned to face the purple dinosaur and blasted it with a vibrant beam. In almost an instant the scaly predator was toppled and transformed into a roasted carcass. For Bulma it was almost too good to be true until her brilliant mind rebooted and she replayed that scene over in her head. It had only been for a moment, but that was all the blue-haired beauty needed, because Bulma easily recreated the memory in her mind. After turning over and onto her back, Kai Kai had thrust out her hands as she wailed for her fiendish pursuer to leave her alone. Then, just for a second, there was a gleam that came off a pair of rings the Ox King's daughter was wearing on each pointer finger. From there it was the creation of the beam, and the cooked dino hide Bulma could now smell in the air. It was Kai Kai's blubbering as she launched herself at the Ox King that broke Bulma out of her stupor. After a rapid set of blinks, the blue-haired beauty removed her seatbelt and climbed out of the hover car, her ears choosing to selectively ignore Oolong's shouts of indignation at being left alone. Coming up on the father-daughter duo, Bulma made out the words of comfort the Ox King was belaying in a gentle tone. Seeing the mountain of a man behave like such a marshmallow, when just an hour before he'd been cruel and derogatory towards not only herself but Goku as well, threw Bulma for a loop. And yet, here it was. Oh Kai Kai, what in the world were you doing out here all by yourself? Don't you remember how dangerous I said the lands outside the village are for a girl so young? What if something happened to you? Don't you know how heartbroken I would be? The little girl sniffled a little before responding, her button nose glowing red from all the crying she'd been doing that day. I was only trying to find Master Roshi, Papa, the one you said could put out the fire. I just wanted to be able to go home. Kai Kai broke out into another crying fit after finishing her reply with a pitiful whine. From her place outside the family hug, Bulma felt her heart throb at the sight of one so young suffering so much pain. Which is why it came as a great joy when a familiar voice called out from above, "Bulma, I found the old man." Crystal blue eyes shot up to the sky above, and Bulma beamed in a show of great happiness as her friend came soaring down from the heavens on his little yellow cloud. Even seeing the perverted martial arts master trailing behind on his own flying familiar didn't drain any the joy Bulma felt at seeing Goku again, even if it had only been a little over an hour. At the same time, however, Kai Kai also looked up at hearing the new voice, and her reaction was a bit different from Bulma's. The moment her onyx eyes landed on the wild-haired boy with the monkey tail, young Kai Kai felt her face turn a pretty pink. Descending from the very sky, commanding the legendary Nimbus cloud itself, the fierce-looking warrior in white looked every bit the knight in shining armor Kai Kai had read about. It was as the boy finished his dive from above, and jumped from his cloud, that the smitten princess of Fire Mountain learned his name. That's great, Goku, and you got back just in time too. The Ox King and I just managed to find his daughter, Kai Kai. She was being chased by a pretty nasty, overgrown lizard, but that's not even the wildest part. Kai Kai used these rings to create some sort of energy beam that completely fried the thing. Bulma gushed about the possibility of recreating such devices, but Kai Kai herself heard none of it. She was too busy staring dreamily at the boy in front of her. Goku, she swooned. However, the young girl's flip-flopping tummy dropped to her feet, and she reeled back in disgust as the vision of her white knight was replaced by a hideous old man. Unlike Goku, he was bald, and his face was home to an untidy beard and mustache the color of snow. Where Goku wore a martial arts gi that fit his svelte, athletic body, the old man wore a disgusting, orange beach shirt and white shorts that stopped above his knees. He also wore a turtle shell on his back, and carried a walking stick in his right hand. This was Master Roshi. Before the young princess could make any sort of comment, however, she was further awestruck by what her father did next. Her father, the feared and ferocious Ox King, the man said to have the strength of 100 men and whose power was great enough to fell just as many with just one sweep of his axe, was kneeling. "Oh, Master Roshi, how great it is to see you again!" Ox King greeted enthusiastically, his burly arms easily trapping the elderly martial artist in a beefy hug. "It's been far too long, Master. I'm overjoyed to see you still in good health." To everyone but Goku's surprise, Roshi easily freed himself from the Ox King's powerful grip and landed softly on his feet. What did surprise Goku, however, was the tone with which the old man addressed his former student. "I wish I could say the same, Ox, but I've heard far too many stories about you to be happy about our reunion. What is this I hear about you terrorizing the countryside? I didn't teach you martial arts so you could become a tyrant." Ox King immediately dropped to the dirt floor, his nose to the ground and hands outstretched in a prostrating pose of submission. "Oh, Master, forgive me, but you don't understand. I rage not out of enjoyment, but anguish. My home, the very castle I hoped to raise my daughter, has blazed for many years, and I've since become desperate to find a way to put out the fire. My methods may be violent, but I've just begun to lose hope. Please, Master, forgive this worthless student and say you'll save my home." There was a tense few seconds after the large monarch's blubbering plea, one that had even the hidden Yamcha feel the hair on the back of his neck stand at attention. Should Master Roshi refuse, there was no telling what the mighty Ox King's next move was going to be. Yet such worries were unfounded, because after letting loose a tired breath, the elderly martial arts master agreed to lend his aid. "But only because I can see you are truly ashamed for what you've done. Now, show me this eternal flame you've so foolishly surrounded your castle with, and I'll put it out. I don't have the Bansho fan anymore, but there is still a trick I know that may do the job." Leaping back to his feet in utter relief, the Ox King hurriedly ushered his old teacher in the direction of his home, and introduced the man to his daughter as they walked. Goku and Bulma were quick to follow, as was Oolong once he saw that there was no longer any danger. For Goku, the young alien found his interest piqued. Just how was Roshi going to extinguish a flame that has burned for 10 years? The answer turned out to be the first step in a long journey for power for the young boy. Standing to the side and out of the way, Goku watched Roshi as he settled himself atop a broken patch of wall that had him looking right at the castle. Onyx black eyes watched with focused intent as the martial arts master removed his gaudy beach shirt, revealing a thin and frail-looking body, but then widened in pure disbelief as that same figure seemed to explode into a small mountain of bulging muscle. How did he do that? Goku stammered mentally. Never had he witnessed such a thing, and yet it helped to explain how Roshi was able to best him so easily. The man truly was more powerful than he appeared, and then, it happened. Goku watched, his mouth still dropped open in shock, as Roshi lifted his hands and began to motion with his thick and muscular arms. Cupping the heels of his flexed hands together, Roshi pulled his arms back so his hands rested near his waist, and then he began to chant, "Ka-me." It was as if time was moving slow for the wild-haired Goku. Where once there was empty air, the space between Roshi's palms began to fill with a bright, almost fluorescent blue ball of light. That vibrant sphere began to grow in size. What was once no bigger than a marble had slowly expanded to the size of a baseball. Then Roshi tensed his powerful body, lurched his hands back, and then thrust them forward with one final cry. The ball of light, Goku realized, was actually energy. That medium-sized sphere immediately grew to the size of a dinosaur egg, and a thick beam shot out from its center, its rounded spearhead rocketing straight for Fire Mountain. As is raced, Goku watched as the beam increased in size, and turned his eyes to look at Roshi. The elderly man's bulging body was lined with thick, pulsing veins that easily showed just how much effort he was putting into the technique. And it further showed when Goku looked back at the castle, and saw the entire structure be enveloped by the Kamehameha blast. Then, just as quickly as it was covered, the castle was revealed again, this time free of any flames. Its sturdy walls were singed, and there was numerous cracks throughout the facade from being hit by the beam, but the Ox King's castle was standing tall and free of its fiery prison. With his job done, Master Roshi let out a long breath and allowed his body to relax. His muscles deflated, and Goku watched in fascination as he returned to looking like a scrawny old man. Feeling himself being watched, Roshi turned his shaded eyes to the monkey-tailed youth and offered a slight jab. The Kamehameha wave, a technique of my own creation. Are you still so sure you don't want to learn from me, Kakarot? How about you just tell me how it's done, and I'll figure the rest out myself, old man. Was Goku's quick response. Interestingly enough, it was Ox King who answered. You show the master some respect, boy. It took him 50 years to even develop the Kamehameha wave, and even after being his student I'm still unable to perform it. Only because you still haven't realized that the technique is created through concentrating your ki, rather than simply flexing your muscles and bellowing like a gorilla. Roshi reminded his former student, ki. Goku thought as he stared down at his own hands, flexing his fingers in wonder. Gohan had been just about to teach Goku about this very subject before that fateful, full moon night, so the name was nothing new. However, seeing its use in real life was unlike anything Goku had expected. At least, until he remembered his dream. Those weapons of light, they were beams just like the Kamehameha wave, meaning that his father had the ability to use ki, and if he could do it, Goku theorized, as he narrowed his eyes in focus. He easily recalled the way Roshi had seemed so centered, so in tune with his body. So Goku made the same attempt. He envisioned himself forming the technique in his hands, and that ball of energy resting between his palms. He imagined the heat that would come off the neon sphere, conjured the humming that he heard when he watched Roshi, and let it fill his own ears. Dimly aware that he was staring to work through the same motions as he'd seen Roshi do, Goku settled into the stance with his hands cupped at his sides. It wasn't until he heard Bulma gasp in wonder that he realized those sensations he'd imagined were in fact real. Gee Goku, how did you do that? Opening his dark eyes, the monkey-tailed martial artist looked down and saw that he'd done it. He'd recreated the Kamehameha wave. However, even in his state of triumphant shock, Goku was able to see that there was a very distinct difference between his energy and Roshi's. Where the old man's had been a bright, neon blue, Goku's was a strong, almost black shade of violet. Wondering if this would affect the technique any, Goku shifted into a firm stance before thrusting his hands forward. Kamehameha! He was glad to see that his beam still performed in the same way Roshi's had, even if it wasn't anywhere near as large, but was interested to see that it had punched a sizable hole in the first barrier it came across, that being a clearly abandoned home. Then, as the already decrepit building finally gave out and began to crumble, Goku turned his attention back to the old man in sunglasses. 50 years, He snarked, a smug look stretching over his young face. Then, that look washed away as he turned to Bulma. Now that the fire is out, could you go ahead and start looking for the ball? At the mention of the next Dragon Ball, the blue-haired beauty finally managed to shake off her shock, and heartily agreeing with her younger companion turned towards the Ox King to ask if he'd show her into the castle. Very well, but only because Kakarot managed to bring the master here to extinguish the flame. The burly monarch conceded. With that, he led a widely grinning Bulma and a still stunned Oolong into his home. His daughter, on the other hand, moved closer to a Goku who looked about ready to start another conversation with Master Roshi. So is the Kamehameha your only technique, old man? Goku wondered out loud. If it is, what point would there be in me becoming your student if I've learned your greatest move in under 10 minutes? While an irritated Roshi went on to explain about his teachings, and how they would help increase not only Goku's power, but speed and reflexes as well, behind his tree Yamcha looked on at the monkey-tailed boy in true fear. Considering himself to be a martial artist, the bandit had indeed heard of the legendary Kamehameha wave and its immense power. It was said to be the greatest technique in the world. And yet, here was some little kid capable of doing what took a master like Roshi 50 years to develop, in seconds. This, coupled with the harsh beating Yamcha had suffered at Goku's hands, had the older boy wary of just how much more dangerous he'd become if Roshi actually took him on as a student. My only hope is to get my hands on the Dragon Balls first, and make my wish. Yamcha seethed to his partner, Pua. If I do, I can wish to be made the greatest martial artist in the whole world, and then not only will I be able to defeat Kakarot, but Bulma will be sure to notice me then. But master, what about your condition? The shape-shifting cat worried. If you try to fight Kakarot before curing it, he could use it to his advantage and you'd be right back to square one. Not if I get him alone. The bandit reasoned. If I fight him away from Bulma, or any other girl for that matter, there's no way he'll defeat me then. The two continued to plot, their tones not whispered, but low. However, what neither of them realized was that Goku could still hear them. He'd learned long ago that his senses were significantly sharper than any human's, so hearing Yamcha and Puar, even from so many feet away, was of little difficulty. Unfortunately, his idea to call them out was sabotaged by the interference of some girl he'd never met before. She had garnered his attention through a stuttered "excuse me," and was barely able to look him in the eye when he turned to her. She was a small thing, even though they stood at the same height. Her body was soft and petite, Goku could see no traces of muscle tone, and her hands looked free of any sort of callus or rough patches of skin. The girl, being younger than Bulma, obviously looked very different, and yet this wasn't what caused the boy to look at her with disinterest. In fact, Goku mentally decided Kai Kai was indeed what many would consider cute. The problem was that Kai Kai, if he remembered the Ox King calling her, gave off a very distinct aura of shyness and discomfort. It was so thick that Goku could practically smell it. She also had a problem standing still. Kai Kai continuously shuffled her feet or played with her fingers. And finally, she could hardly look at Goku for more than a few seconds before turning her gaze to the floor. This meek, submissive behavior left a bad taste in Goku's mouth, one he couldn't for the life of him explain, but he decided there was no reason to be rude, and tuned back in when he heard the girl begin to speak. My name is Kai Kai, I'm the Ox King's daughter. I thought I heard that other girl call you Goku, but I'm not certain. Would you mind telling me your name? I'm Kakarot, and it's nice to meet you. Kai Kai. Goku couldn't find a better word than nice to describe what he felt about their meeting, one that spoke true of how he felt without being rude, and only hoped the young girl didn't notice his hesitation. She didn't. Kai Kai was too caught up in her swooning, and having the handsome boy's attention on her, to take note of his growing discomfort. Instead, she offered a shy smile and continued talking. That's a nice name. I saw you do the Kamehameha wave, Kakarot, you're amazing. Seeing the strange way she was looking at him reminded Goku of how Yamcha had stared at Bulma earlier that same day. He would need to ask her if she'd been as uncomfortable then, as he found himself feeling in this moment. Kai Kai's eyes sparkled with something foreign, and her pupils were dilated. She was leaning in just so, with her clasped hand settled neatly over her chest. Goku himself leaned back, attempting to save his personal space as he replied. Thank you, Kai Kai, that's very kind of you to say. I'm surprised though you know about the Kamehameha wave. Kai Kai nodded enthusiastically before answering. Oh yeah, my papa tells me stories about his years training under Master Roshi all the time, plus I've even watched him when he practices. I've never seen anybody beat him. The monkey-tailed boy did his best to keep the scoff from leaving his lips, but only managed to cover it with an act of clearing his throat. Because while the Ox King had indeed caught him off guard, Goku had no doubt in his mind that he could defeat the man, especially now that he had the Kamehameha wave in his arsenal of techniques. I'd just have to be careful not to overuse it. I'm still a little winded from that one I used earlier. Remembering that he hadn't responded to the blushing girl's last statement, Goku offered another question. You say you've watched him practice. Do you study martial arts yourself? When Kai Kai shook her head in the negative, the little spark of curiosity inside Goku finally died and his normal indifference took its place. At least until she flashed him her hands. No, but Papa did give me these rings. They help draw out my energy, since I don't know how, and project it in a beam so I can protect myself against things or people that try to hurt me. Goku would have asked how they worked if Bulma hadn't come running up to him with a victorious squeal passing through her beaming smile. Look Goku, this makes 6, we only need to find one more Dragon Ball before we can summon the dragon. And while the ecstatic teen didn't see the annoyed look Kai Kai was giving her, the ever-observant Goku did, and it made him raise an eyebrow in interest. What was her problem? Choosing to ask Bulma about it later, Goku instead went to ask her where the final Dragon Ball was located. I'd like to see the dragon before I'm as old as the pervert over there. He reasoned, thumbing over to the incoming Roshi. "Keep it up and I'll rescind my offer to let you train under me, kid," Roshi threatened. Then he turned his attention to the blue-haired beauty in front of him and leered grossly at her as he greeted Bulma. "It's been a while since I've seen YA Bulma. How about coming over here and giving an old man a hug?" The elderly man's lecherous intentions were clear with the way he groped the empty air, and Bulma shivered in disgust before stepping back behind her scowling friend. No thanks, I think I'll just stay over here with Goku." It was here that Kai made herself known again. "I thought you said your name was Kakarot. Why is she calling you Goku?" "It's just a nickname," Bulma cut in after seeing the odd look the princess was giving her young friend. Being a female herself, the blue-haired city girl easily understood what was going on. "I just call him Goku because she knows it annoys me. She makes fun of the fact I'm named after a vegetable." Goku finished for her, the pint-sized fighter choosing to use the reason for her calling him Monkey Boy to appease the curious Kai. He had no idea what her issue was, and personally didn't care. All Goku wanted was to move on and find the final Dragon Ball. But it seemed Kai wasn't going to make it easy for him. The prepubescent princess lost her look of confusion and jealousy, and replaced it with shy hopefulness as she turned her attention fully on Goku. Off to the side, her father watched the exchange with interest of his own, his mind still thinking of a way to wed his daughter to the obviously powerful young boy. Oh, well then do you mind if I give you one? I promise it won't be anything mean," she asked, the toe of her shoe digging a small hole into the dirt as the girl peered up at Goku through her lashes. It was with a wary eyebrow that the wild-haired alien offered his consent. "How about Kishi, because you're the reason Master Roshi even knew about the fire, and without you he never would have come to put it out." Kai rocked on her heels as she gave the boy in the white gi another pretty smile. Goku could only cock his head to the side, his face betraying nothing, as he answered, "I suppose that's all right. Sure, you can call me Kishi." Kai. The young princess was thrilled in her mind. It was as if Goku had just agreed to be her own personal knight. Continuing to swoon over the young fighter, she asked if he would stay and have dinner with her and her father, to celebrate having their castle back. She was distraught when he refused, only to brighten when, of all people, Bulma was the one to convince him to stay. "You were just talking about how hungry you were earlier, and I know you haven't eaten anything all day, so I think we should stay. Besides, with my radar there's nowhere on Earth for the last Dragon Ball to hide, so there's no rush, Goku." Turning to Kai, Bulma leaned down on her knees and offered a cheerful smile. "We'd be more than happy to stay for dinner, cutie, thank you." Realizing she would have to invite the older, beautiful girl as well, Kai almost wanted to rescind the offer. But one look at Goku, and then hearing the way his stomach growled at the thought of finally getting something to eat, had the princess heartily motioning for them to follow her inside. Wrapping her arms around Goku's muscular biceps, she batted her eyes at the boy and asked what his favorite food was. Her love-tinted gaze didn't see the sour look that broke out on her Kishi's face as he answered, "Anything made of meat will do fine, thank you." The alien boy had to swallow a growl as he spoke, and tensed his shoulder to keep from jerking free of the odd girl's annoying grip. As much as Goku hated having his personal space violated, Bulma had been right and he was hungry, and the young boy believed that if he rebuffed the princess' efforts to be close that the offer would expire. So Goku kept his peace and ignored the terrible itch he had to get away from the clingy girl known as Kai. What none of them knew, however, was that they were being watched. A small bird fluttered its wings from above, while its beady eyes followed the small group as they entered the castle. Eyes that, miles away, were feeding that same view to a monitor inside an even grander castle to a man known as Pilaf. Dinner had been pleasant, but only after the Ox King had gone out and bought food that hadn't been sitting inside a burning castle for 10 years. Goku showed off his impressive appetite by devouring an entire roasted boar single-handedly before slurping up 10 bowls of noodles, and finishing it off with a large platter of egg rolls. "Geez kid, you'd think you hadn't eaten a day in your life." Oolong gaped. "Where in the world did you put all that?" Goku only gave the talking pig a look, as if to ask, "Are you dumb?" before replying, "In my stomach, where else would it go? Now that I think about it, the day we met you were dragging a humongous fish behind you, Goku." Bulma interjected, a thoughtful look etched across her face. "I guess I just didn't fully notice it on account of me hitting you with my car." Kai choked on her drink at this bit of news. "You hit him with your what? How could you do something like that?" It was an accident, Goku defended. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, so when I came out of the woods I unknowingly stepped into the middle of a dirt road. It was a lie, of course. Having lived in the mountains for so long, Goku knew them like the back of his hand, but the wild-haired martial artist didn't like the way Kai seemed to be almost glaring at Bulma. The conversation moved then to a topic the monkey-tailed youth was more than happy to talk about: martial arts. It was brought up by Master Roshi, who spoke of an event that took place every 3 years, the Tenkaichi Budokai. It's a tournament that takes fighters from all over the globe and pits them against one another in an effort to decide who is the strongest fighter in the world. There's no real age restriction, so you'd be able to enter alongside the adults and test yourself against the toughest of martial artists. Goku looked on in great interest at this bit of information, his brow knitted in focus as he listened carefully to the elderly man's words. I'm assuming you're telling me this because the next tournament is fast approaching, right? That's correct, Roshi nodded. It's a little more than 8 months from now, but I thought I'd tell you about it so you could prepare. Bulma said herself that there's no chance of you actually losing out on finding that last Dragon Ball, so I have no doubt your quest will be finished long before then, and once it is I'd hope you come by my island. I told you about what my training would do for you, and I think you and I both know that even a little bit of progress is better than none at all, right? Goku knew he was right, and the prospect of further increasing his strength aroused a feeling of excitement deep inside that only grew at the thought of facing all those fighters in the world tournament. His choice was clear. I suppose it wouldn't hurt, but none of your perverted nonsense, old man. If I'm going to learn under you, then I'd better feel like I'm actually getting something done, or I'm out, understood? Roshi only offered a nod as he agreed, although his face was a little pinched in irritation. Fine, take all the fun out of it, why don't we? From there it was a quiet evening of storytelling and small talk, although Goku still found Kai to be far too focused on him as she rarely left his side. But that came to an end when the Ox King informed his dozing daughter that it was time for bed. But I'm not sleepy, she tried to say, although it was covered with a yawn which completely shut down her argument. It wasn't more than a second after her father picked up in his arms that the little girl was fast asleep, her lips lifting into a content smile as she muttered the name Kishi while snuggling into the king's embrace. I don't understand that girl at all, Goku muttered mostly to himself. Bulma looked at the boy with a playful grin as she opened her mouth to tease. Oh come on Goku, who are you trying to kid? It's obvious she likes you. That much is obvious, but what was with all the hand-holding and those weird looks she kept giving me? I like you just fine, Bulma, but I don't feel the need to constantly be touching you or talking your ear off. When Goku gave his only friend an exasperated look, he was surprised to find one of incredulity staring back at him. Both Roshi and Oolong had followed right after Ox King and his daughter, so it was just the two of them, and it became more apparent when Goku found himself a little pinned down by Bulma's look of disbelief. You like me? There was a tone of almost worry in her voice, and it only confused Goku more. Yes, he answered. How could I consider you a friend if I thought you were annoying, or didn't like you, Bulma? At this the blue-haired beauty sagged in what looked to be a sense of relief, something again that Goku couldn't truly comprehend. Were girls always so weird? Gohan hadn't ever gotten the chance to really explain what he called the fairer sex. When it didn't look like Bulma was going to say anything else, the pint-sized fighter sent out a verbal prod. Bulma, I'm still confused. Hearing the boy's voice made the teenager jump a little in her charred seat, and she blinked her big cerulean eyes for a moment before refocusing on her friend. Oh, sorry about that, kid, I just got a little distracted there for a second. Nervously scratching at her nose, the embarrassed high school student waved her other hand dismissively as she went on to speak again. But anyway, don't worry too much about Kai right now, Goku. We'll be heading out in the morning anyway, so it won't be an issue after that. Besides, I don't think I'm the best person to explain that concept to you. Then Bulma made a production out of standing and stretching, before nervously bidding her younger friend goodnight and heading to her guest room. Goku watched her go with a bewildered look on his face, and only shook it off after she disappeared from the room. Shaking his head at the odd behavior, he slid off the burnt couch he shared with Kai and settled onto the blacked rug on the floor in a lotus pose. Maybe some meditation would help him make sense of the strangeness of the female mind? It was the oddity of the night, the variety of smoky scents, and the thick castle walls that kept Goku from knowing that just outside the castle Yamcha was scaling the side and making his way inside. The desert bandit scrambled his way through one of the open windows, careful to watch his hand so he didn't cur himself on the broken window glass. Once he was inside though, it quickly became a game of find the cheese, and he was the mouse, because Yamcha had absolutely no idea where the Dragon Balls were being kept. It was a lucky thing his best friend was a talking cat. I can smell Oolong's disgusting scent from across the world, master. We were seatmates back in shape-shifting school. I'd know his sweaty stench anywhere. Poir gagged in explanation. And I doubt that the group would sleep too fat apart from each other, so once we get down to his room it'll just be a matter of looking through each room until we find that girl Bulma. The pair had decided that she was the most likely person to have he wish granting orbs in her possession, but even now, just thinking about the girl's beauty had Yamcha's mouth going dry, so it was with visions of sweeping the blue-haired goddess off her feet for pummeling that rat, Kakarot, into the ground that the thief followed his floating companion through the corridors of the castle and down the many steps it took to reach Oolong's room. Can you pick out Bulma's scent from here, Poir? Yamcha asked the little cat. Poir lifted her nose into the air and sniffed a couple of times, angling her head as she searched for a trail. Seeming to finally work through the various other odors in the hall though, Poir motioned for her master to follow her as she flew 2 doors down and stopped. She's in this one, master, but I think you'd better be careful. I can smell that old man Roshi a little further down the hall too. There's no telling what he'll do if he catches us. What about Kakarot? Where is he? The boy in the white GI was who Yamcha was really worried about. His bandaged wrist still throbbed, even after he reset and braced it, from when the younger fighter broke it. The fact that it took Poir longer to catch the younger boy's scent was more than good enough for Yamcha, and then she told him the kid was in a completely separate room in the castle. And the Ox King isn't he anywhere nearby either, so now's definitely your best chance. The female cat whispered. With the damage from the flames it was child's play for Yamcha to work his way inside, but he was careful not to let out more than the unavoidable creaks that came from turning the knob and pushing open such an old door. Once he had it left open just a crack, the ragged-looking teen quietly stepped through the room and searched for the Dragon Balls. It took only moments with the way Bulma had her things organized, and soon Yamcha had the bag of wishing orbs clutched greedily in his fingers. He was grinning like a fool, and was just about to make his exit, when a rustling of sheets caught his attention. Damn, did she hear me? Yamcha fret, his body turning stiff as a stone. When he didn't hear any screams for help however, the fearful teen worked his head to look over his shoulder and found a bra-clad Bulma twisted in her own personal sheets. It was easy to see that the girl had pulled her own bead set out from her belongings, because the pale pastel colors stood out vibrantly against the charred backdrop of the room. However, it wasn't the soft-looking sheets that held Yamcha's attention, it was the girl they were wrapped around. Bulma lay spread out on the burnt mattress that had been lent to her for the night, its frame having been turned to tinder by the fire and so lay flat against the floor, and it was obvious to see that the girl was a wriggly sleeper. Her body was almost on full display with the way her arms and legs stretched to fill the corners of the mattress, all of her velvety soft skin free to be feasted on by the eyes as she slept in nothing but her pale pink underwear. All except for the bundle of cloth that wrapped almost possessively around Bulma's waist. Yamcha couldn't help tracing over every new inch of skin he found, from Bulma's ankles to her shoulders, stopping only to study the girl's smooth belly and leer at the soft rise and fall of her round breasts. Even cradled by the cottony cups of a bra, Bulma's globes were a mesmerizing sight for the teenage Yamcha. Their plentiful size and perfect shape had him feeling weak in the knees, while thoughts of cupping the malleable flesh in his bare hand sent blood rushing between his legs. But it wasn't the uncomfortable tightening of his trousers that woke Yamcha from his lusting, it was Kakarot. So not only are you a weakling and a thief, but you're a disgusting waste of space too. How did I know? The boy in the white GI scoffed. Why no, you and your partner should be more careful when you're plotting. I could hear every word you two were saying behind your little tree fort outside. Did you really think you'd be able to just sneak in without me knowing? This had been bit of a bluff. Goku hadn't known they were inside. However, his hearing wasn't the only one of his senses that surpassed those of any normal human. His nose had easily picked up the desert bandit's filthy scent once he'd gotten close enough to the room Goku had stayed behind to meditate in. But Yamcha didn't need to know that. Goku's stern voice and Yamcha's frightened squeal were both enough to rouse Bulma from her slumber though. The groggy girl muttered angrily as she pushed herself onto the palms of her hands, and rubbing at her glassy eyes with heel of one palm grumbled to whoever ruined her beauty sleep. How am I supposed to keep myself looking perfect if I'm being woken up in the middle of the... All grouchy feelings flushed from Bulma's body as she finally took in who was in her room. Taking their place was a sick disgust and female fury. You? What the hell are you doing here, and where do you think you're going with our Dragon Balls? Yamcha could only stutter and bluster in the presence of a nearly naked, awake, and angry Bulma. His tongue flapped, but only wordless babbling came out, and soon even that stopped as his eyes were drawn back to the girl's boobs. They heaved with Bulma's fury, easily drawing any red-blooded male's attention as they strained against the girl's bra. This reminded Bulma that she was, indeed, clad in only her underwear, and that led her to scream in indignity. Goku! Pound this creep into dust right now, with pleasure. The feral, almost hungry look that Yamcha found on Kakarot's face drained all the color from his own and swiftly killed the rising tent in his pants. However, he was saved when a massive tremor shook the ground and dropped the bandit to the floor. Bulma yelped in fright, scrambling to find clothes to put on as another shock wave rumbled the ground beneath her bare feet. What in the world is going on? By now the rest of the castle was awake, and everyone was rushing to regroup. Once Bulma was fully clothed again, she and Goku joined the rest of the sleepy bunch, uncaring that Yamcha scuttled behind after them, although Bulma made sure to snatch her Dragon Balls back. I don't care if the ground splits in half, these are mine. After gathering in the foyer, it was Oolong's big mouth that broke the ice. Okay, what's going on? Is the world ending? Because if it is, then I'm gonna scream. I haven't even had my first kiss. Having no experience with physical signs of affection besides a hug, Goku had no idea what the fumbling pig was talking about, but there was one thing he was certain about. No, the world isn't ending, you buffoon, we're being attacked. As if to reiterate the boy's point, a loud smash echoed through the castle, and the sound of rushing footsteps soon filled everyone's ears. In no time they were surrounded by dozens of men, each with a deadly rifle aimed directly at them as they were cut off from any way of escape. The men were geared in riot armor, complete with helmets, and some even carrying large rectangular body shields. Who are you, and what are you doing in my home? Ox King demanded, his large body covering his cowering daughter as she clung to his knee. Speak, before I decide to just forget about questioning and start crushing skulls. I suggest not making empty threats, Ox King. It was a female voice that called out from the crowd, which began to part and make room for the speaker. Because I'm sure you and I both know that there's chance of you being able to fight us and protect your precious daughter at the same time. The woman who had spoken was young, only few years older than Bulma, and easily just as beautiful. She stood a few inches taller than the blue-haired girl, and dressed much less flatteringly than her too. Where Bulma was clothed in a pair of boy shorts, a t-shirt, and sneakers, the new girl was dressed in a clear uniform that allied her with the rest of the intruders. She wore a navy blue trench coat and beige slacks, as well as sturdy brown combat boots. Her long, raven hair was left free of any sort of binding and fell to just past her shoulders, gently framing a pretty face decorated with red eyeshadow and ruby lipstick. Yes, the woman would indeed be considered beautiful if it weren't for the pistol strapped to her hip that her right hand was rested on, and the smug grin she was shooting at the Ox King. And don't think just because there's 3 of you that we win. The woman spoke again, referring to Goku and Roshi. Because as good as you all are, there's no way you'll be able to beat us all before someone gets their hands on Miss Prom Queen and the Pee-wee Princess there, so I want all of you to put your hands in the air and start moving before things have to get ugly. The 3 martial artists hated to admit it, but trapped in such an enclosed space, the intruder was right. They were surrounded, with little room to move, and there were far too many guns pointed that a stray bullet was sure to make it to one of the girls. So it was with grudging duress that each fighter did as they were told. Almost immediately they were smashed in the back of the head, felling both Roshi and the Ox King. However, Goku only gnashed his teeth in fury. If you're gonna take us with you, just get it over with already, lady, because the next time one of your goons tries that on me, I'm gonna break his fingers. General Mai, what do you want us to do? One of the soldiers questioned the woman now known as Mai. Should we just cuff him like the others? To demonstrate, he motioned to where Bulma, Yamcha, and both Kai Kai and Oolong were now shackled with their hands behind their backs. Yes, but set him up with a prison set. I want Monkey Boy as restrained as possible for the flight back. Mai ordered, her aqua eyes trained hard on Goku. Soon enough both Goku's wrists and ankles were locked in shackles, the two pairs of cuffs being linked by a thick length of chain that was just long enough to allow the boy to shuffle along as he was herded into a large transport he'd never seen before. As he sat down next to a cowering Bulma, Goku listened as Mai spoke into a black, rectangular device. Her voice was firm and confident, and it brought up the same feelings that had flared when he'd met Bulma, but they were cooled once he heard what she was saying. "We've got them, sir. All 6 balls are accounted for, and we're returning to the castle now with the prisoners as ordered. It won't be much longer. World domination is all but yours, Emperor Pilaf." The journey to Pilaf's castle was a short one, but to Goku it seemed to take ages when he was riding with the likes of Oolong and Kai Kai. The shape-shifting pig was huddled beside Roshi's unconscious form, his ongoing worrying grating on the young alien's nerves, while the Ox King's daughter clung to Goku's left arm. Kai Kai was shivering in fright, and Goku could easily pick up the girl's fearful whimpering even if she'd been in the cockpit of the transport. To his right, the monkey-tailed martial artist caught Bulma quaking too, from the corner of his eye. Although she seemed to be holding together just a little better than Kai Kai, there was no whimpering coming from her corner. Goku's musings were cut short when the young princess finally managed to speak. What do you think they want with us?" She stuttered, terrified for her life, although it wasn't as if Goku could find it in himself to blame her. The girl's father, who she imagined to be invincible, was laying knocked out cold right in front of her. Add to this, that she'd been taken from her home in the middle of the night, to a strange place surrounded by strange men and women, and Goku wasn't sure what other response would be appropriate for the girl. However, knowing this still did nothing for the boy's inability to comfort her. It just wasn't in his nature. So instead, he told the truth. "I say it's pretty obvious what they want, the Dragon Balls. And they kidnapped all of us to make sure we didn't try and get the way of this Emperor Pilaf making his wish. What happens after, however, I honestly can't say." None of this seemed to help, and Kai Kai's shivers only seemed to worsen at the thought of what would happen to her. Once again, Goku was silently glad it was a short ride. After the aircraft landed, Mai had one of her men bring both Ox King and Roshi back to the world of consciousness with a pack of smelling salts. From there the group was marched down the ramp, and it was here that Goku felt a bit impressed with Emperor Pilaf. The large castle that greeted the young alien was huge, far bigger than that of the Ox King, and seemed to be crawling with guards. Each body that Goku could see was equipped with much of the same uniform as those who had abducted them, and carried a weapon just like them as well. This helped reinforce the young prepubescent martial artist's belief that attempting to fight the enemy while watching out for Bulma and Kai Kai's safety was a terrible idea. The band of prisoners were herded down the exit ramp and away from the landing bay, with Mai acting as their escort. On either side of their troop, Goku could easily count out at least 8 men, each one tensed and ready to react to even the slightest movement. As they were prodded along, though, the young boy with the monkey tail took surreptitious glances at his surroundings, in a hope to see any sort of way out, but sadly all the boy could see was the cold slabs of brick that made up the hallway walls. However, Goku still held his head high as he was marched along. He knew of one sure way out of Pilaf's castle. All the boy needed was the right conditions. Behind him, though, the preteen could easily make out the sound of Yamcha whispering some foolishly inept effort to comfort the fearful beauty. Hey, don't why you worry about a thing, B Bulma. The second I get the chance, I'll bust out of these chains, and put these losers in their place. Yamcha choked out his fear of beautiful women, making him feel as if his tongue had lodged in his throat. Beside him, Bulma could only manage to shoot him an unconvinced look before a symphony of mocking laughter filled the hall. It was Mai. The female soldier only gave the slightest look over her shoulder, just enough to give Yamcha a dismissive once-over, before she tore into him. "You beat any one of my men? Not even on an off day, you sad excuse for a petty thief. I've seen the way you fight. I watched your battle against this boy, Goku, and bore witness to your mediocre skills. No, you won't be going anywhere or saving anyone, so I suggest you start accepting your fate. Just as I suggest you don't call me Goku, Commander Mai," the young alien boy retorted, drawing the woman's attention to him. He was walking ahead of the trio, falling behind only the Ox King, who stumbled along in front of him, but the wild-haired youth did offer the smallest turn of his head so as to see Mai as he spoke. Goku's onyx eyes were harsh and cold, and his face was set into a firm lock that told those that saw it just how unhappy he was to hear a total stranger refer to him with such familiarity. He let it slide with the Ox King's daughter out of pure interest in having a meal in her home, but Mai was a woman who had kidnapped him, stole his Dragon Balls, and was keeping his only friend hostage. Familiar they were not, and as such, Goku felt it wrong to hear the name Gohan gave him come from between her lips, and that was why the woman's response was so puzzling to him. "Oh, my apologies, then you prefer the name Kakarot, I assume?" She was trying to temper it, Goku could tell, but there was a distinct desire to keep him happy laced in those words. So, instead of pondering it himself, the boy simply brought it to the female soldier's attention. "That's right, but why the sudden need to accommodate me, Commander?" Mai stared straight at the boy walking in front of her, making sure she had perfect eye contact with the lone orb he was allowing her to see, before answering. "Because I wish for you to join me, Kakarot. I want you to stand at my side and help whip my men into shape, teach them your martial arts, the Kamehameha wave. It has been my goal ever since Emperor Pilaf discovered you." "Join you?" Goku stressed, giving the azure-eyed soldier a single raised brow. "Sounds a bit personal, don't you think? Besides, what's in it for me if I do? Your emperor has already stolen my Dragon Balls and imprisoned my friend for whatever purpose he has for her. Those don't sound like very nice incentives to me." "Well, Kakarot, my emperor has actually brought Miss Briefs here to offer her a position of employment to be the head of his R&D department. That's why she's still here. As for the Dragon Balls, I'm sure he'll allow you to track them down again and make your own wish, once you've proven loyal, of course." "Of course," Goku scoffed. "Just like how I'm sure he's just brought the Ox King and Roshi here to offer them jobs as janitors. Commander, I may still be young, but I am in no way a fool. I know what you're really after, and I for one want no part in it. Although I will give you a piece of advice to pass along to your emperor. From what I can gather, the people of this world are content with their current ruler, so I doubt they'll take kindly to Pilaf so rudely taking the reins. He may have his own army, but the world is a big place, and there are more people on it than there are in his pocket." With that, Goku turned his head back around and focused on trying not to trip over his bindings. In doing so, however, he missed the shocked looks that Yamcha and Oolong were giving him, as well as the impressed gleam in Bulma's eye as she let that feeling quell a great amount of her fear. If Goku could still be so calm, then there was nothing to worry about. Beside her, though, Mai was having a very different train of thought run through her head. She needed Kakarot to accept her proposal, or else Pilaf was just going to kill him along with the others. But the monkey-tailed martial artist seemed adamant about wanting nothing to do with her, or her military might, which put Mai in between a rock and a hard place. If the boy had been older, she was sure there was another way to convince him, but as it stood, the young commander looked to be out of options. "Perhaps, if I'm careful, I can smuggle him out of the chamber before sunrise and hide him away." The young woman fretted internally. "Just long enough so that I can convince him that joining me is for the best, and then I can present him to the emperor. Yes, that's my best move for now. I only hope it works." The group didn't travel much further before they came to a thick, iron door. Mai stepped ahead of them then, and after letting the palm reader scan her hand, she ushered the prisoners into the surprisingly large but empty room. However, the woman put her hand on Goku's shoulder to stop him. After the rest of them passed by, she spoke, quietly, so as not to draw attention to her pleading tone. "Kakarot, please, this is your last chance. Join me, help train my army. If you do, you'll be able to get your hands on whatever you want in this world. Please." His answer confused, as much as worried her. "You know, Commander, if I remember right, it's supposed to be a full moon tonight. I hope you get to see it." That line haunted Mai long after she closed the door on him, and lingered in the back of her brain as she turned and began to make her way to her emperor's throne room. He would want to know about her success as soon as possible, while she tried to shake off the shivers that Goku's words sent up her spine. Walking up to the large, thick oaken doors, Mai steeled her nerve so as not to draw Pilaf's curiosity. She couldn't have him thinking she was weak, so easily frightened by the words of a simple boy, after all. Once she reached the entrance, Pilaf's guard stood stiff at attention, snapping off salutes before she let them be at ease. Telling them she had important business with Pilaf pertaining to her mission, the guards quickly let her pass, opening the grandiose doors for her as she went. Upon entering the throne room, I was once again amused by its simplicity. There were no great works of art hanging from the walls, nor opulent chandeliers or baubles hanging about. No, there was simply a long and lush red carpet that stretched from the entry all the way up and over a small series of steps that ended at the one singular statement of Pilaf's status, a throne. One with high, gracefully arched backrest and plated in a brilliant gold with luxurious and rich purple cushioning. The armrests were etched with a highly detailed mural on their sides, depicting images of a short goblin-like creature standing before a large and imposing dragon. The same creature that was currently sitting in the throne. Emperor Pilaf was a short, vicious-looking thing. He stood no taller than Goku, even though he was most definitely older than the boy, with a wiry build that was hidden beneath a large robe. The top was made from Chinese silk, and a deep lime green color. There was a stretch of inky black down the center though, with the symbol for power boldly printed across the chest. Around the neckline was a pompous amount of snow-white ruffles. Almost hidden by the billowing robe was a pair of jet black pants, which ended at Pilaf's imp feet that he kept bare. The creature's fingers and toes ended in razor-like claws, and fit well on his tapered digits. A glint of light drew my attention to the Emperor's face, and to his jagged fangs, ones which, she knew, could easily shred the cords of a grown man's throat. Above that gross smirk was a gnarled, pointed nose and a set of large but beady eyes. The imp's frightful face was framed by a pair of pointed ears, while his tuft of oily black hair was covered by a ridiculous cap. And, to top it all off, the imp's skin was of the same pastel blue as the sky. All in all, Emperor Pilaf by himself was nothing to look at, but when his enemies pushed him into a corner, I knew the ugly little creature could be deadly. And that was before he brought the weight of his army down on you. Shaking off that thought, I bowed deep at the waist before rising to speak. Emperor Pilaf, I bring great news. As when I called from the transport, I've successfully retrieved the remaining 6 Dragon Balls for you, as well as brought all prisoners you requested to the castle. They now await you in the Friar, whenever you're ready to address them. Good, Pilaf breathed. I knew once I separated you from Shu, that your productivity would increase. You've done splendidly, my. Speaking of which, I have that fool outside preparing the altar where I'll be summoning the dragon. I don't very well want the thing destroying my palace once he's released, you know. Of course not, sire. Mai nodded in affirmation. On the outside she was perfectly calm, but internally the commander could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she thought about the summoning ceremony. It made her think back to Kakarot's warning of how the people of Earth would mutiny against Pilaf. Unfortunately, the woman knew there was little she could do about it. There was no way Pilaf would listen to her on such a matter. Not when his wish was practically in his lap. A brief motion brought the beautiful soldier's attention back to the imp on the throne, and her azure eyes watched as Pilaf brought down the monitor that connected with the dungeon. There was a brief bit of static, and then Mai could see the faces of the prisoners on the screen. It was probably not more than 15 or 20 minutes before Goku was watching a panel of wall slide away, and reveal a television screen like he'd seen in Bulma's capsule home. The monitor buzzed with static for a moment before the monkey-tailed youth was looking into the face of a hideous little blue creature. Emperor Pilaf, I suppose, Goku thought dryly. The fool doesn't he look like much? He must use his wealth to make up for his weakness. As if to confirm the boy's guess, Pilaf quickly introduced himself once he noticed everyone was looking at him. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, I am Emperor Pilaf. Now I know some of you are wondering what you're doing here, since I've clearly gotten my hands on all 7 Dragon Balls, so I feel it's only fair to explain and then give each of you a chance to save yourselves. Pilaf first turned his eyes on Bulma, the imp's lewd stare and grimy smile enough to make the blue-haired beauty sick. Miss Briefs, or perhaps you prefer Bulma, I've invited you here to offer you a place in my employ. Once my wish is granted and I become ruler of the world, I'll need a brilliant mind such as yours to help me in creating weapons that keep the less malleable minds in their place. I would ask your father, but I'm sure the men in your group can figure out why such an arrangement just wouldn't be as rewarding for me. They're not the only ones, Bulma seethed in disgust. It's pretty obvious what my role would be, you little freak, and I'll tell you right now that it's definitely not gonna happen. I'd rather stay locked up in here forever than have anything to do with an animal like you. Pilaf's already blue face turned a deep, plum-like purple as he grit his fangs in rage. Snorting a breath of indignation from his nostrils, the portentous creature growled in response. We'll see just how defiant you are when I'm through with you, wench. But then, before the imp could say any more, Ox King's deep voice filled the air. You tried this with me once before, Pilaf. You threatened my home with destruction if I didn't lend my vast wealth to your schemes, and I'm sure you remember how that went, so why don't you do the smart thing and let us all go? Oh, I would, the self-proclaimed emperor waved dismissively. Then his face twisted into a sneer as he leaned in close to the screen. Except this time I'm not going to ask, I'll simply raid your castle once you're good and dead, Ox King. This bit of news shocked the large man, and he couldn't help taking a step back as he stared at the blue monster on screen. What? Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? I think I'm about to become emperor of the world. Pilaf shouted back in spiteful glee. You had your chance to join me, Ox, but now both you and your daughter will pay for your insolence. Once morning comes, I'll televise your demise as warning to all those who contend my rightful place as ruler. It was here that Pilaf broke out into a grotesque laugh sounding like a mix between a frog's ribbit and hyena's cackle, at least, until Goku's chill voice sifted into the conversation. So I was right, you really are nothing but a coward. How disappointing. Pilaf's barking halted immediately, and his face screwed into a sour look as he peered down his crooked nose at the boy who'd spoken. Attempting to seem nonplussed, the little imp lifted a single eyebrow as he responded. And you are the little circus freak they call Goku, a ridiculous name if I've ever heard one. And don't even think about trying to threaten me about calling you Carrot or whatever it is you go by, because in a few hours you'll just be another name crossed off the list. Before Goku could reply, however, Roshi's voice cut him off. And you're okay with that, killing children? What sort of monster are you? Kai and Kakarot have done you no wrong, let them go. The ear-splitting laugh was back again, only this time there was a malicious undertone before Pilaf finally calmed himself enough to reply. You ask if I'm alright with it, old man, yet you just answered your own question. I'm a monster, we're free from such foolish notions like guilt and humanity. And it's not about what they've done but what they could do in the future. I can't have any threats to my conquest, no matter how small, and that's where I get my curiosity. Goku speared in. How exactly do you intend to rid yourself of the competition, Pilaf? I can tell, from your attitude, that it's going to be something showy, so how about letting us in on it? If you're really so eager to know, then fine, I'll tell you. Pilaf glared, agitated that such a small child was speaking to him in such a rude way. You see that I've given you all a lovely view of the night sky, correct? Well, that's because the ceiling is made from an inverted magnifying glass. While this may mean nothing to any of you right now, once the sun rises you're all going to starting feeling a bit cooked. And then, once noon hits and the sun centers in the sky, you'll all be turned into baked to perfection for my coronation lunch. As the villainous little monster broke out into another peal of hideous laughter, each prisoner had their own thoughts about the revelation of their fate. Kai broke out into another fit of heavy crying, burying herself in Ox King's arms as she pleaded with him to do something, while both Yamcha and Oolong howled in fear. Bulma made like she was about to shriek in fear, but then she noticed that Goku hadn't reacted to the threat at all. He simply stood there, staring impassively at the imp on the screen. Pilaf didn't seem to take notice of this, however, and instead turned his beady black eye on her one last time. Now that you know what awaits these other fools, have you changed your mind about joining me, Bulma? It'd be such a waste to see such a lovely specimen, with a brilliant mind to match, charred by the harsh rays of the sun. Surely you can see that standing with me is the smart thing to do. Bulma's answer was to scoff, folding her arms as she shot Pilaf a stinging glare. No, I don't think that it is, and anyway I'd rather fry in here than be turned into your little plaything. So no thanks. You say that now, the little imp foamed with vexation. But just you wait, Bulma, when that sun rises and you start to feel the heat sear that perfect skin of yours, I guarantee you'll be begging to work for me. Until then, I hope you and the rest of these fools enjoy watching the clouds. With that, Pilaf shut off the link and the television screen was once again covered by a thick slab of brick wall. From there it was silent for only a moment before Oolong's fearful bellowing filled the chamber. The talking pig turned toward Roshi and cried, well, don't just stand there, use that Kamehameha thing from earlier to get us out of here. This seemed to click the memory on for many of the other prisoners too, who turned their now hopeful eyes on the elderly martial arts master. Only to have them crushed by what he had to say. If this was at least 5 years ago I could, but I'm out of practice and just don't have the energy to do more than one max power Kamehameha a day anymore. If I tried, even a small one right now, it could kill me. And unfortunately by the time I'm fully charged again it'll be too late. I'm sorry everybody. This wasn't what Oolong wanted to hear. The shape-shifting porker nibbled fearfully on his fingertips for a moment before remembering something else. Kakarot knew the Kamehameha wave too. However, when he brought it up to the boy, the idea was shot down a second time, although for different reasons. If I did that we still need to get past all of Pilaf's guard, something that'll be that much harder after I expend energy to do the technique. And like I mentioned before, even between Roshi, the Ox King and myself there's still just no way of making sure all the non-fighters in our group made it out safely. It just isn't a good idea, Oolong. Well then what else are we supposed to do, sit here and wait to be turned into crispy bacon? Oolong shouted, his fear mixing with anger at this point. Because I don't know about you kid, but I for one don't want to die tomorrow, so how about you make with the fancy moves and get me out of here? There was another stretch of silence after this, broken only by the sound of the talking pig huffing through his nose in an effort to draw in precious oxygen that he lost during his tirade. But that was soon forgotten about when Bulma's soft voice filled the air instead. You won't do it, will you, Goku, because you've already figured out a way to get us out of here, haven't you? The boy in question looked to Bulma for a moment, a bit of disbelief clouding his eyes. She couldn't have really figured it out, could she? But seeing the earnest look she gave him made Goku feel as if telling the truth was the only option. I do, but I'll need the clouds to part first. Yamcha snorted at this. PFT, what are you, a werewolf? No, a giant ape. Goku corrected. I realized I could transform a while ago, after Gohan warned me about the full moon and tried to keep me away from it. With my tail, and the knowledge that the monster only came out one night a month, it was easy to figure out. As he spoke, Goku watched for each occupant's reaction to his revelation. It was obvious most of them found it hard, almost impossible to believe, but seeing both Bulma as well as Kai look at him with concern in their eyes made the boy wary. Could he trust them with the truth, the story of Gohan's death? It was a painful memory for the hard-hearted warrior even now, so many weeks later, but one that Goku was sure he would never truly forget. He had snuck out of the house after dark, once Gohan was good and asleep, to partake in some extra training the old man pushed him, sure, but the wild-haired youth found himself constantly unsatisfied with his workouts. As such, his nightly escapades began. However, Goku lost track of just what day it was, and left during a full moon. The forms he practiced didn't give him any real time to notice it, but after wearing himself out the boy dropped to the grassy field in exhaustion and stared up into the sky into the full moon. It was here Goku's memory began to fail him. Everything got hazy and there was only the sounds of something animalistic roaring in his ears, but right before that, in the split second before the transformation began, Goku was sure of one thing. There was a voice. It was deep and rumbled with a primitive sort of power the likes of which Goku had never known, and it spoke just one word: conquer! From there Goku only remembers waking to the bright light of the sun, and then finding Gohan's crushed corpse a few yards from their home. The sight of the elderly man's mutilated body churned something within the boy's stomach, something unpleasant, but he couldn't identify what it was. All he knew was that he never wanted to feel it again, and yet now, in order to save Bulma and keep Kai from dying at such a young age, Goku was going to have to risk that loss of control again. It angered him, not knowing and not being able to remember. It felt like his body wasn't his own. It sickened him, and it caused Goku to scorn his transformed state. Something that Bulma seemed to take note of. You don't want to do it though, do you? There's something about the transformation that bothers you, and so you don't really want to use it to get us out of here. Bulma stepped just a little closer to Goku as she spoke, careful not to spook him. Goku, it's okay, you can say it. I only hate that I don't remember anything after it happens, that's all. The monkey-tailed martial artist exclaimed in a half-truth. What good is the form if I can't even use the power for myself? But that's not important right now. You all need my help, so I'm going to do it. Just be sure to stay back while it happens. I don't want to crush any of you. The others didn't hear his slip, but Bulma did, and it filled her with a joy she hadn't felt since she built her first robot when she was 5 years old. She eyed the young boy with clear emotion in her crystal blue eyes before backing into the corner with the others. With the rest of the prisoners now at a safe distance, Goku closed his eyes and took a long, deep breath. His heart thudded with anxious energy, and he could feel the light of the full moon as it was finally revealed from behind dark clouds. The ethereal light shone down on him, and the pure energy he felt came in waves. Those waves washed over his furry appendage, making it squirm and whip about in an almost euphoric frenzy. What felt like an electric tingle started to arc its way through the tail after a few seconds, starting from the base against his lower back, and running up to spark at the tip. The sensation gave Goku goosebumps, and his breathing grew heavier with each passing moment, but still he stood there, letting the pulsating energy of the moon lap away at his body and fill him with power. The worry that had settled into his chest during the beginning was quickly being washed away with every burst of the delicious feeling coursing through his tail, until finally, Goku couldn't take it anymore and he threw his head up to stare at the full moon. Oddly enough, the transformation didn't come as immediately as before. This time there seemed to be a delay, one where Goku was able to feel the moment it began. There was that voice again, deep and primal like he remembered, but this time it started as a whisper as deep thrums of power began to beat through him like those of his heart. Conquer! Goku could feel his heart stop a moment, and with it a pulsation stronger than any before shook his body. Conquer! The voice was louder now, and it continued to grow in strength and volume with every beat of Goku's heart. There were 3 more times that his heart pounded in his chest, 3 more pulsations that made every muscle in his body ache, 3 more pulsations before finally, conquer! Pain! Immeasurable, indescribable pain the likes of which Goku had never experienced tore through his body. The alien child lurched forward, his head snapping and eyes focusing on the floor. Goku's head filled with that same ferocious roar from his memories, and unintentionally the young fighter copied it with a snarl twisting at his lips. His muscles tore themselves apart while his bones snapped to pieces, the sounds echoing around the room and filling everyone's ears as Goku spasmed under the weight of such terrible agony. Over in their corner the rest of the prisoners watched, with varying thoughts and expressions as they watched the youngest member of their group undergo what clearly looked like a hideously awful transformation. And all in an effort to secure their freedom. For Yamcha it was truly terrifying. As the desert bandit hugged the wall, his dark eyes stared wide in transfixed horror as Kakarot slowly seemed to change right in front of him. The once pint-sized child was gradually gaining in height as well as muscle, to the point where his clothes could no longer stand the strain and tore at the seams. The sound of shredding cloth mingled with the nauseating echoes of bones breaking to create a symphony of disgusting music. It quickly became too much to handle, and the older boy began to puke while Puar fainted. Beside him Roshi watched behind his glasses with stern calculation. He'd been afraid, like the others at first, but after watching the boy begin to change he managed to settle himself. The martial arts master traced his eyes over every inch of Kakarot's body as he twisted and jerked in obvious pain. He could see the kid's eyes shrink until only the whites remained, and even those began to bleed a hellish red like blood rubies from the pits of the underworld. Tufts of thick, russet fur began to sprout up across Kakarot's growing frame, until his entire body was covered in the stuff. By this time the once small child easily stood as tall as the Ox King, if not larger. Bulma and Kai both watched with hands over their hearts, although the princess was being kept back by her father while Bulma stood front and center. The 2 ladies looked on as the boy who changed both their lives grew to the size of a small tree, his body expanding with furry mounds of muscle while his face contorted and shifted into a snarling snout complete with dagger-like fangs and dollops of drool drizzling from his mouth. Each girl tried their best to send their feelings to him through their thoughts, hoping that somehow he'd hear them. "Oh Goku, oh Kishi-kun, please be careful." It wasn't long before Goku's otherworldly transformation came to a head, as his head speared through the glass ceiling and lifted into the air. The great ape's large fist swung with defiance, as their owner grew angry with its cramped living space. Powerful blows shook the dungeon and litters of debris fell under gravity's command, narrowly missing the handful of people below, but the transformed Goku gave no concern to such things. Instead, he threw back his head and let out a mighty roar. Emperor Pilaf stood in awe of the magnificence that was the wish-granting Shenron, the eternal dragon of legend. The serpentine thighs coiled across the pitch-black sky like the longest of winding roads, his tail being so long that it disappeared into the brilliant glow of the very orbs that housed the creature. His body was covered in vibrant, lime-green scales with a rich tan underbelly and deep emerald trim. Shenron's long snout sported two long, thin whiskers that waved gently in a non-existent breeze, and patches of hair lined his sharp cheeks. Finally, the dragon's eyes were large crimson gems that glowed with a mystical energy. They were also staring right at Pilaf. While I have enjoyed the fresh air, I do not wish to float here all day. Speak your wish now, or if you have forgotten it, then simply wish for nothing, so that I may go. That seemed to do the trick, because Pilaf soon sputtered out of his stupor and managed to address the great dragon. Oh, yes, of course. My apologies, Eternal Dragon. You see, I've been looking forward to this day since I was a boy, and now that it's finally here, I speak. The agitated dragon interrupted, his eyes burning with his growing displeasure. Right, sorry. Pilaf bowed hastily before drawing in a deep breath. This was it, this was his moment. Pilaf turned his beady black eyes to Shenron and finally found his voice. Oh, mighty and magnificent Eternal Dragon, grant my wish, make me, Pilaf, the ruler of the Ruru. Mai was the first to turn her eyes to the vicious howl, but both Pilaf and Shu followed immediately, and what they saw had the little blue imp dropping to his knees. His breath came up short, and he felt his hands tremble as the scene before him unfolded. Pilaf's castle, his home, was being torn apart by an Uzuru. Mai found opening her eyes to be a daunting task, but with the way she was being hammered by the sun made any attempt at keeping them closed just as difficult. The female commander had a headache. It felt as if someone had just cracked her in the skull with the butt of their gun, and there was the very real pain that came with having your ribs bruised. But other than that, Mai would have to say she was all right, which is a real miracle all things considered, she thought dryly as memories of the night before resurfaced. The night of the full moon. A roar from some dinosaur off in the distance brought back that first look Mai had gotten at the Uzuru that would later be the cause for Pilaf's castle crumbling to rubble. The sheer size of the mythical beast was beyond anything Mai had ever imagined. She thought they were merely legend. But then, the Dragon Balls were said to only be a story too. And yet, as she looked upon the giant ape in all its terrifying glory, Mai couldn't help but think back to Kakarot and his final words to her. Hes the Uzuru, the battered commander realized from her place in the sand. It's the only explanation, especially with that tail of his, and yet it's still so hard to believe. Just what kind of person is that kid? Images of towers falling and bullets flying once again filled the woman's mind. Memories of how Pilaf's soldiers had tried so desperately to bring down the transformed Kakarot with their military-grade weaponry, only to fail miserably as their titanic foe simply brushed them off like the most annoying of gnats. Mai easily recalled the fearful awe she felt as she watched every armor-piercing round barely even make a mark against the large ape's burly frame, and then the true destruction began. Kakarot opened his maw wide, his fangs gleaming even with the moon blocked by heavy black clouds, and began firing bursts of hellfire red energy from within. Mai likened them to shooting stars, beautiful to look at, but deadly to be near when they came crashing down. It was with these that the transformed Kakarot eventually decimated Pilaf's castle. The imp himself had become frothy with rage by this point though, and had rushed to his fighter plane with Shu, thinking that he could bring the gargantuan gorilla down with a pair of missiles. He was wrong. They got the Uzuru to stumble, but that was it before the beast turned and swatted the pair out of the sky. Pilaf and Shu survived, of course, both being too stubborn to die, but they did indeed walk away unscathed. And, unfortunately, neither had she, as the two managed to come crashing down near where Mai had been hiding herself. Try as she might to outrun the felled plane, Mai just wasn't quick enough, and the resounding shockwaves of the crash tore her from the ground and sent her face panting into the hard mounds of desert sand. It was after she fought off the waves of nausea and ringing in her ears that the female commander finally managed to roll herself over, at which point she watched Shenron disappear in a blinding light and the Dragon Balls scatter once again. Not till this next morning, after she regained consciousness, did Mai finally understand what happened. Kakarot's friends had used the wish to change him back to normal, at least until the next full moon. Mai thought with a grimace. She only hoped that next time, she wasn't anywhere near the boy when that happened. But the shouts from her boss were telling her that wasn't going to be an option. Mai, where are you? Those rotten mongrels stole my wish, and so now they're going to pay. While the female commander was cursing her luck, miles away at Fire Mountain, the very same boy she'd been thinking about was just saying goodbye to the Ox King and his daughter. Goku was dressed in a new gi, one the color of a deep plum, had just raised from a bow as he finished. I apologize again for what you and your daughter had to experience last night, Ox King, and can only hope that with my leave Pilaf 1T have any reason to bother you again. Ox King shook his head gravely as he countered. Pilaf is a foul creature whose goal in life is the subjugation of the world. As a king myself, I will always be a target for destruction in his eyes. All I ask is that if anything ever happened to me, that you take care of my daughter Kakarot. Goku quirked an eyebrow at this, folding his arms as he replied. Trusting the safety of your child to that of another child? I think Bulma would be better suited to act as Kai Kai's guardian should you fall, Ox King. The mountain of a man went to protest, but the crystal-eyed girl in question took that as an opportunity to throw in her 2 cents. She could see where Ox King was going with his request, and wanted to head him off before he unknowingly crushed his daughter's budding crush. And I'll be more than happy to do it. Besides, I'm sure Goku will visit me a lot, so he and Kai will have lots of time to get to know each other. While normally a bit on the dense side, the Ox King was just quick enough to catch on to the tone Bulma was trying to remind him of their conversation in the hover car. If he wanted there to be any hope for his daughter marrying Kakarot, he would need to take it slow. So, slapping a smile onto his own bearded face, the burly monarch accepted the older girl's offer. And then a flash of color caught his eye, and the man looked to see his daughter standing beside a waiting Kakarot. Kai could feel her cheeks burn with nervous energy, but the demure princess didn't dare turn back. After witnessing the transformation of her handsome savior, and then seeing the angry look in his dark orbs after the eternal dragon changed him back, Kai wanted nothing more than to make it known she still felt safe with Kakarot. Kishi-kun, I just wanted to say that I thank you. Thank you for saving me last night, and again for saving my home. I'll never forget about you, and well, I was just wondering, do you think why you'll still think about me after you leave? For his part, Goku was still in a mood over the night before. Bulma had explained how, with the help of the Dragon Shenron, they had destroyed the moon and thus reverted his transformation before he could hurt too many people. Unfortunately, they acted a bit too late, and now the young alien had a bit more blood on his hands in the few soldiers' lives he'd taken while transformed. However, Goku knew better than to direct his anger at an innocent like Kai, so before he answered, the alien boy took a deep breath. It won't be something like where I do it all the time, and it probably won't be a daily thing either, but I'm sure there will be days when I think about you, Kai. You are very kind, and your hospitality was greatly appreciated. Kai ducked her head at his compliments, too bashful to see that her crush held a look on discomfort on his face as he attempted to word his response correctly. For her, it was enough just to know that her knight in shining armor would remember her in a good way. Kai had been worried she was too clingy, too obvious. Unfortunately, all things must come to an end, and Goku decided that his words with the village princess would be the last as he called to Bulma and Oolong that it was time to depart. Where will you go? Roshi asked him as he hopped up onto his own air transport. I thought it was obvious, the wild-haired boy countered. I'm going with you, back to your island, so that you can train me for this world tournament thing you told me about last night. Then you'll have to go alone, Goku. Bulma told him with a sorrowful expression. Because my break ends soon and I have to get back to university, I can really afford to miss the beginning of my last semester. Goku turned sharply at this bit of news. Bulma was leaving? The alien fighter could only stare at the blue-haired girl with an unreadable expression after he managed to wipe the look of shock off his face. In the beginning, Goku hadn't given much thought to what would happen after he and Bulma found all 7 Dragon Balls, but now that it was really happening, he didn't know what to do. She was his only friend, and she was going away? Such a thing shouldn't bother him. That primal part of his brain told him he should be able to go on with his life despite not having Bulma around. And yet the other part of him, the one raised by Gohan, told him that her departure was something profound, something he should feel towards. Goku did not like that part of his brain. What is university, Bulma? Was the only thing the kid could get out, but he was mentally proud of himself for asking the question without a hitch in his breath. It's school, Goku, a place to learn and something I need to go to in order to run my family's company in a few years. I'm a genius though, so I've almost finished with it, and I'll definitely be there to cheer you on at the tournament, okay? The look had been brief, but Bulma was sure she'd seen a mask of discontent flitter across her friend's face when she announced her plans to depart back to West City. It pained her too, leaving behind the one person besides her parents who treated her like something more than something to look at, but what she told the boy was the truth. Her final term for school was starting in a few days and she needed to be ready. There was no chance of her father's board letting her run any projects without the right degrees. Failure was not an option, no matter how much it hurt to leave her friend. Bulma's discomfort was eased though by the way Goku looked at her when she mentioned meeting him at the tournament. She apparently said the right thing, and this made her feel better until another voice filled the air to ruin it. You university, are at 15? Yamcha sputtered in disbelief. The shaggy-haired teen gawked at the blue-haired beauty with a look that was one part amazed, and another part dismay. His insecurities reared their ugly heads, telling him that a woman like Bulma wouldn't want anything to do with a high school dropout, until his inner scoundrel managed to bulldoze its way through. It was brief, as his fear of beautiful woman was still strong, but having just spent a night worrying if he was going to die, Yamcha felt emboldened to take a chance. So, straightening his back and lifting his quivering chin, Yamcha looked to Bulma and cleared his throat to get her attention. Bulma, he stuttered out when she turned to him. He tried his best to ignore the dismissive look she was giving him as he pushed on. I was wondering, since you'll have more free time, what with the D-Dragon Ball hunt being over, if you maybe wanted to go out on a D-date with me. A single, elegant eyebrow arched on Bulma's pretty face while Oolong scoffed somewhere off to the side. The young genius could even see Goku out of the corner of her eye. His face was a mix of annoyance and confusion. She guessed that the latter came from not knowing what a date was, while the agitation she figured was from having their moment interrupted. Letting out a breath, as if to show answering such a request was exhausting, Bulma finally turned her attention to the boy known as Yamcha. If you clean yourself up, and then ask me again, I'll consider it. I live in West City at the Capsule Corps main building, so when you think you're scrubbed up enough you can find me there. Not too interested in seeing the look she knew was on the boy's face at the prospect of taking her out, Bulma turned her attention back to Goku. Offering the younger boy another smile, she released a jet copter from its capsule and offered a final word before climbing inside. I'm really glad I got to meet you, Goku. My offer to visit goes out to you too, so please feel free to visit me. I hope your training goes well, and I'll see you at the tournament, okay? The boy with the monkey tail offered a rare smile of his own before he hopped onto his yellow cloud and followed after Roshi, who had just taken to the air. Sure, Bulma thought as she revved her own engine, this journey may have come to a close, but something tells me my friendship with Goku is just beginning. At the speed they were going, it didn't take Goku and Roshi long to reach the elderly martial arts master's island. Something the younger of the two was grateful for, since he was itching to improve his skills before the world tournament started. The pair whizzed down from the air, and after he hopped off the Nimbus, Goku addressed his interest in immediate training with Roshi. You wanna start now? The old man inquired in disbelief. But it's still so early, don't you think it'd be best to start a little later in the afternoon? Goku shook his head as he answered. No, the earlier we start the better, besides I don't see any point in waiting. What do you expect me to do if we're not training? Roshi, your island isn't that big, in case you haven't noticed. Well, no, it's not, but I had hoped to do a little reading before I had to start teaching YA Kakarot. And in the meantime you could go over some of the forms I'm sure Gohan showed you, as a sort of warm-up. I've practiced those same kata for years, Roshi, and I continue to practice them every morning since I left the mountains with Bulma, so I think it's about time I learned something new. At this, Goku's face scrunched into a look of curious annoyance. Unless you weren't serious before and you don't really have anything to teach me. Roshi gaped at the young boy in front of him, his jaw dropping at the sure disrespect that laced Kakarot's tone. Never in all the elderly master's years had the turtle hermit met such a pushy and puzzling individual. Deciding to try and lay down the law early, Roshi turned his back on the monkey-tailed martial artist and began moving towards his screen door. I have much to teach you, Kakarot, but I think your first lessons will be on respect and patience. Goku watched with an incredulous look as his new teacher entered his pink, two-story home and closed the door in his face. The GI-clad youth blinked owlishly for a moment before the reality of the situation hit him. He was being denied training. He was being made to wait. This irked Goku tremendously, as the longer he was forced to wait in beginning his training, the more of an edge his opponents would have on him during the tournament. But, instead of barging in and demanding the old man get started with his training, Goku instead chose to think back on the night before, to his transformation. The young boy crouched low, his muscles coiling with power, before he leaped high into the air and landed softly atop the roof of Roshi's home. Once he was sure of his balance, Goku settled down into the lotus position and closed his eyes. With his vision cut to black, and the distractions of sight eliminated, the young alien then focused on evening out his breathing, calming his mind. Slow, deep breaths in through his nose and his mouth had Goku taking in the salty air of the sea, as well as the crisp air that brushed through his wild hair. That wind was like a calming hand, with delicate and slender fingers combing his dark mane with a soothing tenderness beyond anything Goku had ever experienced. The breeze up in the mountains was never this smooth, never this precise. Normally Goku was left to deal with a choppy, dry wave that raked him more like a stiff hoe. But here, out in the open expanse of the ocean, the prepubescent youth was easily capable of letting his muscles relax and let his mind open wide. He was able to remember. They did indeed come clearly. Each memory was fuzzy, like the screen had been before Pilaf's face filled it in. But it was a better than not being able to remember anything at all. Goku tried to focus on the grainy image of himself as a giant ape and watched snippets of blotchy memories play out of the large creature tear apart the castle that had kept him prisoner. He could hear the sound of his own roar, and make out horrified shrieks from what Goku could only assume were Pilaf's soldiers as they attempted to bring down an Uzuru. It was like watching something off a TV for Goku, seeing himself in third-person perspective. It was surreal, but he let the memories continue to come, allowed his senses to become drowned in every sound and sensation from that full moon night. He could feel the bullets now, those stinging little projectiles that Bulma had told him were fired from guns, just the same as when they de-pelted him last night. They hadn't hurt, but had merely been annoying like a bug bite. And then there was the feeling of being hit by a large fist against his back. Goku guessed this, and the second one following, were the missiles that Bulma told him he'd been hit with. Those had been the closest thing the alien boy could see as being harmful as the memory fragment played out before him, and even then all his giant ape form had done was stumble. From there it was a show of white-hot, brilliantly explosive bursts of mouth blasts. Goku marveled at his transformed state's ability to channel ki in such a complicated manner, and fire it off in such successive volleys. The young alien boy watched as the memory showed him demolishing Pilaf's castle with those same violent attacks before he was finally brought down by Bulma, wishing that Shenron destroy the moon, it being the cause for the transformation, and thus being the key to changing him back, she surmised. The great dragon fired a bright, yellow beam from his mouth soon after, one which swiftly obliterated the full moon, and with its destruction Goku watched as his transformation did indeed reverse itself. The memory ended in a fog after that, as the return to humanoid form seemed to strain Goku's mental expanse. He assumed it was with the end of that memory Goku opened his obsidian eyes again. His breath remained calm and his muscles were lax, but if one were to look they would see a new sense of fortitude gleaming in those black orbs. Goku's tranquil state of mind was interrupted, however, by the sound of a voice he did not recognize crying out through the air. Turning towards the noise, he watched as a boy, looking to be around his age, rolled through a series of flips while making his way towards the island. Upon closer inspection, Goku could see that whoever this other kid was had jumped from a small boat from out in the sea. The alien child's brow rose in amusement at this. The new kid was obviously seeking attention through a grand entrance. Too bad it'll all be for nothing, Goku thought with a roll of his eyes. Because at that speed, starting from that distance, there is only one way he could land. Goku shook his head as high prediction came to pass, and the bald boy ended up with his head buried deep in the sand. Fool, it wasn't he until Roshi came out to inspect what all the noise was about, that Goku himself leaped from his perch and landed softly on the ground to check for himself. It didn't take long for the newcomer to pull themselves together, and when they did Goku found himself to be a bit interested. Whoever they were obviously practiced martial arts, and did so with fervor as they clearly showcased a body built from hours of laborious training. They were dressed in robes as well, their top an odd mustard yellow with burnt orange pants. The bald boy also wore pasty yellow socks with tan shoes to complete the look. Taking note of the other boy's odd choice to shave his head, something Goku could see thanks to his superior vision, he also noticed the 6 odd marking on the kid's forehead. They matched his beady, black eyes. All in all, Goku could say that while this new arrival looked a bit funny, he could prove to be an interesting new development with his obvious understanding of martial arts. However, the boy paid no attention to Goku, and instead made his intentions known immediately by setting his sights on Roshi. "Ah, you're the great master Roshi, right?" The old man shrugged, attempting to act nonchalant about the obvious brown nosing. People tell me that. What can I do for you? The young boy bowed low before rising again and introducing himself. Master, my name is Krillin. I am a former member of the Auron Temple. And I have traveled far from the east in humble hopes that you'll take me on as your student, so that I may one day perform martial arts as great as you. Krillin's over-the-top attempts at flattery had Goku crossing his arms and wrinkling his nose a bit in distaste. In his mind, such behavior was beneath anyone who considered themselves a martial artist. With the other boy's character taking a huge blow, Goku could only hope this Krillin was at least a decent fighter. Roshi seemed to have a similar opinion, because the elderly martial arts master turned his nose up at Krillin as he dismissed the boy. While that is a long way to travel, and the Auron Temple is a fairly difficult institution to be accepted into, I do not train every would-be student that shows up at my door. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you away, Krillin. There was a few seconds of charged silence after that, one in which both Goku and Roshi could see a twinkle flicker at the corner of Krillin's eye right before he went rustling around in his pack. It wasn't long before the boy pulled out a magazine and Goku let out a long, suffering sigh. A Play Bunny book. Was every martial artist a pervert? Perhaps some light reading would help change your mind, Master? Krillin teased with a knowing grin playing at his lips. That smirk split into a full-blown smile of victory as Roshi snatched the porn magazine from his fingers and began to flip through the pages, the old man wondering out loud how the bald youth had gotten his hands on the latest issue already. I have my ways, Master, the kid answered before Goku's scoff caught his attention. Finally turning to the other boy, Krillin gave Goku an uninterested glance before snorting. And who are you, another chump hoping to be taught by the great Master Roshi? Goku's eyes narrowed, but he let a smirk of his own slid across his face as he replied. My name is Kakarot, and if I'm a chump then what does that make you, Krillin? I mean, considering that Roshi asked me if I wanted to study under him, while you were forced to use petty bribery to worm your way in. This seemed to strike a nerve with the bald boy. And soon Krillin was right in Goku's face. At least I take martial arts seriously. Everyone knows that the greatest warriors shave their head. Just look at Master Roshi. If you were half as good as you're pretending to be, you'd know that. And what the heck kind of name is Kakarot anyway? Not one for having his personal space invaded. Goku's smirk slipped into a calculating frown as he pushed Krillin to the ground. Looking down at the fuming other fighter, the monkey-tailed martial artist crossed his arms again and looked down his nose like he'd done with Yamcha back in the desert. And if you were half as smart as you pretend to be, then you'd know that Roshi is naturally bald like most people his age. Kakarot is name you will address me by after I've pummeled you into the dirt, and as for my fighting ability, why don't you try me before shooting your mouth off, kid? I may just surprise you. By this point Krillin had regained his footing and was glaring hard at the other boy in front of him. A sneer was twisted around his lips, and the young monk bared his teeth in what he hoped was a fierce display as he spat out a response. You're on, Carrot Head. I'll be happy to wipe that smug look off your stupid face and show you who most deserves to be Master Roshi's pupil. Off to the side, the elderly man in question had sat down on the steps of his home and watched the two boys with rapt attention. Where before he was about to break up their little barking show, the prospect of watching Kakarot against a fighter his own age easily grabbed the man's attention. He'd seen what the kid could do against a fighter as old as he, but now Roshi could be an outside observer and assess just how much potential the monkey-tailed boy had. It would also help him gauge Krillin in turn as well, and give him a starting point for their training, as he was already fully set to take them both on as students. When they turned to him, and Krillin asked permission for their spar, Roshi was all too happy to oblige. Goku stared across the sand at his opponent, his dark obsidian eyes sharp with focus as he settled into his fighting stance with practiced ease. His muscles tensed just so, to allow for swift reaction without setting him too firm into one spot, and the boy's tail wrapped snug around his waist. Goku could see that this last action piqued Krillin's curiosity, and it got a smirk out of the alien boy as he remembered his superior breed. Krillin, while a possibly decent martial artist, did not have his otherworldly enhancements. Against a master like Roshi they don't count for much because of the difference in age and experience, but against this Krillin kid I should easily be able to claim victory. Goku thought with a grin. This confidence did not mean Goku was a fool, however, so instead of charging in to aim for a quick victory, he called to his foe in an effort to provoke the bald youth. Well, what are you waiting for, cue ball? Didn't you say something about showing Roshi who the better fighter was? Why all the standing around? The taunt seemed to work perfectly, because Krillin's shiny head turned a deep, tomato red before he rushed Goku. Krillin had left out the fact that he'd been bullied heavily back at the temple during his introduction, and hearing Kakarot use one of the many names the older students had called him just nagged the thorn in the bald youth's side. Letting his vision tunnel so that all he saw was the wild-haired boy in front of him, Krillin pushed off his back foot and rushed Kakarot with a furious battle cry. Covering the short distance quickly, Krillin launched his fist out in a vicious strike. When that was deflected, he used the momentum to work himself into a spin kick which he feinted and instead struck out with a harsh elbow. Watching Kakarot catch his attack only further fueled the young monk's ire, and after wrenching his joint from the other boy's grip, Krillin tried for a headbutt. Goku easily sidestepped this rash move before sliding his foot around and tripping up his furious opponent, right before delivering a powerful knee to Krillin's unprotected stomach. But Krillin proved that his training really hadn't been in vain, as he caught that knee with his hands, and used it as a spring to move out of his dangerous position. Retaliating with a combo of knife hand strikes, Krillin finally managed to draw enough of Kakarot's focus to where, when he fisted the shoulder and side of the boy's GI, he was left in enough shock that Krillin managed to land the first blow in the form of his own knee, driving home in Kakarot's gut. Unprepared for such a move, Goku's natural resistance was left a little lacking, causing him to lose a breath as he felt that blow hit home, but this only fed his growing appetite for a decent fight as he gripped that leg in his young but powerful fingers and copied Krillin's early attempt at a headbutt. Only with his being successful. This sharp blow left the bald boy reeling, and opened to a swift scissor kick which landed square against the underside of his chin. But Goku wasn't finished yet, so he flipped himself backwards in the air before landing back on the sand, and then rearing back and launching a perfect palm strike to Krillin's unprotected chest. That blow felt as if a truck had just rammed into his young ribs, and left Krillin crying out in obvious pain as he was lifted off his feet and sent flying through the air. Yet the prepubescent monk managed still to fight through such agony and plant his palms against the sand before rolling into a crouch once he reworked his momentum. Taking a moment to catch a few raspy breaths, Krillin was soon launching himself back into the fight with a strong, overhead hammer strike. When Kakarot stepped back to avoid it, Krillin just lashed out with a swift Spartan kick, which turned into a spin kick after that first leg was trapped in Kakarot's grip again. Goku dropped the offending appendage in his hands to throw up a forearm, effectively blocking his opponent's other leg as it aimed for his head. Even with his advanced strength and durability, Goku could feel the force of that blow as it smacked against his skin, and he couldn't help the grin that found its way onto his lips at this realization. Krillin, while an obnoxious fool, was a worthy warrior that offered something Goku had not had in a long time: a true challenge. Gohan and Roshi were far beyond his current level, which made them nothing but obstacles he needed to overcome, while Yamcha and the Ox King were both too unrefined to offer more than a warm-up. But Krillin, with his build nearly equal to Goku's own and obvious devotion to the art, allowed the boy with the monkey tail to truly test his skills against a foe who measured up to his speed and strength, and force him to push past his limits so as to gain even the slightest advantage. It was exhilarating. This new sense of splendor made itself known in the way Goku retaliated with his next move. The alien boy's arms moved just a fraction faster than before, as he reached up to grab Krillin's outstretched leg and haul him up into the air, where he then proceeded to bring him crashing down like if he'd been swinging a hammer. A spark lit Goku's eye though when he watched the other boy cushion the blow with his own forearms, and then shove his free leg out to try and catch Goku in the stomach. Deciding he wanted to have more fun, the wild-haired youth jumped back to avoid the blow instead of simply leaning out of the way. On his end, however, Krillin was not having fun. As he worked his way back to his feet, there was a burning anger that filled the pit of his stomach. He had trained at the Oran Temple, for crying out loud. Why was he having so much trouble with this loser? The answer came as it always did, in the form of harsh memories and even harsher words that came from the lips of the other monks. Being the youngest, and as such the shortest, member of the temple had only encouraged the older boys to bully him, his prodigious abilities meaning nothing to their superiority complex. So as he stood, glaring at Kakarot, who stood no more than a few feet in front of him, Krillin's vision blurred and the other boy was replaced with the image of one of his tormentors. Whatever taunt Kakarot had been saying was now just a long-since memorized insult or barb against the bald boy's person. This anger boiled hot, turning into a flurry of emotions that raged inside like a storm. Hurt, embarrassment, anger, they all twisted and churned deep within. It was these emotions that powered the kickoff that launched Krillin forward at great speed, and fueled the power behind the punch he had ready to smash into Kakarot's face. Goku could see this though, had even felt a niggling of danger when he noticed the change in his opponent, so he readied himself for whatever came next. It proved to be the right thing too, since Krillin's increase in speed had shocked him, and he just barely managed to duck away from the fist that came flying towards him. From there Goku found himself on the defensive, weaving and twisting away from whatever crazy move his foe tried to hit him with a few close calls that he was sure would have left bruises the following day if he didn't heal so fast. And yet, that grin from earlier had yet to slip from his face. That feeling he'd gotten when battling Roshi, that hunger for more, began to build within. There was that familiar, tingling rush that buzzed through the length of his tail and exploded out across his body as it reached his lower back. The flood of raw power that filled his veins, and pooled in his every pore, were now recognizable from his transformation but on a smaller and more controlled scale. Goku flexed his muscles, tensing them as he dodged another vicious punch from Krillin in preparation for a counterattack. And when his obsidian eyes caught sight of an opening, he took it immediately. Krillin didn't even see the punch coming, and felt the full power behind the sharp jab that so smoothly slid past his guard. The young fighter felt his neck muscles strain in agony as his head was snapped to the side by that swift but powerful blow, and for a moment Krillin couldn't keep from being stunned. This moment though was more than enough for Goku, who pressed his attack the second he saw this, as he unleashed a furious whirlwind of fists and feet in one seemingly endless combination. A vicious elbow to the throat, a palm strike to the shoulder that led to a hammer strike to the back as Krillin doubled over, and a knee to the stomach as the bald boy looked about to crumple that went on to become another string of blows. This showcase of precision and speed was brought to an end however by Roshi, whose voice filled the air as he pulled Goku back and away from Krillin. "I said that's enough, Kakarot." The elderly martial arts master hollered at the boy in his grip, only to throw up his staff so as to block the blur of a punch that the kid threw out of instinct. "What in the world got into back there, kid? You almost killed Krillin and wiped that smile off your face. This isn't funny." Goku hadn't even known he was smiling until one look at Krillin had the look dropping like a stone from off his face. The bald boy was covered in swelling bruises, many of them a deep, ugly purple color that would no doubt take days to heal. There was even blood dripping from where Goku had hit him in the nose. Krillin's body was obviously spent as well, because in no time after Goku's pummeling was cut short the other boy dropped first to his knees and then finally face first into the sand. Roshi finally let go of Kakarot's GI collar, and spat at him while going over to pick up his other pupil. "I don't know what that was, Kakarot, but I suggest you get it under control because if you don't you can forget about learning any martial arts from me." With that, the elderly man went inside with Krillin in his arms, leaving Goku to stand alone on the beach. The spiky-haired little warrior stared, wide-eyed and unbelieving at his blood-stained hands. It wasn't much more than splats of crimson, but to him they may as well have been drenched in the stuff. This had been the first time, while still conscious of himself, that Goku could recall losing control like that. Because it wasn't the bloodshed that bothered him, but the manner in which he'd done it, the way he'd relished in it. Never before had Goku experienced this part of his hunger before, this need for more, because he most certainly did want more. More opponents to fight, more victory to soak up, more blood to be spilled. These wants each merged with the other, creating something new, something powerful, something dangerous. Whatever it was a dark and cold surge that still thrummed deep within Goku's core to the point that even his tail found itself hackling under the remnants of such a feeling that, judging from Roshi's words, isn't normal. Goku thought with a grimace. That meant it had something to do with whatever type of alien he was, which meant he was stuck figuring it out for himself, and that in turn only made Goku even more angry. Why was he alone? Why hadn't anyone come to find him yet? And the thing that kept him up the most, what was he? These questions ate away at young Goku as he continued to stand there on the small beach of Roshi's island. They swirled around inside his head like a tornado and kept his mind in a constant state of confusion and disarray, as he continued to stare down at his red speckled hands. And truth be told, he may have stood there all into the night if that ruddy red color hadn't sparked a memory in his brain. One of a bloody bandana, worn by a man with a scar on his cheek. Calling to the Nimbus, Goku felt his chest throb with how heavy his heart was beating beneath his ribs. Why hadn't he thought of it before? It seemed so obvious now, where he might find some answers. His spacepod, surely there was a message left behind for him by his father. It felt a little like a long shot for Goku, but he'd gone so long without answers, and this thought was the only one he could use to keep himself from breaking apart at the seams at the moment. Relief flooded Goku's being when his reliable yellow cloud screeched to a halt in front of him, but that was replaced with dread when he went to board the ball of fluff and he fell through onto his butt. Staring up at the hovering Nimbus with shocked eyes, Goku could only think back to what he'd just done to Krillin. Roshi had mentioned that, in order to even ride the cloud, one had to be pure of heart, something he, apparently, could no longer claim after his animalistic beating of Krillin. Standing back on his feet, Goku eyed the Nimbus with an imploring gaze. "I've got a pretty good guess why that just happened, but that is also what I called you for. I want to return to my ship, the one that brought me to Earth, and see if I can't find a message left behind for me somewhere inside of it. Maybe, if I do, it'll help explain what happened during my spar with Krillin, but I can only get there if you help me. So what do you say?" It was a tense silence that followed, one where Goku believed the Nimbus would spurn him and simply fly away, but then the cloud dipped low in an offer to let him ride, and the young alien felt that there was still hope for their partnership yet. Crystal blue eyes stared ahead at the board in obvious disinterest. The formulas and equations etched in white chalk were things she'd already mastered by the age of 9. However, Bulma held back her sigh of aggravation by reminding herself that, in just a few more weeks, she'd finally graduate and be finished with such boring lectures, and on my way to watch the World Tournament. She thought with a grin, before turning another page in her textbook. Her thoughts had wandered, though, from numbers and decimals, to images of her friend holding up the championship belt with that self-assured smirk the girl knew he'd wear. Because Bulma had no doubt in her mind, Goku would most definitely dominate everyone he was up against, even Yamcha. That bit of thought had the beautiful genius recalling the handful of dates she'd been on with the former desert bandit. True to her word, Bulma had given actual thought to what it could be like to be taken out by Yamcha, and upon his arrival to her home simply shrugged her shoulders in agreement, since the boy had honestly cleaned up before coming. Apparently, the long-haired teen had stored quite a bit of money away during his stint as a thief. And while Bulma certainly didn't condone stealing, she allowed Yamcha to pay for their outings with his stolen money on the concession that he give up being a bandit. Even now, it made Bulma roll her bright eyes at how eagerly the boy was to comply. The pair hadn't seen much of each other in the last few weeks, however, because Bulma knew her final exams were approaching and she had no intention of risking a single grade point for Yamcha or his overzealous interest in her lips. Sighing again, she let her hand come up to cup her soft cheek and think back to that single kiss she'd given the nervous boy after their third outing. And while it had in no way been her first kiss, Bulma was pretty sure it would be the last one she would share with Yamcha. The boy had showed a clear lack of practice, and while that could be put aside and even admired, the fact that Bulma felt no warmth could not. It had been just as plain and uninspiring as all the other kisses she'd given to boys who attempted to catch her eye. At least, with me here at class, and him off training for the tournament, I don't have to worry about it too much. Besides, I can always just cut him loose when I see him again, so I guess it's no big deal. With that thought, and another sigh of boredom, Bulma finally turned her mind back to the notebook in front of her that she was using to copy questions in, and worked on the multitude of math problems set before her. While this was going on, out in the wilderness of the Asian continent, Yamcha was indeed training for the upcoming tournament. The teen's long, shaggy hair had swiftly lost whatever sheen it held during his dates with Bulma, and since return to the gnarled, unruly mess it had been during his bandit days. His once clean skin was once again coated in a fine layer of dirt and grime, one that streaked from the sweat trickling out of his pores as Yamcha punched and kicked his way through the jungles. Long gone were the crisp collared shirt and khaki slacks he'd dressed in to take Bulma out with, and in their place stood Yamcha's tried and true orange and green uniform of old. Yes, gone was the nervous wreck that was infatuated with Bulma briefs. In his place, Yamcha of the Diablo Desert moved in his place, sword drawn and swinging at everything that his mind conjured to look like Kakarot. Teeth grit and a sneer twisted at Yamcha's lips as he twisted and leaped through the trees. His muscles ached terribly and his breathing came in labored gasps, and yet the teen still didn't quite. Instead, Yamcha pushed his body to move faster, to swing harder as he cut down an endless number of thick branches from their tree. His fury blinded him to where Yamcha's boot slipped during his next landing. However, this did nothing to stop the teen's momentum as he crashed to the forest floor and worked into a roll that planted the former bandit back on his feet so he could twist into a powerful spin kick. That kick was followed by a vicious stab with Yamcha's sword, the blade burying itself up to the hilt as it pierced the thick hide of an age-old tree. The dents would made it difficult for Yamcha to retrieve his sword then, so with a growl the young teen decided he would give it a rest for a moment and plopped down into a cross-legged position with a huff. The light of the sun filtered through gaps in the canopy of trees, speckling the forest with rays like a spotlight, while the heat layered on like a blanket. Winter had come and gone, the snow long since melted, and now spring was in full effect. And yet I still spent Valentine's Day alone, Yamcha thought with a grumble. Sure, he started training around that time, but the young teen still thought he and Bulma would each take time off from their respective personal affairs to share in the holiday of love. Unfortunately for the shaggy-haired youth, when he voiced the idea he was immediately shot down, Bulma citing her refusal to the fact she had an important test the following day and would prefer to spend her time studying for it. And, if he were being truly honest with himself, it wasn't this that encored Yamcha's bad mood. No, that title was given to his date's short, freaky friend, Kakarot, the former bandit hissed mentally. Bulma may never have brought the monkey-tailed boy up during their dates, but Yamcha could see from the distracted look in her eyes that she often thought about him, and while he knew it was ridiculous to be jealous of someone so much younger, Yamcha found he was powerless to stamp it out. It just irked him, knowing that a beautiful girl like Bulma found more interest and fun in a boy rather than a man like him. I mean, sure, I don't exactly live in the best apartment, all my money I've stolen from others, and I quit school to become a professional thief, but that doesn't mean I can't change. Yamcha sniffed indignantly. Anger swelling in his chest, the former bandit worked himself into another series of kicks and punches as he continued to stew about his failing romantic pursuit. I'll show her, Yamcha swore internally as he began his signature technique. I'll win the world tournament, get that prize money, and show Bulma that I'm more than enough man for her. So you better watch out, Kakarot, because I'm coming for you. What neither Bulma nor Yamcha knew was that the object of their thoughts wasn't even remotely thinking about either of them. In fact, Goku wasn't thinking about anything at that current moment. Instead, the young alien was settled atop the roof of Roshi's pink house, in the lotus position, and meditating in an effort to unlock the mysteries of his own mind. It had been months since he arrived there and began learning under the turtle hermit, months since his frightening experience of battle lust, as he come to call it. Against his wishes, memories of that day began to filter in and litter his mind. Goku remembered the uneasy feeling he had after Roshi pulled him away from Krillin, the knot that had formed in the pit of his stomach at the sight of the blood that oozed from the other boy's nose, as well as the desire he had to see more. Then there was his trip with the Nimbus. It had taken some time, but Goku finally arrived at where he left his ship behind and dismounted the fluffy yellow cloud with a graceful leap. The meditating youth recalled the nervous energy that coursed through his body that day, and how it made his very skin itch. He could see, in his mind's eye, the smooth, round pod that he arrived on Earth in. It was caked in dirt, and the once pristine white coloring had faded to a dull sort of yellow-grey with age, but it was intact. Goku's memory brought that same trepidation he felt then to the forefront of his mind for the umpteenth time, and just like that day, Goku felt a shiver run down his spine and shoot to the end of his tail. Now that the memory was playing, it wouldn't stop, and the young alien boy watched much the same as with his transformation recall, as his body took tentative steps toward the space pod. The normally confident martial artist had been filled with anxious energy as his thoughts scattered in an uneven mess. Goku recalled the flickering embers of hope that filled his chest, and grew into a small flame with every inch closer that he drew to the ship. The hatch was left open, which had allowed Goku to peer inside, and he took in the tattered, mold remains of a cushioned seat. Moving closer, the young alien could clearly make out the robotic tune of that same message he heard when he came to the ship with Bulma. Wake up, Kakarot, destroy all life forms. It was a continuous recording, and young Goku had to do his best to block it out so as not to risk falling into the same dangerous trance as before. His feet shuffled inch by inch until finally, the monkey-tailed martial artist stood directly in front of his space pod. There was a stench that wafted through the air as a light breeze swept the area, and it made Goku wrinkle his nose as his superior senses easily picked up on the odor. Although, the boy wasn't totally surprised considering just how long the spacecraft's hatch had been open for, and his quest for answers was far more important than his burning nostrils. Back in the present mind, Goku opened his eyes, cancelling out his meditative state and shattering the memory like glass as he remembered just what it was he found inside the pod. Nothing. There was no message, no recording, only the eerie monotone of the woman telling him that his job was to destroy every last living thing on planet Earth. Letting a sigh pass through his lips, Goku stood from his seated position and let his onyx orb sweep over the vast ocean laid out before him. The salty sea air replaced the reminiscent scent of moist mildew, and the warmth from the sun bathed Goku in a wash of fresh energy as its rays lapped away at his skin. These things helped balm the wound that pricked at the boy's heart, the sharp sting echoing with the pain of truth. He was alone. There was no one coming to find him, no one out there who probably even knew his name. And that knowledge hurt. Because it meant that there was no one to explain away any of the confusion, the questions that seemed to just keep piling up with every day that went by. There was no one who was going to help him learn to control his full moon transformation, or the battle lust that seemed to be growing stronger with every spar he had with Krillin. There was no one, only Goku, only Kakarot, he thought to himself with a shake of his head. And he would have to do everything himself. Like a true warrior, the young alien thought with a firm set to his brow. Then, the sound of Roshi's door opening drew his attention and Goku looked down to find the elderly man walking out alongside Krillin, the young monk having long ago changed from his robes to a sleeveless white shirt and yellow pants for spars. Realizing what was coming, the wild-haired youth leaped from the roof and with an aerial flip landed perfectly in front of both of them. "I assume it's time for our spar?" Goku questioned with a raised brow. "Actually, no," Roshi answered with a tone. He had remained wary of the boy before him ever since the incident. "There isn't much time left before the tournament and I want to see how each of you does against me. Many of the fighters that you'll be up against will be veterans of the Tenkaichi Budokai, which means that they've been practicing for years rather than months. To make sure you're both ready, I want to see if each of you can land a hit on me, just one, and that'll prove you're both capable of handling the competition to come." "What do you say?" Goku's answer was to scoff. "If you even feel the need to ask me, then you haven't been paying attention to who you're dealing with, old man." Krillin's answer was much more respectful, and while he glared at Kakarot, he bowed as he spoke. "I thank you for this opportunity, Master, and I'll do my best to not disappoint you." From there it was decided that the bald little monk would test first. Goku scoffed at the obvious favoritism being shown, but relented nonetheless and stepped back to sit on the steps to watch. The young martial arts student then let his eyes narrow in focus, so as to better keep track of the match. Krillin had gotten considerably faster during their months of training, and Goku now had to make an effort to follow the other boy when he moved. The match wasn't quick, but neither did it take long for Krillin to score his single hit on Roshi. The bald youth surprised the elderly hermit with a fairly advanced combination of grappling and flips that ended with a knee spiking straight into the martial arts master's stomach. However, throughout the duration of the spar, Goku couldn't help but be impressed with just how far along his fellow student had come while using Roshi's odd training methods. Memories of delivering milk crates on foot, swimming to escape the jaws of a giant fish, and dodging bees while tied to a tree trunk flashed through Goku's mind as he watched Krillin duck or dodge the swift strikes being thrown his way. It truly astounded the young alien to see just how far the little bald monk had come from simply repeating such ridiculous tasks. But then, that begged the question, just how strong had Goku himself gotten, since he had decided to include a solo regimen to go along with Roshi's own teachings? It's true, when the first day of training was over and Goku had been left wanting more, the young boy with the monkey tail decided later that night that some personal practice time was needed if he was going to hope to stand a chance in the world tournament. From there, the wild-haired youth spent the next few nights constructing his own routine before finally taking Nimbus and rocketing off to begin his real training. With it, Goku took Roshi's weighted turtle shell method and enhanced upon it, tying small boulders to his wrists and ankles as he went through kata. He also decided to play around with the very style Gohan had been teaching him, and since the old man never got around to teaching Goku the entire set of forms, he worked to create his own in order to fill in those gaps. Then he battled against nature itself, struggling to climb steep cliffsides and even roaring waterfalls while weighing himself down with both the turtle shell as well as the makeshift weights. There were more than enough failed attempts that, once he finally completed both exercises, Goku was certain he had to have gotten much stronger than when he started. But Goku didn't just train his body, No, the young boy also took it upon himself to embrace the practice of meditation on a level that far surpassed what he'd been taught. The lack of a message left behind in his space pod fueled the boy's desire to better harness the power he so obviously had lying dormant within himself. So when he wasn't training, the boy with the monkey tail used whatever time he wasn't eating to sit atop Kame House and delve into the depths of his mind. It was a difficult task, diving to such unknown wells of the mind, but after 2 months of heavy meditation practice, Goku finally managed to dip his fingers into the murky waters of his latent potential. However, that first taste of power was almost overwhelming, and Goku was forced to fight off the incoming loss of control that came with interacting with what he guessed to be his inner animal, the Uzuru. Since then, Goku had backed off from that level of concentration and steered his meditating towards growing the flame that already burned in his chest. Focusing on his current power and stoking it through both physical and mental exercise proved to be exceptionally effective, and now with only a few short weeks to go before the tournament, Goku found that his campfire had grown into an inferno matching that of Fire Mountain. Deep in thought though, Goku didn't realize that his name was being called until a shadow cast over him and blocked out the sun. Blinking, but in a way that didn't give off that he'd been caught off guard, the young boy peered up to see Roshi standing over him. So I guess this means that it's my turn? That's right, and I'll be giving you the same restrictions as Krillin, no energy beams. Other than that, all I have to say is for you to get into position, Kakarot, so that we can begin. Roshi explained. Goku simply nodded his head and, after hauling himself to his feet, walked over to his side of the beach before settling into his opening stance. His sharp, coal-like eyes watched diligently as Roshi did the same, although a spur of annoyance stuck in his side at seeing the elderly man do no more than lift his staff in a feeble defense. Arrogant old lecher, he has no idea what he's up against. I'm nothing like the boy he fought when we first met. Goku scoffed internally. Without his weighted gear, the boy felt lighter than air, and moving without giving away his speed was a difficult task, but young Goku managed to do it as he tensed his muscles in preparation for an attack. However, instead of sprinting forward to make the first move, Goku was forced to dodge away from an incoming jab made by Roshi's staff. From there he ducked a spin kick to the head, and managed to retaliate with a firm, rising palm to the old man's knee. Roshi managed to snap his leg back just fast enough to avoid the blow, however, so Goku was left to block his counter-attack with his forearm. It was here that the monkey-tailed martial artist got another surprise. The attack barely even fazed him. Sure, there was the initial pain of impact as Roshi's knuckles smacked against his muscles, but after that it was as if Goku had just gotten a slap on the wrist. This shock cost the boy though, because it left him open, and his elderly opponent took full advantage of this to land a sweep kick, and follow it up by spinning and driving his knee into Goku's stomach. With his mind focus snapped back to the spar, Goku managed to catch himself as his feet left the ground, and tense his body. Landing only a few feet back instead of halfway across the small island, Goku was ready for his opponent's attempt to regain his advantage. This only made the boy smile. With his blood starting to heat up, and the possibility that he may actually be closing the gap between himself and the old man, Goku's eyes sharpened and he found it a little easier to dodge Roshi's next strike. Ducking and weaving around a flurry of punches and staff strikes, Goku's smirk stretched across his whole face to become a full-blown smile of excitement. As he jumped over Roshi's second try at a sweep kick, the younger fighter flipped over the elderly hermit's deceptively thin frame, and used his tail to actually snatch Roshi's staff from his hand. Landing deftly on his feet, the monkey-tailed boy whipped the furry appendage around behind him and managed to whack the surprised Roshi with his own weapon in the back of the head. Reining in his heated desire to continue fighting, Goku unwound his tail from around the wooden instrument he'd used to achieve victory, and curled the furry pseudo-limb back around his waist. Turning, the boy stared at his downed foe, and watched as Roshi stood silently to his feet. There was a weight in Goku's stomach at this point, as he eagerly awaited the announcement that he was indeed ready for the World Tournament. He was not disappointed. That was very good, Kakarot. You managed to strike me faster than Krillin, and he did exceptionally in his own right. However, as I'm sure you know, I wasn't using my full power, so I don't want this going to your head, do you understand? Goku simply gave a firm nod as he answered. I do, and I thank you for your training, Master. I hope I can put your teachings to good use, and be successful when the time comes for the tournament. Roshi's eyes widened under his sunglasses, but he managed to keep the surprise off his face as he reached down to pick up his fallen staff. In all the time he'd known the young boy known as Kakarot, the kid had never once called him by his proper title. So to hear it now, so suddenly after these many long months, almost caused the turtle hermit to stumble. But it also made him more certain about his decision to keep the truth from the monkey-tailed martial artist. Kakarot hadn't just done well, he'd landed a hit faster than any other student Roshi had ever had, and even faster than he himself had landed one on his own master Mutato. Watching the two boys agree to spar, and then looking on as they traded blows, Roshi couldn't help but marvel at the raw potential he could see coming off Kakarot in waves. Yes, the mountain boy with the monkey tail would surely become a great warrior one day, and all the elderly master could hope was that Kakarot didn't give in to whatever that frightening inner beast had reared its head the first day of training. He didn't want to think about what would happen if he had to use that technique on Kakarot. The last few weeks before the tournament passed in a quick whirlwind for Goku, and before he knew it, it was the big day. The last 20 days had been spent with rigorous, last-minute training before using the final night to eat a hefty meal and get the first real good night's sleep since he'd arrived. Upon waking, the spiky-haired alien felt rejuvenated on a whole new level, his body feeling almost brand new, as if it had readied itself in the night to take on the challenge ahead. Whatever the case though, Goku was sure of one thing: this tournament was only the beginning. He would come away from it, champion or not, and continue to push his limits to the brink and break past them. It was an internal drive, one he'd had for as far back as he could remember, and one that he didn't dare ignore, which is why, at noon when the sun was centered in the sky, Goku stood beside Krillin as Roshi activated a capsule. When the colorful smoke finally dissipated, the boys were left staring at the elderly man's personal airplane. "We'll take this over to West City and meet up with Bulma before heading to Papaya Island. She called the night before while you two were sleeping to set it up. We'll be traveling in style, she says. Apparently she's got you each a new suit to wear when we go to get you signed up. Says she doesn't want to show up standing next to a bunch of meatheads." "You mean Bulma briefs?" Krillin goggled with awe. "How do you know her, Master?" "I don't," Roshi sighed in defeat. "Kakarot does, their friends. I'm sure this is her way of supporting him for the tournament to come. So you better be grateful, you punk. It's not every day you get a beautiful girl to shell out the red carpet for you." He finished with a stern, but obviously jealous, look in said monkey boy's direction. However, Goku wasn't paying attention to any of that. Instead, he was left thinking about his only friend, and how after so long he'd get to see her again. Without realizing, a small smile played at the corner of Goku's lip as he went to get on Roshi's little plane. What none of them knew, though, was that deep in bowls of his secondary headquarters, Pilaf was seated on a poorly replicated throne with a thick, leather-bound book in his lap. Kneeling before him were his last two remaining followers, the others having either been killed or deserted him. Mai and Shu each had their faces angled toward the tiled floor, sweat building on their foreheads while the hair on the back of their necks stood on edge. For Shu, it was much more noticeable though, what with him being an anthro dog. In fact, the anxiety became so bad that the talking animal had to say something to break the heavy silence. "Excuse me, sire, but are you sure this is a good idea?" "I just mean, you don't know how the demon will react once awakened, so should you really be trying to release him?" Pilaf only peered up from the tome in his lap enough to look his subordinate in the eye, but the fury burning in his beady eyes was more than easy to see, and it caused poor Shu to tuck his tail in between his legs. Mai took note of this and attempted to rectify her fellow soldier's unknown mistake. "What I think Shu means, sire, is that this so-called Demon King may be a bit rambunctious, and without your men we are simply curious to know how your eminence intends to keep the thing in line." The former commander attempted to stoke the little imp's ego, knowing it was one of the creature's biggest weaknesses. Sometimes, though, Pilaf caught on and punished her for it. Thankfully this was not one of them. "Well, that's really quite simple, Mai," Pilaf scoffed as if to make it seem like the answer was obvious. "I'll simply use the threat of having him sealed away again to keep this old goblin in line. Surely anyone who allows themselves to be trapped inside a rice cooker for hundreds of years couldn't possibly be that dangerous." Yet while Pilaf chuckled in mocking humor, staring down at the page displaying that very rice cooker, his two followers looked to each other with great worry. Something told them that the stories they'd heard about the great demon King Piccolo were every bit as true as the legends say, and Pilaf would find himself in over his head with attempting to control the ferocious scourge. The end we will continue in next part. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.